All day, it's felt a bit like you were the one running the bakery. Orders coming in, tasks lining up, small fires to put out, one thing after another, from the moment you opened your doors this morning. Now the world expects you to simply switch off, but inside, it's as if the ovens are still on, the counters still crowded, the bell over the door still ready to ring. Maybe your day was full in obvious ways, with schedules and messages and people needing you. Or maybe it was quietly full, a lot happening in your own head, thoughts rising like batch after batch of dough. Either way, there's a part of you that is tired of being open and is longing for something gentler. The slow, familiar ritual of closing up shop, of knowing that everything is winding down in a steady, unhurried way. You reached for this because that image means something to you. Not a dramatic escape, not a big adventure, but the comforts of routine. Lights being switched off one by one, trays stacked, surfaces cleared, ovens cooling with a soft tick of metal. You wanted the feeling of a place that has done enough for the day and is finally allowed to rest. You've already done the hardest part. You chose to give yourself this time instead of scrolling through one more thing or pushing yourself through one more task. You decided that tonight you would let a small town bakery close around you and let its quiet rhythm help your own mind begin to close as well. There is nothing to perform here. You do not have to be good at relaxing or follow every word. You might drift in and out, miss whole stretches, or find your thoughts wandering off somewhere else. That's not a problem. That's part of how this works. Think of this as background you can rest inside, like the soft end of day sounds in a shop that's almost empty. A broom on the floor, a tray set down, a door gently latched. You don't need to pay close attention. If you stay awake and simply feel a little quieter, that's enough. If you fall asleep halfway through, that's enough too. For now, nothing needs to be decided or solved. The lists can stay as they are, even if they're unfinished. The world outside your room can keep spinning without you managing it. This is closing time, and closing time has its own pace. Notice just for a moment the way your body is resting, where it is. The weight of you, supported by the mattress beneath. The way the pillow meets the shape of your head. The way the blanket settles over you, touching your shoulders, your chest, your legs. Feel the temperature of the air on your face, on any skin that isn't covered. Maybe it's a little cool, like the air that slips in when a back door is opened at the end of the day. Maybe it's warm and steady, like the lingering heat of an oven that's just been turned off. You don't need to change anything about it. Just notice how it feels against you. Your hands are somewhere, maybe resting on your stomach, or by your sides, or tucked under a pillow. Let your attention rest there for a moment, as if you're just checking in on them, the way a baker might glance over a tray, making sure everything is where it should be. Your feet are held by the bed, or by the softness of the covers. You might sense the outline of your heels, your toes, the gentle pressure where they meet the surface beneath them. Nothing to do with that information, just a quiet awareness. Here they are, done walking for the day. Your breath is already moving, all on its own, in and out. You don't have to deepen it or smooth it out. You can simply notice the small rise and fall in your chest or your belly, the way air feels as it passes through your nose or your mouth. As you lie here, you can imagine the day like a busy little shop that has finally reached its last customer. The rush has passed. The shelves are no longer being refilled, just quietly looked over. There's no need to take any more orders tonight. In that small town bakery, someone flips the sign on the door from open to closed. The bell above the door gives one last soft sound, then settles. Outside, the street begins to grow a little quieter, footsteps fading, the evening deepening around the windows. Inside, the work doesn't stop all at once. It changes. There is a slower rhythm now, a cloth moving over a wooden counter, the faint clink of cups being stacked, the rustle of paper as tomorrow's list is set aside. The big rush is over. What's left are the small, familiar motions of tidying and tending. As you listen, you can let your own thoughts be like those last tasks. They don't have to disappear. They can just move to the back of the shop, where the lights are softer and the pace is unhurried, while the front door stays closed for the night. The ovens in that little bakery have been working since early morning. They've given out all their warmth to loaves and pastries and trays of simple, good things. Now, one by one, they're switched off. The metal holds on to a gentle heat for a while, then slowly, steadily, begins to cool. Your body can be like that. It has been on for hours, doing what needed to be done. Even now, as you lie here, there's a leftover warmth of effort, a hum of energy that hasn't quite settled yet. It doesn't have to vanish instantly. It can fade the way an oven does, gradually, naturally, with time. Somewhere in the back of the bakery, water runs into a sink. A tray is set down with a soft, dull sound. Flour dust lifts in the air and then drifts back to the surface, almost too light to see. These are small things, quiet things, but together they signal that the day is ending. In your own space, there are echoes of that same feeling. The walls are holding their shape around you. The door is closed. Whatever light you've left on or turned off is exactly enough for now. If your mind tries to wander back to the day, that's all right. If it jumps ahead to tomorrow, that's all right too. You can imagine gently guiding it back, the way a baker might guide a stray crumb back into the cloth as they wipe the counter. Not scolding, just a small, steady motion, bringing things toward the centre. Here, the only job you have is to lie where you are, to feel the support underneath you, the cover over you, the simple fact that for this stretch of time, nothing else is being asked. The shop is closing. The last light is dimming in the front window. As the ovens grow quiet in that little bakery, your own thoughts can grow quieter too, not forced into silence, just naturally softening, like sounds at the end of the day. You can rest here in this slow, familiar closing routine and let it carry you gently towards sleep or toward a softer kind of wakefulness that asks nothing more of you than this. The door of the bakery is just ahead now. The narrow street has carried you here, step by slow step, and the building waits with its quiet glow. The line of light at the edge of the door is thinner now, softer, as if it is already half asleep. The wood of the door looks worn and smooth, touched by many hands. Many evenings like this one. The air near the doorway is a little warmer. It holds the last breath of the ovens, the gentle weight of flour and sugar and butter. Cool night air brushes one side of your body, while this lingering warmth rests along the other. Two temperatures meeting at your skin, calm and steady. Imagine your hand reaching toward the door. The metal of the handle is cool from the night, but under it, the wood still remembers the day. Your fingers curl around that coolness, feeling its solid, simple shape. There is no hurry in the movement, just a slow, certain turning. The door gives easily, with the softest resistance, then yields. A faint bell above it answers with a gentle ring, not sharp, just a small, familiar sound. It is the sound of arrivals and departures, of days beginning and ending. Tonight it is a quiet greeting and an even quieter goodbye. As the door opens, a pocket of warm air leans out toward you. It brushes your face, your chest, the front of your legs. Not hot, just comfortably warm, like a sweater that has been hanging near a radiator. Behind you, the cooler night air still touches the back of your neck, the backs of your hands. For a moment, you stand right in that thin space between inside and outside. The threshold beneath your feet is a little raised, a small strip of wood or stone. Your weight shifts over it, feeling its firm, narrow edge under your soles. The floor inside waits, smooth and steady, ready to take your full weight. Step in. The floor welcomes you with a soft, solid contact. Maybe it is old wood, with a faint give under your heels. Maybe it is cool tile, even and sure, pressing gently up against the bottoms of your feet. Behind you, the door eases itself, almost closed. The bell gives one last tiny chime as the gap of light from the street thins. Then the latch rests in place with a quiet click. The outside world stays on the other side of that simple, sturdy panel. Inside, the light is low and warm. It does not glare or demand attention. It pools softly on the counters, on the glass of the display case, on the worn mat near the door where your feet have just arrived. Shadows gather in the corners, but they are gentle with rounded edges somewhere deeper. In the bakery, a last customer is finishing a conversation. The words are too soft to make out, just a murmur, like cloth being folded. A chair leg moves with a small scrape on the floor, then stops. A paper bag rustles as it is opened, then filled. Closer to you, the front counter stands like a quiet companion. Its surface is smooth beneath your resting hand, maybe a little cool to the touch. Your palm feels the grain of the wood, or the faint chill of polished stone. The counter does not move, does not rush. It simply holds its place, supporting your hand, supporting your weight. Notice how your body begins to answer this stillness. Shoulders ease a fraction lower, the muscles along your spine soften, as if they have been leaning forward all day, and now have something solid to lean back into. The weight of your arms hangs more heavily, comfortable and unforced. Near the door, a small mat lies under your feet. Its fibres are slightly rough through the soles of your shoes or against your socks. It catches the last grains of the outside world, dust and tiny bits of gravel, and keeps them there. Your feet feel held in that small rectangle of texture, anchored and steady. The air in here has its own quiet layers. Higher up near your face, it is warm and fragrant, carrying traces of sugar and crust and spice. Lower down, around your ankles, the air is cooler, having settled along the floor. Your body stands between these layers, feeling both at once. From the back of the shop, there is the sound of a soft exchange, a low "thank you," a reply that sounds like a smile. Footsteps move toward the front, slow and unhurried. The last customer appears near the counter, their presence more a shape than a detail. Their coat brushes softly as they turn. The paper bag in their hands crinkles with a comforting sound, like dry leaves folded gently together. They shift their weight, one foot to the other, as they say their final words. The person behind the counter answers with warmth in their voice, but no rush. This is a familiar ritual, well practiced and easy. Coins or notes change hands with a faint clink or a soft slide. The till opens and closes with a muted thud, then rests. The last customer turns toward the door. As they pass near you, a small current of air moves with them, stirring the warmth around your body. Their scent carries a hint of the outside night, cool and faintly sharp, mixing with the bakery's softness. Their footsteps on the floor sound light, almost apologetic for breaking the quiet. They reach for the handle, and the bell sings again. A little farewell. A square of cooler air slips in around the edges of the door as it opens. For a brief moment, you feel that contrast again. Warm on one side, cool on the other. Then the door settles shut, and the bell's echo fades into the stillness. Now, inside the bakery, the space feels different, emptier, but in a comforting way, like a room that has just been tidied and is ready to rest. The person behind the counter moves with slower gestures now. Their steps are soft, their hands careful and sure. They walk to the front door and check the lock. Your attention follows the small motion of their hand as it reaches for the key. Metal touches metal with a tiny, precise sound. The key turns, and the mechanism inside the door shifts, secure and final. The walls seem to hold that sound for a moment, then release it into quiet. The outside world stays beyond the glass, visible only as a blur of darker shapes and distant muted light. In here, the air feels thicker, more settled. The bakery has drawn its boundary for the night. Imagine yourself setting down whatever you have been carrying, a bag slipping from your shoulder, the strap brushing against your arm as it falls, the soft thump as it meets the floor or a nearby chair, then leans and rests. The muscles in your fingers and forearms ease as they no longer need to grip. The person behind the counter does the same in their own way. They place a cloth down, fold it once, then again, edges meeting neatly. They set a stack of paper bags aside, pressing them flat with the heel of a hand. Each small action has weight, texture, sound. Listen to the quiet sounds of closing. A light switch clicks in the back, dimming a room you cannot see. A cupboard door closes with a soft, hollow knock. Somewhere, a tap runs briefly, then stops, leaving a single droplet that falls with a tiny, distinct tap. The front of the bakery remains gently lit. The glass display case reflects a faint, blurred version of the room, including the shape of your own stillness. Your body is part of this interior now, as solid and real as the counter, the floor, the locked door. The room holds you the way it holds its furniture, without question, without demand. Your breathing has its own place here. Each inhale draws in the warm, faintly sweet air, filling your chest, spreading through your ribs. Each exhale leaves your body a little heavier, as though your weight is sinking more surely into the floor beneath you. The rhythm is steady, like the gentle closing of one drawer after another. The tasks have stepped back. The list waits outside this room. Inside, only simple movements remain, each one slow and sure. A light is turned down. A chair is pushed gently under a table. A cloth is draped over the remaining loaves. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now. Thoughts like those last small sounds move quietly through the space, then fade. Your body stays where it is, in contact with the floor, the air, the steady presence of the locked door. Awareness settles more into weight and touch than into words. Notice the way your back meets whatever supports it now. Maybe it is a chair, firm and dependable. Maybe it is the soft give of a cushion or mattress, rising up to meet the shape of your spine. Wherever it is, that surface carries you fully, without needing anything in return. The soles of your feet rest where they are placed. There's pressure there, gentle but certain, like the bakery floor beneath your shoes. Your toes may be relaxed or slightly curled. Either way, the ground does not mind. It simply holds them. Your hands find their own resting places. One may lie over your stomach or at your side, fingers half curled. The other might rest on fabric or on the curve of your leg, feeling the warmth beneath the skin. The weight of each hand is small but real, and it is fully supported. The bakery is almost done with its day now. Only a few last motions remain, like the final strokes of a cloth over a counter. The person who works here moves more slowly than before, their body remembering the long hours that have passed. Their shoulders lower, their steps grow quieter, their breath deepens. In this shared slowing, your own body finds its place. The jaw loosens a little, the tongue resting softly in the mouth. The muscles around your eyes stop holding themselves so tightly. The forehead smooths as though a hand has gently brushed away the lines of the day. Nothing to solve, nothing to fix inside this small, warm room. The night presses softly against the windows, but does not enter. The locked door stands between here and there, simple and sure. Inside, the air is still, the light is kind, and every surface is calm beneath its own weight. The bakery has welcomed its last customer, shared its last words, rung its last bell for the day. Now it turns inward, toward rest, toward quiet. Your body here, in this same space, follows that same direction. Downward, inward, slower, softer. The gentle routine continues, but it has reached its softer steps. One more light will be dimmed. One more cloth will be folded and set aside. Then the room will stand in its own peaceful hush, holding you in its familiar closing time calm. The room holds its quiet now. Walls, ceiling, floor, all standing close around the small bakery, like gentle, steady hands. The blinds at the front sit halfway down, soft lines of slatted light resting across the tables and chairs. The glow inside is warm and low, the kind of light that does not ask the eyes to work, just to soften. Air in here has its own slow temperature, a mild warmth from the ovens that have begun to cool, mixed with a faint calmer hint of the evening air that slipped in earlier. It is not hot, not cold, just settled, like a blanket that has found its place over tired shoulders. It touches the skin, without effort, a quiet presence, against the face, the hands, the length of the body. Somewhere near, fabric meets your weight. Maybe it is the surface beneath your back, the support under your shoulders, the cushion under your legs. The material gives just enough, then holds like the sturdy wooden walls of the bakery, holding the night outside. Nothing shifts unless you ask it to. Everything underneath accepts your shape, your heaviness without question. In the front of the shop, chairs stand tucked in, their legs resting firmly on the wooden floor. The floorboards remember the busy footsteps of the day, but now they simply hold stillness. Their smooth, worn surface is like the mattress under you, familiar and sure, bearing the quiet weight above. There is no hurry in the wood, no strain, just patient support. On the counter, a clean cloth lies folded, edges aligned, corners softened by years of use. Its fibres are still faintly cool from drying in the air, then warmed again by the room. The texture is simple, a little rough, a little soft, like the weave of the bedding near your hands. It waits there, not needing to do anything more tonight. Across the room, glass reflects the gentle light. The front case, now mostly empty, has a faint blur of fingerprints and the memory of warmth from the day. Its surface is smooth and cool, like the feeling of a hand resting on a cool sheet at the edge of the bed. The contrast between warmth and coolness is small, quiet, almost sleepy. The air carries a low, steady hush. Far away outside the walls, the town moves in slow motion. But in here, those sounds arrive softened, like voices heard through a closed door. A car might pass, a distant door might close, but by the time the sound reaches this room, it is only a gentle smear of noise. The bakery's walls hold it at a distance, the way the room around you holds the rest of the world at arm's length. Near the ceiling, a light hums in a calm, even tone. Not loud, not sharp, just a faint thread of sound, like a cat's purr, somewhere in another room. It gives the space a sense of company, of something quietly running in the background, while everything else rests. The rhythm is steady enough that the mind stops noticing it, the way it softens around the sound of its own breathing. The clock on the wall continues its slow, unbothered ticking. Each small click is like a crumb being brushed from a table, light, precise, then gone. The seconds do not push. They just arrive and fall away, one after another, like crumbs falling into a quiet palm. Time in this room feels padded, cushioned by the soft light and the still air. Imagine the front tables now, each one cleared. Where plates and cups once stood, there is only smooth surface, wiped clean, faintly cool to the touch. A few tiny crumbs remain at the edge of a groove in the wood, caught in the grain, resting there like the last traces of the day. They are not a mess, just small reminders that something full and busy has already happened and is now complete. A hand moves slowly across one table with a cloth, sweeping those last crumbs into a gentle pile. The motion is unhurried, almost drowsy, the fabric gliding over the wood in soft arcs. The crumbs gather together, then slide into the waiting palm, light as dust. In the same way, the body gathers the last bits of tension and draws them closer, ready to set them aside. The cloth is rinsed in a small back sink, water running in a calm, low stream. The splash is quiet, close, like a soft whisper against tile and metal. When the tap turns off, droplets continue to fall for a few seconds, each one a tiny tap, a small farewell to the work of the day. Then even that sound fades, leaving the air smoother, more continuous. The temperature of the room has found its evening balance. Warmth from the ovens no longer rises in waves. It lingers instead as a gentle, even heat along the walls and floor. Near the door, the air is just a little cooler, like the faintest brush of night air along the skin of your arms or the back of your neck. The contrast is comforting, like stepping from a bright space into a softer, shaded one. Shelves along the wall hold what remains. A few loaves, a small row of rolls, a tray cooling in the back. Their shapes are still, their crusts no longer crackling, just resting, giving off the last traces of warmth. The smell is quiet now too, a low blend of flour and sugar and butter that hangs close to the shelves like a light shawl. In this indoor sanctuary, every object has settled. The broom leans against the wall, its bristles no longer moving across the floor. The apron hangs from its hook, its fabric empty of motion, its strings no longer tied. Hooks, handles, knobs, all stand in their places, doing nothing more than existing in the soft light. Notice the way your own limbs have their places too. The weight of your heels against what holds them. The length of your legs, the quiet bend of your knees, the way fabric lies over them, following their shape, arms resting by your sides or folded gently, hands no longer reaching, just lying there, fingers slightly curved. The back of your head meets its support, whether pillow or cushion or mattress. Under the skull, there is a clear point of contact, a simple, grounded pressure. Around that point, muscles in the neck begin to soften, like dough no longer being worked, just resting in a warm bowl. The jaw loosens a little, the tongue resting more easily in its familiar place. Breath moves through this indoor space as well. In the bakery, the air shifts slowly, rising a little, with the last warmth of the ovens, then settling again, along the cool glass and tile. Around you, the breath rises in the chest, then falls, a small, reliable movement under the weight of blankets or clothing. It does not need to be deep or special. It is enough that it continues, steady and unforced. Somewhere in the back of the shop, a small light above a counter glows with a softer hue than the rest. It casts a gentle circle on the wall, edges blurred, like a quiet corner, kept just bright enough to see. That little pool of light feels like the space of your own awareness now. Not sharp, not wide, just a calm, focused area in an otherwise dim, restful room. Everything beyond it grows hazier, less important. The tasks have stepped back. Lists, numbers, plans, all the small demands that once tugged at sleeves, and sleeves are now outside these walls. They belong to the bright hours, to the open door and the ringing bell, not to this enclosed, drowsy room. Here, in this soft enclosure, the only work is resting. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faint hum of a refrigerator. In the corner, it may continue its quiet activity, but it does not need attention. Thoughts may slide along the edges of awareness, the way shadows move across the bakery floor, lengthening, fading, then disappearing into the corners. They do not disturb the steady weight of the body or the calm of the room. In the centre of the bakery, the empty space where customers once stood feels wider now. No lines, no movement, just open floor, smooth and slightly cool, waiting for nothing at all. The open space is like the gentle stretch across your chest and belly as they rise with each breath, unblocked, unhurried. There is room for the air to move, room for the muscles to soften around it. A single chair may have been left pulled out just a little from a table, as though someone will sit there again tomorrow. Its wooden seat is cool, its back straight, its legs planted. For now, it simply stands, unused but not forgotten, part of the quiet arrangement of the room. In the same way, parts of you that worked hard today now stand still, waiting without strain for another time. Nothing to fix, nothing to solve in this closed, gentle shop. What needed doing has paused. Counters are wiped, trays are stacked, lights have been turned low. The door is latched. The bell above it hangs motionless, its tiny metal curve catching a bit of the soft light. Feel how the room around you serves as its own kind of wall, a shelter the way the bakery's walls shelter the warmth and scent of the day. Outside, the world may continue, but here, the air is its own small climate, its own quiet weather. The ceiling above is like a protective lid, keeping the calm where it is, holding it close. Nothing presses in, nothing pushes out. The fabric against your skin has settled into stillness. A sleeve along your arm, a collar near your neck, the edge of a blanket resting across a shoulder or hip. Each contact is a small, steady point, like the places where shelves touch the wall, or where jars rest on their wooden boards. These tiny points of pressure remind the body where it is, held and supported. The bakery's indoor sanctuary is complete now. The day's crumbs gathered, its surfaces smoothed. In this softened light, everything has its place, and every place is quiet. The room around you mirrors that same gentle order, that same sense of being enclosed, protected, and done for the day. Within these walls, within this body, the night stretches out calm and unhurried, ready to carry you deeper into rest. The warmth in the room has begun to change. What was once bright and strong is now softer, settling like an oven that has finished its work and is slowly, steadily cooling. The metal walls still hold a gentle heat, but it is no longer pushing outward. It is easing back, sinking in, finding a quieter level. Heat that once rushed and roared now hums low and calm, like a breath that has found its slower rhythm. Inside your chest there is a similar oven. All day it has worked hard, glowing, active, full of effort. Now, in this quiet, its temperature begins to drop by degrees, not all at once, just a gradual, kind descent. Notice the breath as it moves in, a mild warmth, like opening the oven door, just a crack and feeling that last wave of heat on your face. Then the breath moves out, carrying with it a little of that warmth, like steam drifting from a tray of bread set on a rack to cool. Inhale, a gentle rise of heat. Exhale, a slow release, a soft lowering. The rhythm repeats, steady and unforced, and with each cycle, the inner oven calms. The muscles around your ribs are like the metal frame of the oven door. All day they have opened and closed, without much notice. Now they move more slowly. The hinges feel oiled by rest. The door swings with less effort, less strain. The air around your body carries a slight coolness, like the bakery air as the ovens dim. It touches your skin, especially where fabric is loose, where hands and feet meet the open room. That coolness is gentle, not sharp. It is the kind of cool that meets leftover warmth and balances it, smoothing it out. Inside, the deeper muscles have been like thick bricks holding heat long after the flames go down. They have stored the day's efforts, the lifting, the standing, the moving. Now, with each exhale, that stored heat seeps out. It moves toward the surface, then into the air, the way warmth leaves the stone walls of a well-used oven long after the fire is gone. Begin at the shoulders. Imagine them as two heavy oven doors that have been held open for hours. Slowly, they swing closer to rest. The joints ease. The weight of the doors is no longer something to hold. It is something that settles into its hinges. The back of the neck feels the change too. Muscles that once felt like hot metal, tight and firm, now feel more like warm iron cooling on a still night. They lose their sharp edges. They soften little by little as the breath moves past them, carrying away the extra heat. The air entering your nose is cooler than the air leaving. It brushes the inside of your nostrils, light and almost crisp. When it leaves, it is warmer, touched by the oven of your lungs, by the gentle embers still glowing inside. The difference is a sign of your inner temperature finding a lower, more peaceful level. Notice the weight of your arms. They rest like trays that have been taken from the oven and set down at last. They no longer need to be lifted. turned or carried. The warmth in them is fading from active to stored, from working heat to resting heat. In your hands, tiny muscles have worked all day, like little heating elements flicking on and off. Now they go dim. The fingers curl or lengthen in whatever shape feels easiest. The palms release their grip on the day, and a faint coolness gathers along the backs of the hands, as if the air is gently drawing off the leftover warmth. The chest rises again, the chest falls again. Each time, the breath moves like a baker, opening the oven door just enough to let out a little heat, then closing it again to rest. The movement is small, measured, familiar. Deep in the belly, there is a core of warmth that has stayed constant, like the thick centre of an oven that cools more slowly than the edges. It is not a sharp heat. It is a steady glow, a kind warmth that keeps you comfortable as the outer layers lose their intensity. This is the warmth that stays, even as everything else quiets. Around that centre, layers of muscle and skin are like layers of brick and tile. The outer ones cool first. They feel the room's air, the contact with mattress or chair, the gentle pull of gravity. The inner ones follow, their heat spreading out. Thinning evening. The face, too, has been close to the day's heat. Expressions, conversations, small tensions have warmed the muscles around the eyes and mouth. Now those muscles are like the glass of an oven door after it has been turned off for a while. Still faintly warm, but no longer glowing, no longer under strain. The eyelids rest like shutters drawn over a cooling room. Behind them, the space is dim and quiet. Any leftover brightness from the day fades, like the last glow from a heating coil. The darkness there is soft, like the inside of an oven once the light has been switched off and the door has closed. The jaw loosens. It is as though a latch has been gently unhooked. Teeth drift apart or sit lightly together with no need to press. The tongue rests in the warm, dim space of the mouth, no longer busy, no longer tasting or speaking, just lying there like a wooden spoon set aside on a cool counter. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faint ticking of metal as it cools. Little clicks, tiny shifts, harmless and distant. The main work is over. What needed doing has paused. The breath continues its simple task. In a mild, comforting warmth. Out a slow, easing cool. With each exhale, the inner temperature drops a fraction, just as the ovens in the bakery grow less bright, less demanding, more at rest. Notice your back, where it meets the surface beneath you. It is like the flat underside of a baking tray resting on a sturdy rack. At first it may still hold some heat, but the longer it rests, the more that heat moves outward into the support beneath, until both tray and rack share the same quiet temperature. The hips and legs have carried your weight through the day, like thick metal shelves holding many loaves. Now they do not need to support anything but themselves. The muscles there release their grip and a gentle heaviness spreads, the heaviness of metal that has finally stopped working and has given in to gravity. Down through the thighs, the knees, the calves, the temperature continues to shift. Warmth drains slowly downward, like heat leaving the lower stones of the oven. It is not a loss, only a change. The heat becomes memory instead of effort. At the feet, there may still be a trace of the day's fire, a slight buzz, a leftover hum. Imagine them as the last corner of the oven floor to cool. With each breath out, a little more of that hum fades. The soles feel the surface beneath them, steady and unmoving, taking in the last of the warmth and giving back a calm, neutral support. All through the body now, there is this gentle descent from head to toe, from outer layers to inner core. The temperature is lowering, settling, finding its evening level. Nothing is required of you in this process. The body knows how to do it, the way an oven knows how to cool once the dial has been turned. Breath moves in, soft and easy. Breath moves out, long and slow. The timing may stretch on its own, like the pause after an oven door closes for the final time tonight. In that pause, everything inside grows a little quieter. The room around you holds its own mild air, neither too warm nor too cold. It wraps around the body, like the bakery air at closing, when the ovens are off and the last loaves rest on their racks. The sharp heat is gone. What remains is a gentle, even comfort inside. The inner oven has reached a calm glow. No flames, no rush, just a soft, steady warmth at the centre and cool, relaxed surfaces all around. Breath after breath, the descent continues, slow and kind. The day's heat has done its work. Now it is evening in the body and everything is leaning toward rest. The room holds its quiet, soft light, soft air, everything simple and still. Inside this stillness, the mind has its own small back room, a quiet storeroom at the end of the day, shelves along the walls, a simple wooden table in the middle, a ledger resting open, waiting without hurry. Breath moves in and out, like a slow door opening and closing. Inhale, the chest widens a little. Exhale, the ribs ease back as though the door settles gently into its frame. Each breath marks another line in that quiet book. Imagine that in this inner storeroom, the questions of the day are not floating thoughts. They are small, ordinary objects, loaves, rolls and crusts of wondering, stacked and counted, each one solid, each one able to be picked up, turned over, and set down again. The body rests where it is. Feel the weight of your back, your hips, your legs, like crates gently set on the floor, no longer being carried. Muscles that held you upright now, leaning into support. Notice the breath again. Inhale, a gentle lift. Exhale, a quiet setting down. With each exhale, another shelf in that inner room grows a little more orderly. Around the shelves, the questions of the day sit like loaves that were once urgent. Did I do enough? What happens tomorrow? What did that person mean? Each one has a shape, a crust, a weight. In this storeroom, there is no rush to answer them. They are inventory, items to be counted, not solved. They sit on their shelves, waiting to be noticed, then written down. The chest rises with the next breath. The belly softens on the way out. Somewhere in your shoulders, a small familiar effort loosens, like a strap unbuckled at closing time. The arms grow heavier, as though their own list of tasks has finally been set aside. Picture a simple wooden crate on the floor of that inner room. This crate is for today's questions. Only today's. Not every question ever asked. Just the ones that wandered through your thoughts in the hours before now. One by one, those questions become loaves in your hands. What needed doing has paused. A loaf is lifted from a crowded shelf. You feel its weight, its warmth, its rough surface under your fingers. Then it is placed gently into the crate. The breath helps. Inhale, the hands reach. Exhale, the loaf settles into the box. Inhale, another question comes into focus. Exhale, it is set down, no longer in your arms. As this happens inside, notice what happens in the body. The jaw may soften a little, as though it has been holding a pencil between the teeth all day, and now finally lets it drop. The tongue rests lower in the mouth. The space behind the lips feels quiet and slack. Behind the eyes there is a soft darkness. Not empty, just unbusy. Like the dim corner of the storeroom where nothing urgent is stored. The muscles around the eyes release. The tiny lines at the corners smoothing out without effort. In that inner room, the shelves hold more loaves. Some are old questions, stored long ago. Some are fresh from today. There is no need to clear them all. Only the top layer of today's stack is enough. A small pencil lies beside the ledger. The book is open to a clean page. Your breath is the hand that writes. Inhale, and the line begins. Exhale, and the line completes. Count in your own slow way, not with numbers but with ease. One question becomes one loaf in the crate. One exhale marks one small line in the ledger. The back of the neck lengthens as the head releases its subtle grip, so someone has gently taken a heavy tray from your hands. The skin at the base of the skull feels a little broader, a little less tight. The weight of the head settles more fully into the pillow or cushion beneath it. Deep in the torso, the diaphragm moves like a careful worker, walking the aisles, down on the inhale, up on the exhale, checking each shelf with a quiet, practiced glance. Nothing dramatic, just a calm, steady rhythm of noticing. On one shelf, there might be a question about work. It sits there like a long, crusty loaf, slightly uneven on one end. It has been taken down and examined many times. Tonight, it is lifted once more, felt for just a moment, then placed in the crate with the others. On another shelf, a smaller roll of worry about someone you care for, round, a little dense, familiar in your hands. It too goes into the crate. Its weight joins the rest. No heavier, no lighter, simply part of today's count. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now. The main work here is simpler. Breath in, breath out. Loaf to crate. Line in the ledger. As the crate fills, the body sinks. The spine rests more deeply. Each vertebra, like a small box, set carefully in a row, no longer being shifted or rearranged. The muscles along the back smooth out over them, like cloth laid gently over stacked goods. Notice your hands, their temperature, the weight of each finger. Hands that reached, typed, held, carried, washed, now lying still, like scales at the end of the day, no longer measuring anything. Inside the storeroom, the crate is nearly full, not overflowing, just comfortably filled. Today's questions, today's loaves, gathered together, no longer scattered along every shelf. The ledger shows simple marks, not explanations, not stories, just quiet lines, each one saying, seen, counted, put away for now. Across the chest, the breath moves a little more slowly. The upper ribs barely lift. Most of the movement has dropped lower, down into the belly, like the last few items being carried to the back, away from the front of the shop. Hips grow heavier, as though sand has gently poured into the spaces around the joints. Thighs rest, knees soften, calves and ankles loosen their hold like cords untied at the end of a long day. In that inner storeroom, the crate of loaves is slid gently under the table, not locked away, just moved out of the centre of the room. Still there, still real, but no longer something to step around with every breath. The shelves look simpler now. A few items remain, but the clutter of today has been gathered. The air in that room feels clearer, easier to breathe, like flour dust, slowly settling after the last batch has been stacked. The ledger is closed with a soft, final motion. The pencil rests across the top, then is set aside. No more counting is needed tonight. The page that was blank is now quietly full. Notice the space just behind your forehead. How it feels when the counting stops. A gentle emptiness, like a counter with nothing left on it. not wiped away, just resting bare. The breath continues its slow work. Inhale, coolness or softness at the nostrils. Exhale, a faint warmth leaving the body. This is the only movement that matters now. The inner storeroom light grows dimmer. Shelves in shadow. The crate tucked away. The ledger closed. The tasks have stepped back. The door of that quiet room pulls nearly shut, leaving only a thin line of light at the bottom. Enough to know it is there, not enough to call you back inside. All that remains is the simple rhythm. Chest rising, chest falling, body growing heavier, like a building that has turned off its lights and settled into its own weight. Here, in this softness, the inventory of the day rests, counted, stacked, put away until morning. Inside, the shelves stand still, the ledger sleeps, and breath moves on, slow and steady, like the last hand in the bakery, turning out the light and closing the quiet, waiting door. The room holds its quiet. Clean metal, drying dishes, the faint trace of soap in the air, and somewhere in that stillness, the next small task waits, unhurried, already softened by the hour. The baker moves toward the work table where tomorrow's ingredients rest. Flour in its bin, yeast in its jar, water in the pipes, waiting to run warm again. This is the doorway between days, the place where tonight's calm meets tomorrow's readiness. Breath moves in and out, slow and steady, like standing in a hallway between two softly lit rooms. Behind, the room of the day, with its noise and motion. Ahead, the room of tomorrow, quiet and closed for now. Here, in this in-between, the body stands at the threshold and simply breathes. Inhale as though stepping 1 foot toward tomorrow. Exhale as though stepping 1 foot back into tonight. Not going anywhere, just feeling the gentle sway between the two. A slow rocking at the doorway of time. Hands rest on the cool edge of the table. The wood is smooth from years of kneading and shaping. The grain-worn satin soft beneath the fingers. The weight of the palms presses down, and the table answers with steady support, like a solid door frame. The body leans against for a moment before passing through. Flour is measured, scooped with a practiced motion. It pours in a soft, dry stream into a wide, waiting bowl. Each breath seems to follow that same arc, gathering on the inhale, pouring out on the exhale, settling into a quiet mound. This is not dough for tonight. This is dough for the morning, for a time that has not yet opened. The baker works in this narrow passage, between now and then, shaping what will rise, while the town still sleeps. Notice the way the chest expands, as if the ribs are two half doors swinging gently apart. Air enters like a familiar guest, crossing the threshold without knocking. Then the doors meet again, soft and sure, as the breath leaves and the body settles deeper into its own frame. Yeast is sprinkled, tiny grains that look almost still, yet hold the promise of slow, patient movement. They rest on the flour like quiet thoughts, waiting at the edge of sleep. Not yet active, not yet rising, just present, just ready for the moment when warmth reaches them. The baker turns to the sink and water runs again, this time in a cooler, measured stream. Hands test the temperature, feeling for that gentle middle place. Neither hot nor cold. It is like finding the exact centre of the doorway, where one is not quite in one room or the other, but held in the frame between. As water meets flour and yeast, the mixture changes. Dry becomes damp. Loose becomes gathered. The spoon moves in slow circles, drawing the edges in toward a centre, the way the day's scattered moments have quietly drawn into this single, still hour. The body feels that same gathering. Breath comes in, and with it, the stray pieces of attention return, drifting back from corners of memory and planning. On the out-breath, everything spreads and softens again, like dough easing outward when the pressure of kneading pauses. Shoulders notice the invitation to rest. They lower just a little, as though stepping down from a small ledge into a softer room. The neck lengthens, the back widens, and the spine feels like the hinge of a door, slowly, gently closing for the night. The dough is turned out onto the table. It is rough at first, uneven and sticky, clinging in small, stubborn places. The baker dusts the surface with flour, then presses the heels of the hands into the mass, folding, pushing, turning. With each fold, the dough grows smoother. With each press, it becomes more unified, more whole. Breath follows that rhythm. Inhale with the gather. Exhale with the release of pressure. A quiet, steady pattern at the threshold between waking and sleep. The muscles of the forearms work in slow, even lines. There is effort, but no strain, only the familiar pull and lengthening as the dough stretches and yields. The body, listening to this, finds its own places of gentle effort from the day, the spots that held weight or repetition, and those places begin to unwind. The baker's feet feel firm against the floor, heels grounded, toes relaxed, arches supported. It is as if the whole body is a doorway, standing in its frame, strong and upright, while everything around it grows dimmer and quieter. Kneading continues, a calm, repetitive motion. Fold toward the centre, press away, turn a quarter turn, again and again, until the dough responds like something breathing, rising a little under each touch, then settling back. The listener's own breath has its version of this. Drawing in, the chest lifts, a small rising. Letting go, the body drops back into the surface beneath it, as though sinking one step deeper into the room of night. Gradually, the dough becomes smooth and elastic. It no longer clings in sharp edges or tears under the hand. It stretches and returns, supple and quiet, like the mind, when it has finished its lists and simply hums in the background. The bowl that held the dry ingredients is wiped clean and lightly oiled. The dough is gathered into a soft rounded shape and placed gently inside. A cloth is drawn over the top, covering it like a door, closing with a soft click, not to shut it away but to give it time and darkness and warmth. Tomorrow's dough is now in its own small room of waiting. It will rise while the town still sleeps, changing slowly in the unseen hours. The baker steps back from the bowl, knowing that for now the work has shifted from hands to time. The breath does something similar. For a moment, notice how, even without effort, air keeps moving, in and out, in and out, like a door that swings on well-oiled hinges, quietly, smoothly, needing no push. The baker wipes flour from the table, from his fingers, from the front of his apron. Each stroke of the cloth clears a thin layer of the day away. Underneath, the wood is the same as it was this morning, and the morning before, and many mornings before that, steady through every passing hour. Inside, the listener's muscles follow that same clearing. Across the forehead, a soft sweep, as though a cloth passes there too, smoothing the small creases of thought. Around the eyes, a loosening, lids growing heavier, like doors drawn gently toward their frames. The jaw slackens, no longer holding words or answers or expressions, The tongue rests quietly in the warm space of the mouth. Even the tiny muscles around the ears relax, as though the doorway of listening has narrowed, letting in only the most gentle sounds. Out in the bakery, the covered bowl sits in its place, a quiet promise of what will be. It does not rush. It does not strain. It simply rests at the edge of tomorrow, trusting that time will do what time always does. The body mirrors that trust. Arms grow heavier, as though they have stepped fully into the room of rest. Hands no longer reaching for anything, just lying where they are, like tools set down neatly at the end of the day. The chest rises once more, like a door opening to check the hallway, then falls again, satisfied, closing a little more fully. Each breath is another small step away from the brightness of the day's room, and deeper into the soft, darkened room of sleep. Somewhere in between, at that threshold, awareness lingers. It feels the weight of the blankets, the contact of fabric against skin, the way the mattress receives the body, the way the bowl receives the dough. Held, supported, with no need to move quickly again. Tomorrow will have its own warmth, its own rising, its own work. Tonight belongs to this in-between, this quiet doorway where everything is prepared, then gently left alone. The dough waits in its covered bowl. The bakery waits behind its locked door. And the body waits at the edge of dreams, breathing soft and slow, ready to cross over when it is ready. The room is quiet now, quieter than before. A hand moves across the clean table, and a faint cloud rises. Just a little lift of flour dust, stirred from where it settled. The light is slanting now, coming in at an angle through the high windows. Not bright, not harsh, just a gentle band of dimming gold that stretches across the room. In that band of light, the flour dust hangs, tiny specks almost weightless. They turn slowly, lazily, as if they have all the time in the world. Each inhale draws the faint scent of flour and warm wood. Each exhale moves the dust just a little. A slow tide of breath that stirs the smallest particles in the air. Notice how the breath has its own rhythm. Not forced, not planned, just rising, falling, like those specks drifting through the slanting light. As the chest widens, on the in-breath, the ribs make space. The air comes in cool at the tip of the nose, then softens as it moves deeper. Somewhere inside, the body knows exactly what to do with it. On the out-breath, there is a gentle settling, a soft release in the shoulders, a little more weight in the back or the mattress or the chair beneath. The exhale moves outward, touching the air, nudging the flower dust in its path. Imagine the whole room as a quiet field of light and shadow, the slanting beam from the window, pale and warm, the rest of the space dimmer, softer, holding to itself. In that beam, the flower dust becomes a slow, patient snowfall that never reaches the ground. Each particle turns, catches light, then slips into shadow. Light, shadow, light again. The breath works the same way. An in-breath, brightening the inside of the chest. An out-breath, dimming, softening, sinking back into quiet. The muscles along the back are like shelves along the wall. All day they have held weight, stood steady, kept everything in place. Now, with each exhale, they move a little closer to shadow, like the edges of the room outside the beam of light. Notice the space between breaths, that tiny pause, like the moment when a drifting speck of flower seems to hang completely still, not rising, not falling, just suspended in the air, held by nothing you can see. The body has places like that too, the quiet space behind the forehead, the soft hollow at the base of the throat, the wide, slow area behind the ribs. As the breath moves in, those spaces brighten a little, as if the light shifts toward them. As the breath moves out, they dim again, easing back into shadow. Nothing needs to hurry there. Nothing is being asked to perform. The arms rest, their work done. From the shoulders down to the wrists, the muscles loosen, like flower dust settling after a long, slow swirl. The fingers, those small, busy tools of the day, grow heavy and still. Imagine a single speck of flower in that evening beam. It turns slowly, end over end, catching the last of the light. Then almost without moving, it begins to drift downward, barely falling, just surrendering to the pull of rest. The body follows that same downward path. The weight of the head on the pillow, the weight of the hips, the legs, the heels, all of it gently drawn down, like flour returning to the quiet surface of the table. The breath is the soft current that moves through this scene. In, and the particles lift a little, brightening. Out, and they lower, dimming, coming closer to stillness. The chest rises, the chest falls. Belly moves nice, it's arse in a slow, around rhythm like a shallow bowl, that being filled nowhere when empty to someone would be like. Behind the closed eyes, there is a kind of dusk. Not dark, not bright, just a comfortable dimness, like the corners of the bakery where the light does not quite reach. In that inner dusk, thoughts are like faint motes in the air. They drift in, turn once or twice in the beam, then pass back into the shadowed edges. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Bring attention to the small movements of breath at the nostrils, cool on the way in, warmer on the way out. Each exhale a soft, invisible breeze that would move the tiniest dust, if it were there. Somewhere near the collarbones, the breath brushes past. It lifts them a little, then lets them fall. Like the way the last light of day climbs a wall, then slowly slides down as evening deepens. The muscles around the jaw loosen, as if a tight knot in the air had been untied. The tongue rests heavy and quiet. The lips barely touch, relaxed, with no need to hold any particular shape. Inside the chest, the heart continues its steady work. Not loud, not demanding, just a soft, repeating beat, like a gentle tap of flour from a sieve long after the main shaking has stopped. Around that steady centre, the lungs expand and soften. They are like the open space in the beam of light, where dust has room to drift. Each inhale gathers, each exhale releases. Down in the belly, there is warmth. A slow, spreading warmth that feels like the last glow of day resting on the floorboards. It moves outward, into the sides of the waist, into the lower back, easing any tightness there. The hips grow heavier, as though they are the solid wooden table beneath the drifting flower, stable, unmoving, ready to receive whatever settles. Thighs, knees, shins, ankles, all of them yield to gravity, like particles finally choosing a place to rest. The fabric beneath accepts the weight without question. Notice the way the heels meet the surface below. There is a small, clear point of contact, firm but not sharp. The body presses down, and the surface rises up to meet it, and the place where they touch is quiet and complete. Above, in the dimming room of the bakery, the light has shifted. The beam is lower now, stretching longer, softer. The flour dust is barely visible, just a faint suggestion where light and shadow mix. Breath matches that fading light. In-breaths a little shallower, a little slower. Out-breaths longer, as if the body is exhaling the whole day in thin, pale streams. The shoulders sink further, like shelves emptying of their weight. The back broadens against what holds it. Even the small muscles along the spine, those tiny supports that once stood so alert, now soften into the background. Inside the head, thoughts may still turn, like the last few specks of dust circling in the air. They do not need sorting. They do not need answers. They simply drift in and out of the fading beam. The tasks have stepped back. The room of the day is closing. Gently, one light at a time. What remains is this quiet, interior space where breath moves and muscles rest. The slanting light of evening becomes thinner, more transparent. Soon it will be only shadow, soft and complete. But for now, it is enough to watch the way dust and light and air meet and part. Each inhale lifts the chest, the ribs, the soft front of the body. Each exhale lets them fall like a slow curtain of flour settling back to the table. Up, and the body brightens inside. Down, and it dims, returning to comfort. The edges of the body grow less distinct. Where the skin ends and the air begins, the line feels blurred, like the edge of the light where it melts into shadow. Everything is touching everything else very gently. Breath by breath, the inner world grows quieter. The flour dust in the mind's evening air slows its turning. Some particles have already settled. Others are on their way down, moving through the last of the light. There is no need to watch every speck. The body knows how to rest. The breath knows how to soften. The light knows how to fade, all on its own. In this dimming, in this slow dance of particles and air, the whole being settles. Not all at once, just layer by layer, like dust that has finally found the stillness it was always falling toward. The street outside has settled into a soft hush. The glass of the bakery door holds it gently, like a scene behind a quiet frame. Lights along the sidewalk glow in small, steady pools, and the spaces between them feel slow and deep. The baker reaches for the key, then pauses. There is a small pull to step out, just for a moment, not to go far, just to feel the town street as it grows still. The latch turns with a muted click. Cooler air leans in through the narrow opening, carrying the faint scent of pavement and evening. The inside warmth brushes against the night, and for a brief instant, the doorway is a thin border between two kinds of calm. A single step onto the threshold, then another onto the smooth, worn patch of sidewalk just outside the door. The surface has its own memory of the day, of many feet passing, and now it simply rests under a quiet sky. The door eases shut behind, the soft thud rounded, and lo, the bakery's light spills through the front windows, laying a gentle rectangle on the pavement. It feels like standing in a shallow pool of warmth at the edge of a wider, cooler street. The town road stretches in both directions, simple and unhurried. Painted lines lie still, not expecting any more traffic tonight. Parked cars rest along the curb, like quiet shapes, their metal skins cooling, their engines long since silent. Each step along the sidewalk is small and unforced. The soles of the shoes meet the ground with an easy, familiar tap. There is no need to decide where to go. The street itself offers a short, wandering path, and that is enough. Storefronts line the way, like drowsy faces. Some windows are dark, their signs turned off, their displays resting in the dim. A few hold a soft leftover glow, just enough to outline stacked chairs, folded cloths, a forgotten cup near a sink. Above, the streetlights hum quietly, a faint, steady sound. Their light falls in gentle circles on the pavement, leaving calm shadows between. Walking through them feels like moving through slow, overlapping breaths. Bright, then dim, then bright again. A loose leaf slides along the curb, nudged by the smallest drift of air. It scrapes in a tiny, dry whisper, then stops, then moves again, barely there. The whole street seems to move at that same unhurried pace. The air holds a mild coolness now, touching the face, the hands, the edges of clothing. It is not sharp, just clear, like the town has taken a deep breath and is resting at the bottom of it, unbothered by the need to rise too quickly. Footsteps sound softer out here than they did earlier in the evening. The empty stretch of sidewalk absorbs them, smooths their edges. Each step fades almost as soon as it lands, as though the street is listening and then tucking the sound away. A shop sign hangs above, its chain giving the faintest creak as it shifts in a tiny current of air. The motion is barely visible, just a small, patient sway. Its painted letters are easy to imagine, even without looking closely, part of the familiar rhythm of this road. Farther along, a narrow side street opens like a quiet thought, branching off from the main one. Its pavement disappears into softer darkness, where the street lights grow fewer. The sense of stillness deepens there, but there is no need to follow it. A single upstairs window glows with a pale, steady light. Behind its glass, a simple shade hangs, drawn almost all the way down. The slice of brightness that shows beneath it feels gentle and private, like a small lamp left on in a hallway. The body knows this street, every small tilt of the ground, every seam between slabs of concrete. Each step lands without effort, without planning. The legs move, the weight shifts, and the town's slow pace seeps in through the soles of the feet. Somewhere down the block, a crosswalk waits in quiet white stripes. No cars approach. The painted lines rest across the road like a held breath that never needs to become anything more. A faint echo of a television drifts from an open second-story window, thinner now than before. Just a soft rise and fall, too blurred to be words. It brushes the edge of hearing and then blends back into the night. The street itself feels almost like a long, slow exhale. Straight, simple, unhurried. Buildings on either side lean in slightly, as though listening to the quiet between passing sounds. The baker's steps turn back toward the bakery, without needing to choose. The route is short, familiar, like walking along a single, gentle sentence. Each footfall marks a comma, a pause, never a rush. The glow from the bakery windows grows a little stronger with each step closer. Inside, shapes soften behind the glass. Tables, chairs, the curve of a display case. Out here, they appear as calm outlines, resting in their own pool of light. The curb near the door holds a small crack where a thin line of dust has settled. A tiny pebble rests there, unmoved, like a quiet punctuation mark at the edge of the scene. Even this feels unhurried, part of the stillness, the thinking part of you, can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faraway hum of a transformer on a pole down the block. Present, but not asking for anything. The tasks have stepped back. What needed doing has paused. The town street, the bakery, the quiet walk between them all, agree on this simple, gentle stop. A car passes at the far end of the road, so distant it is only a low brush of sound. The headlights sweep across a row of windows, then vanish around a bend. The street settles again, almost before the sound has fully arrived. Standing once more near the bakery door, the sidewalk feels familiar underfoot. The light from inside touches the edges of shoes, the hem of fabric, the outline of hands. The rest of the street stretches away, dimmer, softer, content to fade toward the edges of awareness. The key waits in the baker's palm, warm from being held, metal against skin, simple and sure. It is a small anchor in a world that has grown very quiet. There is only this short distance from door to curb, from window to corner, from one slow step to the next. The rest of the town lies beyond, but it does not press in. It rests just as this small piece of sidewalk rests, just as the body on it rests. The door will close again soon. The lock will turn, and the street will go on with its gentle stillness. The glow from the bakery windows will soften, then dim. The town road will remain calm and patient, waiting for morning, without needing to think about it. For now, the simple act of standing here is enough. The quiet street holds its shape around this small figure at the door. The night holds the street, and all of it together eases into a deeper, quieter kind of rest. Somewhere in the building, a switch has been flipped. The light and heat of work have faded, and what remains is sound, thinning itself out. The steady rush of the day has already stepped back. What is left is a kind of quiet that still remembers movement. The low hum of the fridges holds the room together, a soft, even tone, like a single note, pressed on a piano and left to ring. It does not rise or fall, it just stays. A gentle thread running through the silence. Around that hum, the rest of the bakery grows very still. Shelves stand without a rattle, the counters do not scrape. The air no longer stirs with quick footsteps. Far away, almost outside the edges of hearing, a clock keeps its own rhythm. A small tick, then space, then another. Each sound lands lightly, like a fingertip tapping once on a table, and then resting again. Between the hum and the ticking, there is a wide, soft space. It feels like a room made of near silence. The sounds that remain float in it, slow and unhurried, with plenty of room around each one. The fridges breathe in their own way, a faint vibration through metal and floor, a gentle shiver that never quite reaches the surface, but is always there underneath. The body feels this more than it hears it. A subtle, steady presence beneath the ribs, beneath the spine, as though the room itself has a quiet heartbeat, and it is beating slowly now. Every so often, the hum shifts by the smallest amount. A soft rise, a tiny drop, like a sigh that never quite becomes a breath. Then it settles back into its familiar tone. The clock does not hurry, its hands move in their own time, too small to see from here, but their progress is marked in sound. Each tick is a small, clear dot on a long, soft line. In the spaces between ticks, time feels almost paused, as though it is waiting to see whether it will move forward or simply hover here. There is no need to decide. The room listens to itself. The fridges hum. The clock ticks. Nothing else insists on being heard. Somewhere near the front, a faint echo of the street drifts in and then fades. A car passing far away, a door closing in another building. Each sound arrives thin and distant, then dissolves before it can disturb anything here. The bakery's own sounds stay close. They do not reach out. They do not pull. They simply exist like a soft background music that has forgotten its melody and kept only its warmth. The hum of the fridges feels almost like a held note in the chest. Steady, low, barely moving. The body settles around it, matching its calm. Breath begins to follow that same slow rhythm. In and out. Not measured, not managed. Just moving on its own. The way the hum moves on its own. The distant clock keeps counting, but its counting has lost its sharpness. Ticks blur into one another. They become less like numbers, more like gentle taps on the edge of sleep. The spaces between sounds grow wider. Silence stretches out, soft and deep, like long corridors of stillness. Each new sound is just a small footstep along those corridors, then quiet again. The bakery feels larger in this almost silence. Walls seem farther away, ceilings seem higher. The small, steady noises float in a wide, open space. The mind may still murmur. It hums in its own way, like another quiet machine in another room. Its sounds stay in the background, blending with the fridges, with the clock. Here the body does not need to follow those inner sounds. It follows the room instead. The low vibration under the floor, the gentle tapping of time far away. Every now and then, one of the fridges shifts a little more loudly, a soft click, a brief, deeper growl. Then it slides back into its usual tone, as though it had turned over in its sleep. Those small changes are comforting, proof that the room is alive, but resting, working, but only at the quietest level. The longer this goes on, the more the sounds seem to come from inside as much as outside. The hum is in the chest. The ticking is in the back of the mind. The near silence fills the space between muscles and bones. Edges begin to blur. The outline of the body feels less sharp. Where the air ends and skin begins is not so clear now. Everything is held in the same soft sound. The bakery's quiet heartbeat pulses through the floor, through the furniture, through the air. Slow, steady, untroubled. It has nothing to prove, nowhere to rush. What needed doing has paused. The machines that still run are not asking for help. They know their work and carry it out without a word. The night wraps itself around the building. Inside, the small sounds keep their gentle watch. Outside, whatever continues to move does so far away, behind thick walls and closed doors. Here, there is only the hum, the ticking, the long, generous stretches of quiet between them. Even the quiet has layers. A deep layer under the floor, where pipes and wires rest. A middle layer around the counters and racks, holding the day's faint echo. A thin, soft layer near the ceiling, where the last traces of warmth have cooled into stillness. Each breath moves through all those layers without disturbing them. In and out, barely a ripple. The bakery feels like a single, slow instrument, The fridges play their low note. The clock taps out. A gentle rhythm. The rest of the room holds the silence that makes those sounds feel even softer. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. They might rise, then fall away again, the way a sound does when it has no walls to bounce off. Nothing presses for attention. The heartbeat of the bakery keeps going, steady and calm. It does not mind whether anyone listens closely or not. It will hum through the night, either way, in this soft, humming quiet. The body loosens by itself. Shoulders settle into their own weight. Hands grow heavier where they rest. The jaw forgets its work and simply hangs, easy and slack. The fridges go on. The clock goes on. The room does not ask for anything in return. Sound grows thinner still. The hum feels further away, as though it has taken a few slow steps back. The ticking becomes a suggestion, more than a clear mark. What remains is a gentle, shared silence. The bakery, the machines, the air, the body, all resting in the same slow rhythm. One quiet heartbeat, moving through the dark, unhurried. All night long, the room holds its quiet. The last small sounds of the day have thinned out, stretched, and faded. Only the soft hums remain. Only the gentle stillness of things that have finished their work. Along the wall, the shelves wait. Long boards of wood, worn smooth by years of trays sliding in and out. They stand like calm, steady arms, held out and ready. Nothing hurried, nothing urgent. On those shelves, the loaves are resting. Round ones, long ones, small ones tucked close together. Their crusts have cooled from the heat of the ovens. Now they sit in a quiet row, shoulder to shoulder, doing nothing at all. Each loaf has its own small weight, its own shape, its own story of flour and water and time. Now all of those stories have come to the same simple place, stillness on the shelf. The racks nearby are like tall, gentle ladders of rest, metal bars holding trays that no longer clatter or slide. Every level offers a place to settle, a place to stop moving. Some of the trays are covered with soft cloths, light linen draped over dough that is not ready yet but not working either, just quietly changing under the fabric, slow and unseen. The cloth rises only a little with each breath of the dough beneath. The air around the shelves is cooler than it was in the middle of the day. It wraps around the loaves like a faint, invisible blanket, not warm, not cold, just steady. A single loaf near the front has a small crack along its top. The split has opened into a gentle curve, like a relaxed smile. It has finished its effort. Now it simply leans into the board beneath it. The wood of the shelves remembers the warmth that passed through it. The faint scent of crust and grain still clings to the grain of the boards. Every mark, every scratch is a quiet record of other nights just like this. Other loaves that have slept here. In this soft light, the rows of bread begin to feel less like separate things. Edges blur in the dimness. One shape leans into the next. The whole shelf becomes one long, breathing line of rest. On a higher rack, a tray of rolls sits close together, their sides gently touching. Where they meet, the crusts are softer, sheltered from the direct air. They cool more slowly there, hidden in the small spaces between, held by their neighbours. Covered trays make small, rounded hills along another shelf. The cloth dips and rises over what lies beneath. No need to see what is under there. It is enough to know that it is held, that it is covered, that time is doing its quiet work. The shelves themselves are like a calm horizon, long, level, unbroken. They ask for nothing, they simply carry. Farther back on a lower board, a few loaves have been set aside. Ones that baked a little darker, ones with a slight tilt or a curve that went its own way. They rest just the same as all the others. The tasks have stepped back. There is no more shaping to be done, no more scoring, no more turning of trays. Only this gentle arrangement of finished things, placed where they belong. The loaves do not hold themselves up. The shelves do that. The solid boards take every ounce of weight without effort, without thought. So the bread can simply be heavy and still and done. Imagine that each board is a long, quiet breath. Inhale, exhale. Nothing dramatic, just a steady line of support that does not change. Everything placed upon it settles into that steadiness. The spaces between the racks are their own kind of comfort. Narrow aisles of air where nothing moves, just the faint echo of the day, already fading, already distant. One by one, the details soften. The sharp corners of trays blur at the edges. The exact number of loaves no longer matters. Only the sense of fullness, of shelves well held, remains. The covered dough on the trays is neither here nor there. Not the rush of mixing, not the heat of baking, just this in between, this gentle waiting under cloth. The cloth itself is loose and forgiving. It does not press, it does not demand a shape. It simply drapes, following whatever rises beneath it. In this quiet, the whole wall of shelves begins to feel like a single, wide cradle. Level lines of wood and metal, stretching from one end of the room to the other. Everything that needs holding has a place upon it. Nothing is left searching for where to rest. The loaves do not worry about tomorrow's hands. They do not reach for the morning light. They simply lean into the boards and stay, trusting the shelf without needing to think about trust. The racks do not ask how long. They will carry this weight. Minutes, hours, the slow turn of the night. Time slides past them, like flour dust slipping off a tray. They remain steady and unchanged. The mind may still murmur, like a distant fridge, hum somewhere behind the racks. Present, but no longer at the centre of the room, no longer in charge of what rests and what does not. Somewhere near the middle shelf, two loaves touch just at the edges. A light, quiet contact, not holding each other up, just sharing the same board, the same night, the same pause. Together, but not tangled. There is a comfort in the way everything has been put away. Each tray slid fully onto its rails, each loaf far enough from the edge that it will not fall. Every curve of crust accounted for. Nothing to fix, nothing to improve. The shapes are exactly what they are, and the shelves receive them exactly as they come. In the dimness, the covered trays might look like sleeping animals, curled along a ledge, soft backs rising and falling with a breath too quiet to hear. They are not being watched. They are simply being allowed to be unfinished and still completely at rest. The longer the loaves sit, the more their warmth seeps into the boards. Heat dissolves into the air, into the wood, into the open spaces between the racks. What was once intense and focused is now spread out and gentle, barely there. The whole room becomes a kind of cupboard for the night. Shelves within shelves, layers of holding, layers of quiet. Somewhere, a single crumb loosens from a crust and falls. It lands without a sound on the tray below. Even this tiny piece is caught, not lost. Even this is given a place to stop moving. The shelves do not know which loaf is perfect and which is not. They make no difference between them. Each one is met with the same flat, patient surface, the same unbroken support. Here, in this small, closed world of boards and trays and resting bread, boundaries soften. The line between one loaf and the next, between crust and air, between shelf and wall, all of it blurs into one quiet arrangement of weight and stillness, one gentle structure holding many small sleeping shapes. Nothing presses forward, nothing pulls back. The night stretches along the shelves like another long, level board, strong enough to hold every unfinished thought, every soft, heavy limb, every breath that is ready to drift. The last switch rests in the down position. The glow that once clung to the walls has slipped away. The bakery stands in its own dim hush now, like a watcher who has finally closed tired eyes. The ovens are quiet. Their warmth lingers in the air, soft and low, like a slow breath that has settled. Counters that held flour and trays and busy hands now lie still. Surfaces that carried so much movement simply wait in the dark, no longer needing to hold anything. The door is locked, the key has turned. The outside world leans back. Inside, the building seems to exhale. Pipes, beams and shelves easing into their night posture, as though the whole place has loosened its shoulders. The baker has gone home. Footsteps faded down the street. Voices, decisions, lists, all carried away with those footsteps. What needed doing has paused. The tasks have stepped back and left this small, square space of quiet behind them. The chairs are tucked in, each one in its place, like eyes gently closed along the wall. No one asking for anything now. The glass of the display case reflects only shadow. Where rows of bread once stood like a small patient crowd, there is only the faint outline of shelves resting. Even the smudges from the day feel like they are sleeping. Air moves slowly here, a mild warmth held close to the floor, a cooler stillness higher up. The building wears this temperature like a blanket pulled to the chin. Somewhere in the ceiling, a faint tick answers the cooling metal. Not a demand, not a call, just the old bones of the place turning over once in their sleep. Flour dust that sparkled in the lights now lies in tiny drifts along the edges of things, too small to notice in the day, now part of the quiet weight of the room. The walls remember every sound from earlier, and then choose silence. They hold it, steady and kind, like a long, unbroken breath. The floor has taken the weight of every step. Now it simply holds its own weight and nothing more. In this stillness, even time moves differently. Not in minutes and tasks, but in long, slow stretches, like the way dough once rose in the dark. The building does not watch the clock. It rests in the space between closing and opening, that wide, gentle gap where nothing presses forward. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faint settling sounds in the walls. The mind, like the bakery, has finished its rounds for the night. The list waits outside this room. The door between here and there stays closed, as firmly as the bakery door with its turned key. In the dark, the shelves seem to lean back against the wall. The hooks that held aprons and bags hang light and empty. Even the hooks feel as though they are sleeping. Every object has stopped trying, stopped offering, holding, presenting, supporting. Each thing is simply itself, in the dark, at rest. The building has earned this quiet. Every early morning, every late night, all folded into this soft, wordless pause. The air holds the faintest trace of sweetness, almost remembered rather than smelled. A ghost of sugar and warmth that rocks the room gently towards sleep. Here, In this resting bakery, the role of watcher is finished. There is nothing to guard, nothing to count, nothing to straighten. The shelves are aligned. The door is closed. The night wraps around the bricks and windows. Inside, the darkness is not empty. It is full of ease. The bakery sleeps. The building itself has closed its eyes, and in its quiet company, the body understands. Muscles soften, like dough no longer being worked. The breath finds its own slow rhythm, like a room cooling in peace. The watcher rests. The place that needed watching now watches over you, without asking anything in return. All through the night, the bakery will keep this silence. Walls holding steady, floor holding steady, nothing moving unless it must. Just this small building, in its corner of the town, deeply asleep. The ovens dream in metal. The counters dream in wood and stone. The air dreams in warmth and faint sweetness. Until morning, the bakery belongs to the dark, to stillness, to rest that does not need a name. For now, the hearth finally sleeps, and everything that leaned toward its warmth is free to drift away into its own quiet night. The bakery is sleeping now. Behind its locked door, behind its cool, quiet glass. Ovens cooled, counters cleared, lights lowered to their softest glow. Inside, the last warmth has settled deep into the walls and floor. It does not rise anymore. It simply rests there, held in the stillness. The day that once filled this place has emptied out. All the mixing and shaping, all the trays and timers, all the hands reaching across the counter. Everything that needed doing was done. In its time, in its turn. Now, the routine has come all the way to its end, the same way it has ended on so many evenings. Gentle, predictable, complete. The bakery knows this part. The long, easy stretch of night. The quiet hours when nothing stirs the flour on the shelves. When the jars stand like small, patient sentries in the dim. Out on the street, the town has gone still around it. Shops resting shoulder to shoulder. Windows dark. Doors closed. With care. Inside that one small bakery, every surface has been trusted to the dark. Every pan, every bowl, every chair turned up and waiting. Nothing calls for attention. Nothing presses for more. The hearth of this place, that warm centre that worked all day, is quiet now. No flame, no glow, only the memory of heat, folded into the bricks like a long, slow breath that has finally gone all the way out. In that same way, the part of you that has been working through its own long day eases back, like a hand released from dough that has been kneaded enough, soft, unclenched. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is only background now, like the faint hum of a refrigerator in the dark kitchen, steady and far away. The body understands this hour. Weight sinking, edges softening, held the way the bakery is held by its walls, by its familiar shelves and steady floor. There's nothing more to arrange tonight. No lists to write. In flour on the counter. No trays to slide into waiting heat. The next morning's bread belongs to another time, to a future that is not here yet. Like bags of flour resting closed in the corner. Tomorrow's tusks stay sealed and untouched. Here, in this finished evening, rest has already arrived. It is not something to reach for. It has been quietly spreading through every room since the last light clicked off above the sinks. You are allowed to lie as still as those empty racks, as quiet as the cooling metal, as unhurried as the dough that will not be mixed until some distant dawn. Breath moves, the way night moves through the town, slow, even, barely noticed. In, out. The same simple rhythm that carries the bakery from one day to the next. The same gentle routine that closes the door, turns the key and leaves everything safe in the dark. Now the shop is part of the night, folded into it, indistinguishable from the other resting buildings along the street. You are folded into as if you had found a quiet corner table before closing and stayed there, untouched, while the chairs were lifted, the counters wiped, the lights dimmed. No one asks you to move. No one needs you to rise. The night is willing to carry you the way the walls carry the last trace of warmth. The mind may still murmur, the way pipes sometimes sigh once in the dark and then grow still again. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Time here is slow and round, like the shape of a loaf before it bakes, held but not pressed. The bakery's work is over. Your work is over too, at least for now. The door has closed on this day. What remains is this deep, unbroken pause, this long, gentle stretch where nothing is expected, where rest is not a task, but the natural way of things. Let the quiet of the shop be the quiet inside you. Let the cooled ovens be the cooled thoughts. Let the locked door be the soft edge of this night, keeping the world outside. Breath settles, muscles loosen, awareness drifts like flour dust, finally coming to rest on an untouched counter. The bakery will sleep until morning, finds it again, until light returns to the windows, until hands reach for switches and knobs and flour bags. That is far away, not here, not now. Now is only this. A small town at rest. A bakery at rest. A body at rest. Quiet rooms. Cool glass. Safe darkness. The ovens stay dark. The key stays turned. The little shop dreams its slow, warm dreams in the middle of the sleeping street.
This night doesn't quite feel like home, does it? It's as if you've arrived in a quiet countryside guest room in your own mind, where everything is soft and still, but just unfamiliar enough that you can't quite sink into it yet. You're here in a space that seems made for rest, and at the same time, you're aware of every tiny sound, every shift in the dark, as if your whole system is standing politely in the doorway instead of lying down. There's that subtle tension of being in a new room, the way you notice the creak in the floorboards that no one else would hear, the way your eyes trace the outline of furniture in the dim light, learning the shapes, checking the corners. Part of you is ready to be claimed by the bed, to be held by it, and another part is still on alert, hovering, not quite convinced it can fully relax here. Maybe your day ended a while ago, but your night hasn't settled. You might feel like a guest in your own rest, trying to figure out how to fit into it, how to soften into this quiet that feels different from your usual surroundings. Perhaps you've tried other ways of easing into sleep, and they never quite match this feeling, this odd mix of calm and distance, like you're almost comfortable, but not quite. The fact that you reached for this right now says a lot. You chose something gentle, something that doesn't demand anything loud or bright from you. You looked for a way to cross that small, strange threshold between being the guest who stands in the doorway and the guest who finally lets the bed take their weight. That choice matters, even if it doesn't feel big. You don't have to do this right. There is no correct way to listen, no special way to breathe, no perfect posture you have to find. You can drift in and out of the words. You can follow every image or let them blur into a soft background. If you stay awake for a while, that's fine. If you slip under halfway through a sentence, that's fine too. Think of this as an agreement between us. for this night. Your only job is to be here in whatever way you can be. The words will keep going whether your mind stays with them or wanders away. You don't need to hold on tightly. You don't need to prove anything to yourself. This space will keep unfolding around you, even if you're barely paying attention. So start with the simple fact that you are lying down. Feel the way your body is making contact with the bed beneath you. Notice where the mattress rises to meet you. Under the back of your head, the curve of your shoulders, the length of your spine, the weight of your hips, the backs of your legs. You don't have to change anything. Just notice the points where you are being held up. The air in the room has its own quiet personality tonight. Maybe it's a little cool against your cheeks, or warm and still around your hands. There might be a faint draft brushing the skin of your arms, or a gentle heaviness in the air that makes everything feel slower. Let yourself register that. The air is steady, it is not asking anything from you. Bring your attention to what is touching your skin. The fabric of your clothes, or the way the blanket rests over you. The texture might be smooth, or soft, or slightly textured, but it is constant. The pillow under your head has a certain shape, a certain give, the way it cradles the back of your skull and the sides of your face. You don't need to adjust it unless you want to. You can simply notice how it's already supporting you. Somewhere beneath all of this, your breath is moving on its own, in and out, in and out. You don't have to deepen it or slow it down. Just feel the gentle rise of your chest or your belly as the air comes in and the soft fall as it goes out again. It might be quiet, almost hidden, but it's there, like a small, reliable rhythm in the background. Now, imagine that this bed you're lying in is that countryside guest room bed. Not a perfect, polished picture, but a simple, lived in room that belongs to someone kind. The mattress has a little weight to it, like it has held many nights before yours. The sheets are clean and faintly cool, with maybe the slightest hint of cotton and something fresh, like air that has passed through an open window earlier in the day. Around you, the room is unfamiliar, but not unfriendly. There might be a small wooden table near the bed, with a lamp whose light is already switched off, leaving only a gentle afterglow in your memory of it. Perhaps there's a chair in the corner, the kind someone might drape a sweater over. The shapes are simple, nothing sharp, nothing demanding your attention, only existing quietly nearby. The walls are holding their shape around you. They're not closing in, and they're not drifting away. Just steady, four calm surfaces that mark the edges of this little world for the night. The door is closed, or nearly closed, sitting in its frame with a soft, certain presence. It doesn't need to be checked again and again. It's simply there, doing its job, so you don't have to do anything about it. Outside this room, the countryside is unhurried. There might be a distant rustle of leaves or the faint suggestion of wind moving through trees. Maybe there's a soft, far-off sound, a car on a distant road, an animal calling once and then going quiet again. None of it is close enough to require you. It's all happening out there while you are in here. Inside, the sounds are smaller, the quiet hum of the house settling, a floorboard that gives a tiny sigh when the temperature shifts, the gentle whisper of fabric when you move a hand or turn your head. These are the kinds of sounds that feel louder in a new room when you're not used to them yet. Tonight, they can be small markers that this space is real and solid and holding you. Your shoulders might still be holding something. A little lift, a little tightness, as if they're not sure they can fully rest on the bed. You don't have to force them to relax. Just notice the difference between the places that feel heavy against the mattress and the places that feel like they're hovering slightly above it. Simply knowing the difference is enough for now. Here, in this quiet guest room of your night, you don't need to be the host. You don't have to manage the space or make it perfect or control what happens next. The room is already arranged, the bed is already made, the night is already moving at its own slow pace. You are the one being taken in, not the one doing the taking care. If your thoughts wander back to the day or to tomorrow, that's all right. They might step in and out of this room. like someone passing by in the hallway, visible for a moment and then gone. You don't have to chase them or push them away. You can let them move in the background while you keep returning to the simple, physical truth of where you are, lying here in a bed that is learning your shape. Little by little, this unfamiliar space can start to feel less like somewhere else and more like where you are right now. The creaks become ordinary. The shadows turn into familiar outlines. The edges of the room stop needing to be checked and simply exist as part of the quiet. You don't have to rush that change. It can happen slowly in its own time as you rest here. For now, this is enough. Your body against the mattress, the weight of the blankets, the steady, unremarkable movement of your breath, a room around you that doesn't need anything, and a night that can hold you while you softly cross the threshold from being a guest in this space to being someone who can finally, gently settle in. The room holds its quiet around you like a house that has already settled for the night. Walls, floor, ceiling, all of it resting in its own stillness, a soft structure of shelter wrapped gently around your body. The air touches your skin with an easy, even temperature, not too warm, not too cool, just a steady comfort that asks nothing of you, the way a familiar room meets you without surprise. It is the feeling of having arrived somewhere that has been waiting, already prepared. The bed beneath you has its own calm weight. The mattress receives your body, learning the shape of your shoulders, your back, your hips. Fabric stretches and then eases, quietly adjusting until it fits the way you are lying right now. The more your body settles, the more the bed seems to answer, holding you in place with a gentle, patient firmness. Notice the points where your body meets this soft surface. The back of the head, cradled by the pillow, the curve of the neck, supported instead of strained. Shoulder blades resting, no longer needing to hold you upright. There is a quiet conversation happening there between weight and support, between tired muscles and the still, steady bed. The pillow has its own kind of softness. Not the softness of clouds or mist, but the homely softness of well-fluffed fabric and filling shaped by many nights of sleep. As your head sinks in, the material shifts just enough, cupping the skull, catching the heaviness that the day left behind. The back of your neck lengthens just a little as the pillow takes over the work of holding. Across your back, the mattress spreads out like a wide, dependable hand. Every vertebra is quietly acknowledged. The gentle dip at your waist, the broader weight of your hips, the long stretch of your legs. All of it finds a place to rest. The bed does not ask you to be straight or proper. It simply meets you where you already are. Feel the weight of your heels pressing down into the covers. There is a tiny, specific pressure there, as if each heel has found its own shallow nest in the fabric. The cloth gives just a little, then holds, creating two small, private hollows that belong only to your feet in this moment. Even that small detail tells your body that it is all right to be heavy now. The blanket over you lies with a gentle, even weight. It is not just fabric, it is a soft layer of reassurance, spread from shoulders to toes. Where it touches your chest, there is a faint, steady pressure that moves almost imperceptibly with each breath. As air moves in and out, the blanket rises and falls in a slow, quiet rhythm, like a house breathing with you. Along your arms, the cover rests lightly. At the elbows, at the forearms, at the backs of your hands, the cloth makes small, continuous contact. No gaps, no drafts, just an unbroken layer of warmth that tells your skin it is fully enclosed. The body understands this simple message. Everything is covered, everything is held. Around your legs, the blanket drapes with a little more weight. Knees, shins, ankles, all wrapped in that same soft pressure. There is a sense of being gently pinned in place, not trapped, but anchored. Like a familiar quilt pulled up in a quiet room, it keeps the cool of the night at a distance, while your own warmth gathers underneath. The room itself adds another soft layer. The still air rests against your cheeks and forehead, smooth and unmoving. No gusts, no drafts, just a mild, consistent touch that makes the edges of your body feel clear and calm. Your skin knows where the room ends and where you begin, and that clear boundary feels quietly comforting. Somewhere to one side, the fabric of the curtain hangs unmoving. Its presence is silent, but it changes the air, thickening it slightly, dimming any hint of outside. Behind it, the window holds the night at bay, turning the countryside into a distant, muffled idea instead of a demand on your senses. Inside the room is its own small world, complete and contained. The floor beneath the bed is solid and sure. You might imagine the boards or the smooth surface under there cool and unmoving, holding up everything above it. The bed rests on that firmness, and you rest on the bed, a quiet stack of support that reaches all the way down to the earth. There is a simple, physical certainty in that. Nothing is shifting, nothing is about to move. Listen for the sounds that belong to this guest room at night. Perhaps there is a faint, steady hum from somewhere in the building, low and distant, like a gentle reminder that the house is still alive but resting. Maybe a single soft creak now and then, as the old wood eases into the cooler air. Each sound is small, familiar, and quickly fades back into the background. Outside the closed door, the inn moves in slow motion. Footsteps, if there are any, pass quietly, and then are gone. A latch clicks far away, a voice murmurs, and then dissolves into the thickness of the walls. The room you are in keeps those sounds at a distance, turning them into a soft backdrop that asks nothing of your attention. Closer to you, there is the sound of your own breath, air moving through the nose or the mouth, a faint whisper of sound at the back of the throat. On the inhale, the chest expands gently against the inside of the blanket. On the exhale, everything yields a little. The fabric, the ribs, the muscles, all softening together in one slow, quiet motion. The mattress receives each exhale too. As the breath leaves, the body grows just a fraction heavier, and the bed answers by holding a little more of you. This happens again and again, without effort, like a slow conversation between gravity and rest. With each cycle, the body trusts the support beneath it a little more. Hands and fingers begin to feel very still. Where they rest, against the blanket or the sheet, the fabric is smooth and cool at first, then gradually warms under the quiet heat of your skin. The fingers no longer need to curl or grasp. They simply lie there, each one with its own tiny area of contact, its own patch of softness. The small muscles that usually stay ready to move start to loosen, as though the room itself is gently uncurling them. The muscles of the face follow. The space between the eyebrows smooths. The tiny, often forgotten muscles around the eyes soften into the pillow. The jaw rests a little easier, teeth no longer pressed together, tongue lying loose and easy in the quiet of the mouth. All of this happens in the privacy of this simple room, where even the walls seem to approve of stillness. Around your torso, clothing or sleepwear lies lightly against the skin. The seams, the edges, the soft stretch of fabric across the shoulders and ribs all become familiar and unremarkable. Nothing scratches, nothing pulls. The claw has found its place and stays there. Your body does not need to adjust for comfort. Comfort is already here, arranged around you like another gentle layer. The guest room has its own faint scent, close to the bed. Clean fabric, a hint of wood warmed by the day, maybe the softest trace of soap from freshly washed sheets. These scents are quiet, low to the ground, like the smell of a room that has been opened, aired, and then closed again just for the night. Breathing them in feels easy and uncomplicated, a simple, homely pleasure. The light in the room has grown softer now. Maybe only a small lamp glows, its shade turning the light into a warm, muted pool. Edges blur, corners fade into comfortable shadow. The world shrinks to the space around the bed, to the surfaces that touch your skin, to the gentle weight that holds you. The tasks have stepped back. There is no schedule inside these four walls, no clock that matters, no appointment that needs remembering. Time here is measured only in breaths, in the slow deepening of comfort, as the body grows heavier and the bed continues to receive that weight. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now. The main story belongs to the body, to the way the muscles loosen and the joints rest. Thoughts may pass like soft shadows across the quiet of the room, but the real attention stays with the feeling of being held. Held by mattress, by pillow, by blanket, by air. In this countryside guest room, the first soft layer of rest is already around you. It is in the fabric under your palms, in the weight over your legs, in the gentle pressure at the back of your head. It is in the closed door, the steady walls, the muted sounds that drift and disappear. All of it working together to say, in the simplest, most physical way, that for this night, in this bed, in this quiet room, your body has truly arrived. And as it lies here, supported from every side, the whole space seems to lean in close, keeping watch while you sink deeper into this soft, domestic stillness. The room receives you quietly, like a curtain drawn gently across the end of the day. Soft walls rise around you, close enough to feel companionable, far enough to give you space. Their color is muted by evening light, turned to calm shades that do not ask for attention. They simply stand, steady and unmoving, holding the quiet in place. The door rests shut behind you now. Its surface feels solid, the latch settled, the faintest outline of its frame sealing the room. The world on the other side grows dimmer, as though wrapped in layers of fabric and distance. Here, the sounds are softened, like voices heard from behind a heavy curtain. Light in this room does not glare. It pools gently from a shaded lamp, warm and low, gathering in a soft circle and then fading into corners. The lampshade itself is like a little piece of evening cloth, filtering brightness into something kind. Shadows lie along the walls in long, quiet folds, relaxed and untroubled. The air carries a mild warmth, touched with a hint of coolness near the window. It brushes your skin in a slow, even way, neither heavy nor thin. There is a faint trace of wood and clean fabric in it, perhaps a whisper of old paper from a book on a nearby table. Breathing here feels easy, like standing behind thick curtains while the night moves gently outside. Your eyes may wander first to the bed. Covers are smoothed in broad, simple lines, like a calm sheet hung to dry without a single crease of worry. The blanket falls over the sides in soft, rounded edges, its weight suggested by the way it drapes. Pillows wait at the head, plump and quiet, like small clouds resting against the quiet wall. As you move closer, the floor answers in low, familiar sounds. A slight creak here, a muted sigh there, the old boards adjusting under your steps. Each sound is cushioned by the room's softness, wrapped in its own small echo, and then gone. The walls keep these sounds close, holding them gently until they fade. The curtains by the window are drawn most of the way. Their fabric is thick enough to dim the world, thin enough to let a suggestion of night through. Where they meet in the middle, a narrow line of deeper darkness marks the edge of the outside. Around that line, the cloth hangs in slow, vertical waves, like a quiet waterfall made of dusk. Near the window, the air feels just a touch cooler. It brushes the back of your hand, the side of your face, the line of your neck. Not a draft, only the sense of night leaning lightly against the glass. The curtain stands between, a soft wall of woven threads, filtering the coolness into something gentle. When you reach out and touch the curtain, the fabric yields under your fingers. There is a slight weight to it, a thickness that responds slowly when it moves. The weave is fine but present, a tiny pattern pressing against your skin in a steady, even texture. It swings only a little, then settles again, returning to its quiet hanging. Behind that curtain, the countryside rests. Fields and hedges and sky have slipped into darkness, but in here their memory lingers only as a hush. The walls and the curtain together form a soft boundary between that wide space and this small, sheltered one. They hold the night at a kind distance, close enough to feel, far enough to rest. Your hand might find the wall now, the paint cool and smooth beneath your palm. There is a comfort in its firmness, in the way it does not give or shift. The wall simply stands, bearing the weight of roof and beams, bearing the weight of time. It asks nothing from you, only offers its quiet support. The room has its own gentle arrangement. A chair sits near the bed, its back resting against the wall, as if it too has settled in. A small table holds a lamp, perhaps a glass of water, maybe a folded cloth or a book. Everything is close at hand, yet nothing crowds you. There is space between each thing, like pauses in a soft conversation. When you sit on the edge of the bed, the mattress receives you with slow, patient give. The frame answers with a faint sound, then grows still again. Fabric brushes against the backs of your legs, the cover cool at first, then warming where your skin meets it. The quiet walls seem to lean in just a little, not to press, only to share their stillness. The weight of your body begins to find its place. Hips settle, thighs rest, feet ease against the floor. The pressure through your soles, or through your heels if they lift slightly, feels clear and simple. This is how the room meets you. Fabric beneath, wood under that, the slow, steady support of this old building holding everything up. As you lower yourself fully onto the bed, the ceiling becomes another calm surface above you. It stretches from wall to wall, a pale, quiet plane that gathers the low light and softens it. There is comfort in its plainness, in the way it simply exists, without ornament or demand. It completes the sense of being gently enclosed, like resting inside a folded, protective cloth. The covers come up over you with a faint rustle. They slide along your clothing, along your skin, then settle into stillness. Their weight is modest but certain, a steady presence that lies across shoulders, chest, hips, legs. Where the blanket meets your body, warmth begins to collect, like a small, private climate forming beneath soft layers. Around you, the walls hold their quiet. They muffle any distant sound into a low, almost musical blur. Perhaps there is a hint of someone's step far away in the inn, or the muted close of a door, but here it reaches you as nothing more than a gentle, far-off thrum. The room keeps these sounds soft, as though lining them with fabric before they arrive. Your head finds the pillow, and it rises to meet the curve of your neck. There is a slight give as it shapes itself around you, then a steady, supportive push back. The fabric against your cheek is smooth, with the faintest scent of clean cotton and air. With each breath, the pillow seems to cradle you more, as though learning the outline of your rest. The curtains continue their silent work at the window. No glare, no sharp light cuts into the room. Only a dim suggestion of the outside lingers at their edges, a darker shade where fabric meets wall. They hang there, unwavering, like guardians made of cloth and thread. In this softened light, the colors of the room are quiet. Wood is deeper and warmer, fabric is muted. Even metal glints, only in small, gentle ways. Nothing here is bright enough to pull at your eyes. Vision itself begins to relax, lids feeling heavier, gaze less focused, as though the room invites you to see less and feel more. The weight of your limbs grows more distinct. Arms rest along your sides or across your middle, their heaviness sinking into the mattress. Hands relax, fingers uncurling, each knuckle easing without effort. Legs lengthen out, the backs of your calves and your heels pressing down, leaving a clear impression in the layers beneath. The bed holds every bit of that weight without question. Wherever your body touches, the surface responds, shaping itself around shoulders, spine, hips. There is no part of you left unsupported. Even the small curve at the base of your back finds its own gentle cradle. The fabric between you and the mattress is like a thin curtain itself, a soft barrier that still allows the full sense of being held. The room's quiet begins to match the rhythm of your breathing. Each inhale feels like a small drawing in of the room's calm. Each exhale seems to spread that calm more evenly through your chest, your ribs, your belly. The walls do not move, yet there is a sense that they are breathing with you, expanding and settling in their own slow, invisible way. What needed doing has paused. The list waits outside this room, beyond the door, beyond the quiet walls and the drawn curtains. Inside, the only tasks belong to the body, to rest, to soften, to sink. Time itself feels padded here, as though the minutes have been wrapped in thick cloth. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet, given enough softness and enough time. Thoughts, if they pass through, feel more distant in this room, like faint shapes moving behind a sheer curtain. They are there, but the fabric of rest between you and them is kind and thick. The night presses gently at the window, but it does not intrude. The glass and the curtain together make a double wall, a layered boundary between open darkness and this small pool of light. Even the idea of wind or weather stays outside, translated into nothing more than the slightest change in temperature near the edge of the room. Inside, the air remains steady, like a held breath that never strains. There is a particular stillness in the corners, where walls meet each other and meet the floor. Those quiet angles collect shadow and calm, like pockets where the day's noise has been carefully folded away. They are simply there, unremarkable and yet deeply reassuring. The room feels whole because those corners hold their shape. Across from the bed, perhaps a simple wardrobe or dresser stands with its back against the wall. Its doors are closed, its drawers at rest, as if all the small objects of the day have been tucked behind wooden panels. Even these pieces of furniture seem to share the room's mood, their outlines softened by the low light. They add to the sense of being surrounded by calm, solid things that ask nothing of you. The ceiling above, the walls around, the floor beneath, the curtain at the window, the bed holding your body, together they form a gentle square of quiet. Within this square, breath moves, warmth gathers, muscles unwind. Outside, the countryside night continues its own slow turning. But here, in this enclosed space, everything has slowed to the pace of resting limbs. The room feels like a soft, steady shell around your own slowing heartbeat. Somewhere near your hand, the fabric of the cover offers its texture again, running a fingertip along it, even lazily in your imagination, reveals the tiny pattern of its weave, the faint ridges and valleys of thread. It is an ordinary cloth, yet in this moment it becomes an entire landscape of softness, stretching from your shoulders to your feet. Under that landscape, your body is warm, settled, and quietly heavy. The walls hold all of this, saying nothing, needing nothing. They have seen many nights, many arrivals, many bodies easing into sleep. Tonight, they simply stand around you, patient and still, while your own weight sinks a little deeper into the mattress. The curtain hangs, the lamp glows softly, the air rests on your skin, and the room, this small indoor sanctuary, keeps watch in its quiet way as the night deepens. The room holds its quiet as your attention drifts toward the bed. The quilt waits there, heavy and still, its surface smooth, its folds soft and deep. It looks like something that remembers every guest who has ever rested beneath it, as though it has learned the shape of tired bodies and the rhythm of slowing breath. The air around the bed feels slightly warmer, as if the quilt itself has gathered the day's gentle heat and kept it. When you move closer, there is a sense of arriving at the center of this small world. The mattress, the pillows, the quilt. Together, they form a soft hollow, a place meant for weight, for warmth, for quiet. As you lower yourself onto the bed, the mattress gives in a slow, steady way. The fabric beneath you stretches, then settles, matching the outline of your body. The faint creak of the frame is calm and unhurried, like a quiet sigh of recognition. The quilt lies beside you for a moment, still and patient. Its weight is gathered, folded, waiting to unfold. The fabric has that gentle, worn softness that only comes from many nights, many sleepers, many hours of rest pressed into its threads. When the quilt is drawn over you, the first touch is cool and smooth. Then, as it spreads across your body, warmth begins to gather under it. It is not just the warmth of the room, but your own warmth, held and reflected back to you. The weight of the quilt settles over your legs, your hips, your chest. It is a kind weight, firm but not pressing, like many small hands resting lightly, reminding each part of you that it is time to be still. The edges fall along your sides, closing out the stray currents of air, making a soft, padded boundary around you. Notice how your breath meets this weight. Inhale, and the quilt lifts a tiny bit over your ribs. Exhale, and it sinks back down, following the gentle rise and fall. It is as if the quilt is breathing with you, sharing the rhythm, remembering the pace your body prefers when it is ready for sleep. The room outside the quilt feels farther away now. The lamps glow, the quiet furniture, the hush beyond the door. All of it is still there, but slightly blurred by this layer of warmth and softness. Inside the quilt's embrace, the world is smaller, closer, more intimate. The quilt remembers how to hold shoulders that have carried too much. Feel how it rests across the tops of your arms, how it drapes over your collarbones. Its weight gives your shoulders a reason to drop, to sink more deeply into the mattress. The muscles across your upper back respond, loosening, as though the quilt has reminded them of an old familiar way of resting. Each breath moves under this cover like a slow tide of warmth. Air enters, cool and easy. Air leaves, and a soft heaviness spreads outward from your chest, into your arms, down into your hands. The quilt notices every small movement and answers by settling more completely, more securely around you. Around your hips and lower back, the quilt lies a little heavier. That extra weight steadies you like a gentle hand at the center of your body. The muscles deep in your belly, often holding more than you realize, begin to soften. The curve of your lower spine eases into the mattress, supported from below, comforted from above. Down at your legs, the fabric molds to every contour. Your thighs feel the broad, even pressure. Your knees rest under a soft arch of warmth. Your calves and shins are wrapped in a quiet tunnel of cloth and air, where no draft reaches, where warmth pools and stays. Notice the particular way your feet feel under the quilt. The weight is lighter there, just enough to keep them from floating, just enough to give them a sense of belonging. The blanket cups them, toe to heel, like a memory of being tucked in with care. Even the small bones in your toes seem to understand that they are covered, that they are finished with their work for the day. Above, around your chest and shoulders, the quilt forms a gentle ridge where it meets your neck. That edge is like a soft wall, keeping the cool air for your face while guarding the warmth of your body. Your throat rests in that borderland between cool and warm, each breath passing through it in a calm, unhurried line. Inside this cocoon of fabric and weight, the body begins to speak in slower language. The heartbeat steadies, no longer needing to rush. The lungs find a deeper pattern, each inhale gliding in, each exhale flowing out, as though the quilt has taught them a quieter song. The tasks have stepped back. The list that once pressed against the edges of your awareness is no longer here. All that remains is this simple exchange of air, this steady warmth, this remembered way of being held. The quilt carries traces of every night it has known, nights of deep, dreamless sleep, nights of turning and settling and turning again until stillness came. All of that experience is woven into it, so that now, as it rests over you, it knows exactly how to meet your body's weight, exactly how to match your breath. Imagine how the quilt feels from the inside, against your clothing, against your skin. There is a slight drag when you shift, a soft resistance that slows any movement, encouraging it to stop sooner, to become smaller, until even the urge to move grows quiet. The fabric does not cling, it simply rests, a calm, steady presence over every curve. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint voice in another room. Closer than that, more important than that, is the sensation of being wrapped, the feeling of warmth collecting under the quilt, the way your own exhale seems to spread that warmth through your chest, into your arms, down into your fingers. Notice the weight of your hands beneath the quilt, wherever they have come to rest. Their small gravity presses into the mattress, and the quilt presses gently back. Between palm and fabric, there is a pocket of air, warmed by your skin, perfectly still. That stillness spreads up through your wrists, into your forearms, easing any last traces of effort. Your face remains uncovered, open to the cooler air of the room. The contrast between the coolness at your cheeks and the deep warmth under the quilt makes the boundary of your body feel clear and simple. Here is where warmth lives. Here is where the night air touches. Both are quiet, both are kind. The quilt remembers how to hold a body that is almost asleep. It senses the longer pauses between your breaths, the way your chest rises a little less, falls a little more. It answers by settling just a fraction deeper, a fraction closer, as though adjusting itself to match this new, slower rhythm. Somewhere under the quilt, muscles in your legs release in a wave. First the thighs, then the knees, then the calves, until even your ankles feel loose, heavy, supported. The weight of the quilt makes that heaviness feel natural, expected, welcomed. Across your torso, each exhale feels like a gentle sinking. As air leaves, your ribs drift down, and the quilt follows, a soft, steady companion. As air enters, it rises with you, never resisting, always matching, like two slow dancers moving in perfect time. Nothing is required of you here. The night asks nothing. The quilt does the holding, the bed does the supporting, the breath does the moving. Inside this nest of warmth and weight, your awareness has room to become very small, like a single point in the center of your chest. Around that point, everything else is softness and darkness and quiet. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space, while the quilt stays close, certain, familiar. The longer you lie here, the more the quilt seems to know you. It learns the exact curve of your side, the angle of your shoulders, the way your legs rest. In return, your body learns the language of its weight, its warmth, its stillness. Together, they create a memory of rest that will linger, even as the night carries you deeper into sleep. The room holds its quiet, and the night outside has deepened into something wide and gentle. Beyond the window, the countryside stretches out in every direction, a calm, open distance. It is as though this guest room is a small, warm center, and around it, the land and sky form soft, expanding rings of night. Breath moves in and out, slow and steady, like a quiet road that leads outward from this bed into the dark fields. Inhale, a small step along that road. Exhale, a longer, easier step back toward the center. Behind closed eyes, a picture forms without effort. The house sits in the middle of the countryside, like a single light in a vast dark meadow. Around it, the first ring of night is close and familiar, the walls, the roof, the nearby trees standing in stillness. Inside this first ring, the body feels the most. The weight of your back where it meets the mattress, the gentle pressure of sheets over legs and hips, the slow rise and fall of the chest, as steady as a lantern, gently swinging in a quiet breeze. Notice the shape of your body in this ring closest to you. The way the head is cradled by the pillow, the softness under the curve of the neck, the heaviness of shoulders, perhaps sinking a little deeper with each breath. This is the innermost circle of night, the one that holds you directly. Now imagine the next ring just a little farther out. Still close, still part of this quiet house. The walls, the hallway, the gentle hush of other rooms resting. The air in this ring feels like the air right above your skin, still, kind, almost listening. As you breathe in, picture that second ring gathering a little more calm. As you breathe out, it settles, like dust in a beam of starlight slowly drifting down. Muscles along the spine respond to that settling, easing without needing direction. The back lengthens, the small muscles between the ribs loosen, as though the body is widening into the space that holds it. Beyond the house, the countryside begins. Fields, hedges, slow curves of road. They form another broader circle around you, stretching into the dark. This ring is quiet in a different way, not just still, but spacious. Let the breath match that spaciousness. Inhale and imagine the air traveling out across a field under the stars. Exhale and feel the field breathe back toward you, a soft returning. With that returning, the thighs and hips sink more fully into the mattress, their weight accepted without question. Notice the contact points where the body meets the bed, like small, steady lights in this inner ring, heels resting, each with its own gentle gravity, calves supported, not needing to hold themselves up. The broad weight of the pelvis, like a stone placed carefully on soft earth, perfectly supported from below. Farther out, another ring of countryside night widens. Perhaps it holds distant farmhouses, a narrow lane, a stand of trees along the edge of a field. All of it dim, unhurried, wrapped in the same blanket of sky. This ring belongs to sounds that are so faint they barely reach you. A far-off animal call, a car passing once in a while, then gone. Inside, the body mirrors that distance. Small movements in the hands, in the fingers, begin to quiet. The wrists rest in whatever position they have found, no longer adjusting, no longer searching. Forearms and elbows grow heavy, as if they have traveled a long way and now have arrived exactly where they were meant to stop. Above all these rings, the sky arches like the widest circle of all, a dark, gentle dome scattered with stars that do not rush, do not strain. Behind closed eyes, that sky becomes the space inside the head, broad, open, with thoughts like faint constellations losing their sharpness. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Each breath is like watching a star dim a little, its bright point softening into a glow, then into a memory of light. Bring attention to the face, resting within the smallest, most protected ring. Notice the weight of the cheeks, the slackening of the jaw, lips resting lightly together or slightly parted. The tongue easing away from the roof of the mouth, lying heavy and calm. Around the eyes, tiny muscles loosen, as if shutters on a farmhouse window have finally been drawn closed for the night. The forehead smooths, the space between the brows widening. Behind those closed lids, the vastness of the countryside sky stretches quietly, without effort, without demand. Somewhere out in the dark, the hedgerows stand like soft lines drawn around the fields, marking gentle boundaries. In the body, the edges of each limb feel less sharp now, as if your own outline is softening in the same way. Arms, legs, torso, all part of one simple shape, resting in the center of this night. Notice how breath moves through this shape, like a slow breeze crossing an open plain. Inhale and the chest rises, ribs widening just a little. Exhale and everything settles back, like grass bending and then standing almost still again. With each cycle, the circles of night around you feel more stable, more settled, more complete. The tasks have stepped back. Out beyond the last ring of fields, beyond the farthest lane, those concerns belong to another time. Here, in this guest room at the center of the countryside night, there is only this gentle expansion and return of breath. Feel the lower legs now, quiet and supported. Shins resting, ankles loose, feet perhaps turned slightly outward in their natural way. Toes no longer curled or gripping, but soft, as if they too are listening to the distant stillness outside. Higher up, the chest and upper back lie like a small hill in the landscape of the bed. With every inhale, that hill lifts almost imperceptibly. With every exhale, it sinks back, a little more settled, a little more at home in its place. Above, the neck is a quiet path between body and head. No traffic moving along it now. The muscles along the sides of the throat relax. The back of the neck lengthens. The head feels heavier on the pillow, like a stone that has finally stopped rolling and come to rest in a soft patch of grass. All around, the countryside night continues in its wide circles, closest in, the room, the bed, the gentle dark. A little farther, the house and garden resting under the same sky. Farther still, fields and lanes and distant roofs, all part of the same deep quiet. With each breath, awareness may drift outward through those rings, then return to the center, out across the quiet land with the inhale, back into the warmth of the bed with the exhale. The rhythm is unhurried, like a slow walk taken in imagination only, leaving the body perfectly still. There is nothing to manage in this distance, nothing to solve in these soft, dark fields. The countryside simply holds its shape through the night. In the same way, the body holds its shape on the mattress, without effort, without needing to be arranged. If the eyes wish to open for a moment, they might catch the faint suggestion of the window, the hint of sky beyond. Then lids lower again, and the inner picture of rings and sky returns, even softer now. The room, the house, the fields, the stars, all layered around you like quiet circles of protection. In this center, the smallest ring of all is just the feeling of breath at the tip of the nose. Cooler air coming in, slightly warmer air going out. A tiny, steady rhythm like the faintest country road leading into the dark and back again. The longer the breath moves in this way, the more the muscles trust the bed beneath them. Hands grow heavier, feet grow heavier, even the eyelids feel as though they have weight, gently drawn downward by the pull of sleep. Around the house, the countryside night continues its slow, silent turning. Above it, the sky holds its stars. At the center of it all, in this quiet guest room, the body rests within its own rings of calm, skin, muscle, bone, breath, and the wide, peaceful space behind closed eyes. The bed holds your weight, and the room grows even quieter around you. Breath moves in and out, slow and steady, like a gentle watcher that has finally taken a seat. Somewhere inside, there is a part of you that has been standing guard all day, noticing, checking, listening for every small thing. Here, in the still guest room, that inner watcher begins to rest its eyes. Feel the way your ribs widen as air comes in. Not a big effort, just a soft opening. Then notice how they ease back as the air leaves, as if a careful observer is stepping one pace farther from the doorway with every exhale. The mattress meets every curve of you, so there is no need to hold yourself up. The watcher inside notices this too. It has less to do. Shoulders that once stood like sentries start to lower, the way a guard's shoulders drop when the night proves quiet and uneventful. Behind your closed eyes, there is a dark, gentle space. The watcher has been looking out through those eyes all day, scanning, measuring, comparing. Now the lids are drawn like curtains, and that inner presence no longer has to look outward. It just listens. It listens first to the breath, the slow draw in, the unhurried release out, like a careful listener realizing that the only sound in the room is this steady, peaceful rhythm. As air comes in, the chest rises a little. As air goes out, the chest falls. Up and down in a soft, repeating pattern. The watcher learns this pattern, recognizes that nothing changes suddenly, nothing startles. Each inhale arrives like a quiet visitor announced well in advance. Each exhale leaves like a guest who knows the way to the door. There is no surprise in it, only familiarity. The watcher hears the rhythm and understands. This is what calm sounds like from the inside. Notice the weight of your hands, wherever they have come to rest. Their heaviness is a sign that they are off duty now. No keys to hold, no handles to turn, no screens to touch. The watcher sees this stillness in your hands and steps back another small pace. Around your throat, tiny muscles that once held words and swallowed thoughts begin to soften. The breath passes through quietly without needing to push. The watcher listens there too and finds only smooth passage, nothing snagged, nothing caught. The air in the room is steady and mild against your skin, no draft to react to, no sudden chill or heat. The watcher that lives in your skin, always ready to flinch or brace, starts to understand that there is nothing here it needs to brace against. Inside your chest, the heart continues its work, not loudly, not urgently, just a patient, repeating beat. The watcher has followed that beat all day, ready to surge when needed. Now it notices how even the beat has become, how each pulse arrives like a soft knock answered by silence. With each breath out, the watcher rests a little more of its weight into the bed with you. It leans away from the doorway of your senses and settles into a chair somewhere deep in the middle of you, still present, just no longer on high alert.
I
Feel the way the back of your head rests in the pillow. The skull, that careful lookout point, is fully supported. There is nowhere for it to tilt that is not held. The watcher senses this cradle beneath it and slowly stops leaning forward, stops peering ahead. Across your face, tiny muscles around the eyes, the brow, the jaw have been busy reading every expression, every moment. Now they smooth out one by one. The watcher realizes there is nothing left to interpret tonight. No expression to decode, only the quiet weight of your own features relaxing into place. The breath continues. In, the ribs float apart a little. Out, they ease closer again. A soft, regular tide of movement under the skin. The watcher listens long enough to see that this rhythm keeps going all by itself, without any help. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, a low murmur behind the steady sound of breathing. The watcher no longer rushes to answer every thought. It notices them and then turns its attention back to the slow rise and fall of the chest. Down in your belly, the breath may be reaching a bit deeper now. The abdomen swells gently with the inhale, then softens back with the exhale. This movement is slower, broader, like a curtain billowing, and then settling again in a room with no wind. The watcher feels this deeper motion and understands that the body is not preparing to move. It is preparing to stay. Your legs lie heavy along the mattress, their work for the day finished. The watcher that once lived in your knees and ankles, ready to step, turn, climb, now finds only stillness there. The muscles are quiet, the joints are quiet, and it notes this, checks it once, and then stops checking. Every so often, a tiny adjustment may happen, a small shift of a shoulder, a slow turn of the head, the faint slide of fabric under a heel. The watcher notices these too, but in a different way now. Not as problems to solve, just as signs that the body is settling itself more deeply, like a person finding the most comfortable position in a familiar chair. In this guest room, the walls hold their silence, and the door stays closed. The watcher, who once listened for every distant sound, hears mostly the soft hush of the room and the rhythm of your breathing. The list waits outside this room. Inside, there is only this ongoing gentle exchange of air. Notice how each exhale feels slightly heavier than the inhale, as though with every breath out, something is being set down. The watcher has carried so much today. Now, with each release of air, it places another small bundle of concern on the floor beside the bed and steps farther back. There may be a moment when the breath pauses very briefly at the top of an inhale, a tiny still point. Then the exhale begins, and everything softens again. The watcher learns this still point too, and sees that it is not a warning. It is just a quiet moment between one ease and the next. Deep inside, somewhere behind the sternum, there is a sense of space. Not empty, just open. The watcher settles into that space like someone sitting down in a room with soft light and no windows to monitor. Nothing flickers, nothing calls. The muscles along your spine, from the base of the skull down to the pelvis, have been holding you upright all day. Now the bed carries that work. The watcher traces this line of support, vertebra by vertebra, and finds that every segment is backed by softness. It understands, finally, that the structure will hold without its constant attention. Breath in, a gentle widening, breath out, a long, slow settling. The watcher listens again, and this time it begins to match its own rhythm to the breath, slowing down in tandem, as though it is learning a lullaby sung by your lungs. Somewhere between one breath and the next, the watcher's stance changes completely. It is no longer standing at the edge of things, scanning. It has moved to the center, where the breathing is. It has sat down beside that steady movement and rested its back against it, trusting it to continue. There is nothing to manage now, The body knows how to breathe, the bed knows how to hold, the room knows how to stay quiet. All through the night, the watcher will remain, but not as a guard on duty, more like a calm presence resting in a chair, half dreaming, listening to the slow, even sound of your breathing. Each inhale a soft arrival, each exhale a gentle departure, a simple, peaceful rhythm that the whole room seems to learn along with you, until everything in this quiet countryside guest room is breathing in time with your rest. The room holds its quiet. The night outside has thinned every sound, softened every edge. Inside this small guest room, stillness gathers around the bed like a gentle, steady presence. The mattress meets the body with familiar weight. The pillow shapes itself around the head. Covers rest over limbs in an easy, even layer, like a calm hand placed across the whole length of the body. Then, somewhere in that stillness, a subtle shift begins. It is not dramatic. It is not sudden. It is as though the bed itself loosens its ties to the floor just a little and starts to hover in the quiet air of the room. The feeling is not of rising high, not of leaving anything behind. It is more like the moment when a heavy door just lifts off its hinges and all that strain disappears. The bed keeps its shape, its softness, its warmth, but the pull beneath it fades. Breath moves in, breath moves out. With each slow exhale, the sense of weight changes, as though the mattress is learning a new kind of stillness, one that does not need the ground. The body rests as a quiet passenger on this floating bed. Heels that pressed into the mattress now feel a little less anchored. Calves, the backs of the knees, the gentle curve of the thighs, all held, all supported, yet not quite pinned down anymore. The air around the bed feels thicker, almost like a soft, invisible cushion. It does not push, does not squeeze. It simply holds the bed in place, steady in the middle of the room, as though the room itself has hands, and they are strong and kind and unshaking. Under the back, the mattress is familiar and close. The spine lies along it like a quiet line drawn in soft pencil. Each vertebra has its own place, its own tiny pocket of support, yet the old sense of being pressed downward has eased, as though some quiet agreement has been made between body and bed. With the next breath out, attention drifts to the shoulders. They have been carried all day, lifted and turned and used. Now on this floating bed, they do not have to hold anything up. They rest wide and loose as though the air has slipped gently underneath them and taken some of their work away. The arms lie to the sides, or folded, or wherever they have settled. Their weight feels different now, not heavy, not light, but suspended, like fabric hanging from a line, moving only when the breeze of breath passes by. In this small guest room, the floating bed does not sway or rock. It simply exists in a calm, steady hover. There is no sense of travel, no sense of destination, only the soft fact of being held away from the pull of the floor. The chest rises, the chest falls. On each inhale, the floating bed feels almost imperceptibly closer to the ceiling. On each exhale, it seems to settle back to its own quiet level, perfectly balanced in the middle of the room. Behind closed eyes, a wide, gentle space opens. It is the space between the body and the floor that is no longer there. It is the space that now belongs to the air, to the room, to this sense of lightness. Awareness rests in that space, simple and unhurried. The face softens in this suspension. The skin along the forehead smooths. The tiny muscles around the eyes release their grip on the day. Even the tongue rests more loosely in the mouth, as though gravity's insistence has faded there too. The bed floats in the quiet, and the head rests as though on a small cloud of fabric and filling. The pillow does not sink or rise, it simply meets the head exactly where it is. Neck muscles, often so busy, now have almost nothing to do. They lean into the support beneath them and grow quiet. In this hovering stillness, the breath becomes the only movement. In, out. Each cycle is like a slow, gentle tilt of the whole floating bed. Not enough to move it, just enough to remind the body that it is alive, that it is breathing, that it is here. The lower back, often aware of the ground, now feels a new kind of rest. No hard surface presses up, no strain pulls down. Instead, there is a soft, even contact, as if the mattress has risen up just enough to meet the back without asking anything of it. Hips settle into the bedding. They are the quiet anchors of the body, yet even they feel a little unfastened now. Not unsteady, just no longer locked to the earth. The floating bed holds them in a gentle cradle, steady and sure. The legs extend into this weightless space. Knees, often bent and working through the day, are now simply there, part of a long, relaxed line from hip to heel. The air under the bed feels like a soft darkness, a calm pocket where nothing stirs, nothing pulls. Feet rest where they have landed, toes relaxed, arches supported. There might be a faint awareness of fabric against skin, of warmth gathering under the covers. But the old sense of feet being planted on something has gone quiet. They belong now to this floating stillness, to this bed that hangs in the room like a gentle, steady cloud of wood and cloth and warmth. The room around this floating bed remains simple. Walls stand where they always have, but their firmness feels distant, almost irrelevant. The window holds the night beyond it, but the night stays outside, respectful and calm. All that matters here is the small, private world of bed and breath and air. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now. Thoughts drift somewhere below the bed, like faint shadows on a floor that no longer needs to be noticed. Up here, in this quiet suspension, attention belongs to the body, to the rhythm of inhale and exhale, to the feeling of being gently held. The tasks have stepped back. Tomorrow holds its own questions, but they wait far below, somewhere under the floorboards, where the bed no longer touches. Up in this soft hover, time stretches, thins, and then hardly matters at all. In this countryside guest room, the floating bed feels like a small private sky. The body rests in the middle of it, as though lying on a quiet platform of air. There is room in every direction, even if the eyes stay closed and see only darkness. A long, slow breath moves through the ribs. On the exhale, something deep inside the torso loosens, like a belt being gently unfastened. Organs settle, muscles slacken, and the whole middle of the body seems to spread out a little wider on the bed, trusting its support. The sense of floating reaches into the hands. Fingers uncurl or remain softly curved, no longer ready to grasp or hold. Palm against sheet or palm against blanket, the contact feels light, almost like a whisper of touch, as though the hands are resting on a soft pocket of air shaped like fabric. There is nothing to manage here, no balance to maintain, no posture to correct. The bed has taken all of that into itself, has become the quiet pilot of this small, hovering island of rest. The neck and jaw soften again, a second wave of ease following the first. Sometimes it takes more than one pass for the body to believe it is truly off duty. Now, with the bed floating so steadily, that belief grows stronger, more complete. The floating is not a show, not an escape. It is simply a way of feeling how little effort is needed now, how much the room and the bed and the night are willing to hold. The breath moves in, cool and quiet. The breath moves out, warm and slow. With every exhale, the floating bed feels more familiar, less like something imagined, more like the natural state of this hour. Muscles along the sides of the body release, like ropes slackening after a long day of holding. They no longer have to brace against anything. They simply rest, draped across the gentle curve of the mattress, while the air below carries all the weight they once held. Even the smallest parts of the body take part in this lightness. The tiny muscles around the nose and the skin along the ears, the soft hollow at the base of the throat, all of them feel as though they have been lifted a fraction of an inch away from the world's demands. The floating bed does not need to go anywhere. It does not need to rise higher or sink lower. It has found its level, a perfect, quiet middle in the air of the room, and it stays there, unhurried and sure. In this steady hover, the body understands something simple. Rest is not a task, it is not an effort. It is what happens when nothing pulls, nothing pushes, and the bed holds everything that once had to hold itself. Breath continues slow and even, in and out, in and out. Each cycle smooths the edges of awareness, like gentle hands smoothing a sheet, removing the last small creases of the day. The countryside outside lies in its own stillness, far below the level of this quiet floating bed. Fields, paths, and hedges belong to the ground. This room, for now, belongs to the air. Here, in this soft suspension, the body drifts closer to sleep. Not falling, not dropping, simply easing, gently, deeper into the cradle of the bed. The floating holds steady, the breath holds steady, and the mind, feeling this calm weightlessness, begins to rest in the same way, light and quiet, in the middle of the night's soft, unmoving air. The room holds its quiet. Somewhere nearby, the window rests in its frame, and beyond the glass, the evening garden breathes in its own slow way. Outside, twilight has deepened into that soft, in-between hour. Not fully dark, not fully light, just a gentle dimness where edges blur and shapes soften. The garden beyond the window is no longer a clear picture. It is a collection of murmurs and outlines, a place that is sensed more than seen. Beds of earth, low hedges, a path that winds somewhere out of sight. Near the window, the air carries a faint coolness. It has traveled over soil that is easing into night, over leaves that have folded or stilled. There is a hint of damp earth, calm and steady, like a quiet voice speaking just under the surface of things. Somewhere out there, a bush holds its clusters of leaves in a loose, shadowed mass. Their daytime shine has faded into a soft, velvety darkness. They whisper very gently when the light breeze moves through, a sound so small it barely reaches the room. A little farther, the outline of a tree rises, not sharp, just a darker shape against the sky. Its branches feel unhurried now, no longer reaching, simply resting. They spread above the garden like open hands, holding the last traces of the day's warmth. The sky above the garden has thinned to a pale, grainy blue-gray. It is the kind of light that makes colors fall asleep. Greens have turned to charcoal, flowers to faint smudges, the path to a soft ribbon of shadow. Through the glass, the garden seems both near and far, close enough that the mind can wander among the beds and borders, far enough that those shapes blur into a single, gentle presence. In that half-light, details begin to drift. A row of plants that was once separate becomes one flowing band of darkness. Individual petals and stems no longer stand apart. They fold into each other, like thoughts blending into a single quiet mood. The path that curves through the garden is hardly visible now, just a slightly lighter strip bending away towards some hidden corner. It feels less like a route to follow and more like a soft suggestion, a thought that begins and then trails off into the dusk. Closer to the window, a cluster of flowers might still hold a trace of their scent. Not bright now, not eager, just a low, steady sweetness that hangs in the air. It moves slowly, almost lazily, as though the fragrance itself is drowsy. The garden seems to be exhaling, leaves loosening, stems relaxing back toward the soil. Everything that stretched toward the sun has settled into a different kind of stillness, turned inward, resting in its own roots. Here in the room, the body feels a little like that. Weight sinking, muscles softening, the edges of arms and legs less sharply defined, as if the skin has become like the garden's boundary at twilight. Not a hard line, just a gentle blending with the space around it. Beyond the window, a hedge runs along the far edge of the garden. In daylight, it might look neat and clear. Now it is simply a darker band, a quiet border where the garden meets the open fields. Even that border feels softer in this light. The hedge seems to melt into the air above it, its top line fuzzy and unsure. What is leaf and what is sky begins to mix, like two shades of the same color slowly running together. The garden paths, the beds, the low walls or stones, all share that same gentle uncertainty. Lines that were once firm are now only suggestions, Edges are more like whispers than statements. The mind drifts along those paths without needing to decide where they lead. A turn to the left, a curve around a sleeping flower bed, a pause near a quiet bench that is only a darker shape among other dark shapes. Everywhere, the same feeling of soft, unhurried rest. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the distant rustle of leaves that may or may not be there. The garden's quiet does not argue with it. It simply continues, steady and mild, underneath. Somewhere near the center of the garden, there might be a small patch of bare soil. In the day, it holds rows of seedlings or careful plantings. Now it is a smooth, dark surface, like a page where the writing has faded, leaving only the sense that something once grew there and will grow again. That soil has its own weight and warmth even in the coolness of evening. It remembers the sun without needing it now. It holds roots and stones and tiny, unseen lives, all resting together in the same deep hush. Breath moves in and out like that soft air over the garden beds. In, there is a sense of the cool, shaded leaves and the faint sweetness of flowers closing for the night. Out, there is a release, like petals loosening their hold on the day. Some plants along the border lean slightly toward the window. Their silhouettes are faint, like brush strokes left over from an earlier painting. They do not stand rigidly. They sway just enough to remind the air that it is moving. The curtain inside the room responds with its own tiny motion. A slow lift, a small fall, echoing the way the leaves outside tilt and settle. Inside and outside mirror each other in these quiet, almost invisible gestures. In this twilight garden, time feels stretched and thin. Moments do not line up in a row, they pool gently, like dew gathering on a leaf surface. There is no hurry for them to fall. Somewhere out there, a single stone edging a bed presses into the soil. It has been there for seasons, unmoved, watching light and dark trade places again and again. Tonight, it is only a darker oval among other shadows, but its steady presence is somehow reassuring. The list waits outside this room. Out among the paths and hedges, the small concerns of the day are like tools left in a shed, door quietly closed, handles cooling in the dark. They will still be there when the light returns. Here, near the window, the garden's calm seeps inward. It moves through the glass the way a scent does, without effort, without needing a path. It gathers around the bed, around the body, like twilight settling into every corner of the garden. There is a sense that the body and the garden share the same slow rhythm now. Roots resting in soil, bones resting in mattress, leaves hanging in the still air, limbs hanging in their own easy weight. Even that weight begins to feel uncertain at the edges. Hands and feet seem less separate, as though they are sinking into a soft layer of dusk that covers everything. The line where the body ends and the room begins is as gentle and vague as the line where the path meets the grass. Out in the garden, small sounds continue, but they are so mild they barely rise above silence. A faint creak of a branch, a tiny shift of a stem releasing the last drop of water. They are more like memories of sound than sound itself. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space, like distant shapes at the far end of the hedge. They are there, but they do not need to be named. They merge with the general dimness, part of the scenery, not the focus. The garden, the room, the body all seem to be moving toward the same soft center, a place where edges blur, where outlines dissolve into one continuous quiet field of rest, where the last colors of the day have faded into a gentle, even tone. Breath goes on, steady and light. In, like air passing over cooled soil. Out, like the garden's long, slow exhale into the night. Nothing to solve, nowhere to go. Only this twilight garden beyond the window, holding its peaceful shapes and soft shadows. Only this quiet room echoing that same calm. And in between, the sense of floating just above the earth of it all. Not quite here, not quite there. Just resting in the murmurs of the garden as night deepens. The glow in the room has softened. What was once a small, steady brightness has thinned, spread, and settled into the quiet. Light and shadow are no longer separate things. They are just different shades of the same gentle night. Along the walls, the last of the warm light lingers. It lies in pale bands that fade at the edges, so that it is hard to say where the light ends and the dimness begins. The room is full of these soft borders, places where one thing slowly becomes another. On the ceiling, a faint glow hangs like the memory of daylight. Not bright, not defined, just a suggestion of light, washed over by deepening grey. The darker patches are not sharp shadows anymore, only slightly deeper pools of night. Near the bed, the air feels thicker with quiet. The shapes of furniture have lost their outlines. A chair is only a darker softness against a softer wall. The bedside table is a low, muted block of tone, its edges rounded by the dimness. Your own body lies in this same gentle blur. The line where your arm meets the mattress is not clear. The place where your legs end and the covers begin has grown indistinct. Everything rests in a slow, blending shade. Light has sunk into the fabric of the room. It hides in the weave of the curtains, in the grain of the floorboards, in the folds of the blanket. Each surface holds just enough glow to be seen and just enough darkness to be quiet. The window is a darker rectangle now, but even there the difference is soft. Outside, the night presses close, but not with force. It is like a vast, calm shadow leaning gently against the glass. Inside, the faint remaining light touches that shadow and disappears into it. Time behaves like the light. It does not move in clear steps anymore. Moments slide into one another, overlapping, dissolving at the edges. A breath begins before the last one has fully ended, and the next one is already on its way before you have thought about it. The glow in the room no longer comes from a single place. It is spread out, thin and even, like the last light in the sky after the sun has gone. No source, no center, just a soft awareness that the dark is not complete. Shadows have lost their weight. They are no longer deep pockets, only gentle deepenings of tone. The corner of the room is a slightly richer shade of night. The space under the bed is just a little more still, a little more quiet. The edges of your hands are vague in this dimness. Fingers rest, their outlines blurred by the low light. The back of your hand against the sheet is more sensation than shape, more warmth and contact than form. The longer the light fades, the more everything seems to belong to the same layer. The wall, the bed, the air, your body, all of it part of one continuous field of softness, with no hard divisions. Breath moves through this field like a slow change in shade. Inhale, and the sense of presence gently brightens. Exhale, and it dims again, sinking back toward the darker, quieter end of the spectrum. No effort, no decision, just a natural shift from one tone to another. What needed doing has paused. The list waits outside this room, somewhere in a brighter part of the day that no longer reaches here. In this softened light, tasks do not even have clear shapes. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now. Thoughts are like faint patterns at the edge of vision. They form and fade without needing names, without needing to be followed. They are only slight variations in the shade of the mind. The ceiling above holds a very gentle glow, like light seen through closed eyes. Not enough to reveal detail, only enough to suggest space. That space feels close, low, and kind, as though it has bent down to meet you where you rest. Somewhere near the floor, the dark is thicker, but even there it is not absolute. A tiny hint of glow touches the boards, then disappears. Like a whisper that begins, then decides not to be spoken. Your sense of where your body ends keeps loosening. The mattress rises to meet your back, your shoulders, your legs, and then there is only one broad, shared surface of contact. Weight spreads out, flowing from you into the bed, from the bed back into you, until it is hard to say where one begins and the other ends. The light in the room seems to breathe with you. On the in-breath, the dimness feels a little more awake. On the out-breath, it settles, like dust drifting down through a quiet beam. The whole space moves in this slow, shared rhythm. Nothing to manage, nothing to fix. The room is exactly as it is. The glow is exactly as it is. Your body is exactly as it is, lying here in this gentle mix of light and shadow. The small details of the room have slipped away. Any pattern in the curtains, any grain in the wood, any small mark on the wall, all of it has been smoothed over by the low light, like writing on a page that has been softly erased. Even sound feels layered now. Closest is the quiet of your own breathing. Farther out, the hush of the room. Beyond that, a deeper, wider silence that holds everything, like a dark sky holds the last faint line of evening along the horizon. Your awareness rests somewhere between these layers, not fixed to the body, not fixed to the room, just gently hovering in the middle, where light and dark mingle. Here, in this softened space, the idea of inside and outside begins to lose its meaning. The warmth at your core and the mild coolness of the air blend into one comfortable middle. The sense of me and room becomes a quiet, shared presence. The last traces of glow cling to the highest parts of the walls, as if they are reluctant to leave. But even they are thinning, becoming more suggestion than light. The room is not going dark all at once. It is slowly, kindly agreeing to the night. Your body follows that same agreement. Muscles that once held shape have softened. The spine rests in an easy curve. The face has forgotten its expressions and lies smooth, like a surface no longer catching any strong light. Nothing asks anything of you now. No choice, no decision, no next step. Only this gradual blending of wakefulness into something quieter, like a bright color slowly washing into a deep, calm shade. The bed holds your outline for you. It remembers where your shoulders are, where your hips rest, where your heels press down. So the mind does not need to keep track. It is free to drift nearer to the soft, indistinct edges of sleep. Light, shadow, and night have woven themselves together. There is no single point to look at, no single sound to follow, just a gentle, even hush spread through every corner of the room. In this hush, awareness grows lighter, thoughts thin like mist in dim air. The sense of being a solid shape loosens, becoming more like a quiet presence floating in a field of almost dark. The room, the bed, the body, the breath, the fading glow, all of it rests in the same slow, deepening night. Layers blending, edges softening, until there is only this calm, continuous darkness holding everything in one unbroken, peaceful rest. The room holds its quiet, the bed holds your weight, and somewhere inside this stillness, something softens, as though the whole night has become a nest around you. Not a nest high in branches, a nest right here in this countryside room, built slowly out of all the gentle things that surround you, layer upon layer of softness, gathered exactly where you rest. The mattress is the first layer, wide and steady like a broad circle of woven twigs laid carefully on the earth. It knows the shape of your body now. It curves and cradles and supports, without needing anything in return. Over that, the sheets spread like fine, flexible strands. They cross beneath you in invisible patterns, holding warmth in their weave. Where your shoulders lie, where your hips and heels press down, the fabric remembers. It keeps a faint imprint of your presence, as if it has been waiting for you all along. The blanket is another layer, drawn over you like soft moss, laid gently over a hollow. Its weight is kind and even. No sharp edges, no corners that demand adjusting. Just a steady, quiet pressure that says, in its own wordless way, stay here. Around the bed, the room itself curves inward. Four walls, a ceiling, a floor. They form the outer ring of this nest, solid and still. The countryside night leans against them from the outside, calm and unhurried. Inside these walls, the air is hushed. It has its own softness, like the down that lines the center of a nest. Cooler in some places, warmer where your breath has lingered. It wraps around your face, your hands, your bare skin, so lightly that it almost feels like nothing at all. Your body lies at the center of all of this, not separate from it, not perched above it. but nestled into it, as though the bed, the blankets, the air, and your own warmth have agreed to hold one another. The edge between body and bedding grows less clear. Where your back meets the mattress, there is no hard line, only a gradual blending of warmth into warmth. Where your legs rest under the blanket, the fabric and skin share the same quiet temperature. It becomes harder to tell where one ends and the other begins. Brett moves through this nest in a slow, familiar rhythm. A small rise under the blanket and a small fall, like the tiniest shift of feathers settling closer together. Each inhale gathers a little more softness into the center. Each exhale lets the weight of you sink more deeply into the hollow that has formed. The nest reshapes itself around these small movements, always returning to stillness, always ready to receive the next quiet breath. The tasks have stepped back. They stand far beyond these walls, somewhere out in the sleeping fields and distant roads. They do not press against the door. They do not reach into this circle of rest. Here, there is only this carefully held space, nothing to fix, nothing to improve, only the simple fact of being nestled, of being supported on every side. The longer you rest here, the more the nest feels like an extension of your own body. The pillow beneath your head becomes the soft curve of your neck. The blanket over your chest feels like another layer of skin, warm and quiet. The mattress under your spine is like a broad, steady back beneath you, holding everything up. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like faint sounds from a far corner of the house. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond this padded center, unable to disturb the careful weaving that surrounds you. Inside the nest, time loses its edges. Moments do not line up neatly anymore. They blur, like soft fibers blending together in the same gentle circle. Breaths come and go, but it is hard to say when one ends and the next begins. The countryside outside is only a distant presence now, not in sights or sounds, but in the feeling that nothing out there is in a hurry. That same unhurried feeling settles into the nest, into the bedding, into your muscles and bones. Everything here has time to rest. Notice the small details closest to you. The way the blanket touches the tops of your feet, not too tight, not too loose. The way your hands lie, perhaps with fingers slightly curled, as if holding onto a small pocket of warmth. The way your head has made its own shallow hollow in the pillow, like a bird's careful turning, then stillness. Even inside this quiet nest, there may be tiny shifts. A slow, almost invisible easing in the shoulders. A breath that leaves just a little more fully than the last. A sense that the body is growing heavier, yet somehow lighter at the same time. Heavier because the bed receives more of your weight with every passing moment. Lighter because the effort of holding yourself up, of holding yourself together, has slipped away. The nest takes that work now. The layers of mattress, sheet, blanket, and air do the holding for you. The edges of the room grow softer in your awareness. The corners blur. The ceiling feels farther away, or perhaps closer, or perhaps not important at all. What matters is this small padded center where everything narrows to comfort. Even the idea of inside and outside begins to fade. The nest is around you, and also beneath you, and also somehow within you. Your breathing is part of it. Your warmth is part of it. Your stillness is the stillness of the nest itself. There is no need to rise from this place, no need to prepare for anything. What needed doing has paused. This is the time when the nest simply exists, and the body simply rests within it. The countryside night deepens beyond the walls. Inside, the layers of your nest grow warmer, quieter, more familiar. They know the weight of your limbs now, the slow pace of your breathing, the gentle curve of your spine. They have adjusted around you like a hollow shaped by many nights of rest. At the very center of all these layers, the sense of me and bed begins to loosen. There is just one soft, rounded place, filled with warmth and breath and quiet. A place that holds itself without effort. A place that does not need watching. Breath moves in the center, slow and sure. Sometimes you notice it, Sometimes it disappears into the background, like a small creature sleeping deep in the nest, rising and falling with dreams. Either way, it continues gentle and steady. The walls keep their silence. The door stays closed. The night presses kindly against the outside of this little room, like a wide, dark wing drawn over the nest. Inside that shelter, everything has permission to grow softer, slower, dimmer. Thoughts, sounds, memories, all of them rest on the outer edges now. At the core, only the nest remains, only the bed, the blankets, the air, and the quiet shape of your body, all woven into one, held, cradled, already halfway to sleep. The night sound has thinned. The quiet in the room is almost like the last soft note of music hanging in the air, then slowly fading. Breath rises, breath falls. Each exhale is like that fading note, growing softer, settling into stillness. The body rests at the center of this room, not in the middle of a picture, not as something to look at, just as a quiet point where everything has come to pause. Around this point, the room is calm, walls holding their hush, the closed door steady in its frame, the window a dark, gentle shape in the night. Somewhere beyond the glass, the countryside lies in its own deep quiet. Fields, hedges, the pale line of the lane, all of it resting. Their silence reaches in, like a slow breath drawn from far away. Here in the bed, Brett answers that silence. In, a small, easy lift. Out, a longer, softer fall. The rhythm is simple now, like a slow song that remembers itself. The mattress supports every part of you without question. The weight of your heels, the curve of your back, the line of your shoulders. Fabric gives just enough, then holds as though the bed has learned the exact shape of this rest. At the center of all this, the breathing continues. No effort, no plan, just a quiet, steady movement, like a lantern whose flame grows and softens with each small stir of air. The tasks have stepped back. Tomorrow holds its own questions. This hour is only for the small, gentle rise and fall. The countryside night presses softly against the window, then eases away again. Breath does the same inside the body, a tide so small it hardly disturbs anything, yet it reaches everywhere. With each exhale, the bed feels a little deeper. The body seems to settle one more layer down, as if the mattress were quietly thickening beneath you, becoming more and more sure of its embrace. Nothing needs to be held up anymore. Muscles that once worked without being noticed now grow heavy and still. The jaw slackens, the tongue rests, even the small muscles around the eyes smooth themselves out. The mind may still murmur. Its sounds are like music heard from a far room at the end of a long hallway, softened by distance, already half forgotten. Breath stays close. It is the simplest thing in the room, and also the most constant. In, a soft gathering. Out, a slow release. The in around you is quiet as a held breath, beams above, stone around, the familiar weight of old wood. All of it has settled into its own stillness for the night, as though the building is resting along with you. At the center of that stillness, your breathing is the only gentle movement. A small, steady presence like a porch lantern whose glow has dimmed to a warm ember, steady and low. Each exhale loosens something that had been held, an old thought, a faint tension, a small, unfinished feeling. They drift down and out, like dust settling in a room after the music has stopped. The list waits outside this room. Inside, there is only this quiet rhythm, this soft, repeating motion that asks nothing more than the next breath. In, the chest rises a little. Out, it eases down again. The space between breaths grows softer too, like the pause between the last notes of a song and the silence that follows. The bed takes all of this in without comment. The weight, the warmth, the slow, even breathing. It holds everything. So the body does not need to hold anything at all. Around the bed, the room is a calm circle of darkness and gentle shapes. Beyond that, the inn. Beyond that, the sleeping countryside. All of it wide and quiet, all of it turned inward for the night. At the very center of those widening circles, breath continues its small, faithful work. In, out. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a tune the mind no longer bothers to follow. What matters is this easy, unbroken rhythm. The way the air moves in, cool and light. The way it moves out, warm and slow. With every cycle, the body understands more deeply that it is time to rest. The inn understands, the night understands. Everything nearby has agreed to be quiet. Breath grows slower, longer. The pauses between each wave of air feel wider, softer, like little pockets of timelessness opening and then gently closing again. At the center of the room, at the center of the bed, at the center of this quiet body, there is only this: a small, steady breathing in the dark, rocking the whole night a little closer to sleep. The bed has taken your shape now. Everything is settled where it wants to be. Sheets smoothed, blankets quiet, pillows holding their soft, steady curve around your head. The room has gone as still as the fields outside. Walls standing, calm and sure, curtains resting in their folds, the closed door keeping the world on the other side. Nothing is leaning forward anymore. Not the day, not the room, not even the night. The countryside has finished its slow turning towards sleep. Hills lying dark, trees standing in their patient places, all of it wrapped around the inn like a loose, gentle arm. Inside that, the inn is resting in its own deep way. Floorboards done with their small shifts, stairs quiet, other rooms breathing in soft, private rhythms behind their doors. And inside all of that, this guest room has reached its own still point, air hardly moving, like gone. Only the soft weight of darkness settled over every surface. The bed is the center of it, a small, warm island of softness in a wide, unmoving sea of quiet. Your body is the center of the bed, held from every side. There is nothing to manage here. The room knows what to do. The night knows what to do. Your body knows what to do. Breath moves in its slow, familiar way. In, out, in, out. Each breath seems to deepen the quiet instead of disturbing it, like a slow tide moving under ice. Barely seen, completely steady. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is far away now, like a voice down the hall of this resting inn, soft, unimportant. The blankets keep their gentle pressure over you, not asking, not changing, just a steady, kind weight that says, stay. The mattress holds every part of you that has grown heavy: legs, arms, back, head, all of it received without question. This guest room has closed around you in the nicest way. Door meeting frame, curtains drawn, edges softened by darkness. The world outside the inn keeps turning in its own time. Roads and towns and lights, all somewhere beyond the fields. They do not reach this room. They do not reach this bed. Here, the only thing that matters is this small circle of quiet. The one you stepped into when you arrived. The one that has been waiting for you all along. You are at the very center of it now. Not on the way in, not getting ready, already there. Rest is no longer something to move toward. It is the air around you, the fabric against your skin, the deep, easy dark that touches every part of the room. Whatever the day carried in with you has stayed by the door, back at the threshold. The guest room holds only what belongs to the night: softness, warmth, slow, quiet breathing. The mind may still murmur. The body keeps sinking anyway, deeper into the mattress, deeper into the hush that fills the space between you and the walls. There is nowhere else to go inside this countryside inn. You have reached the last, quietest room, the one that closes gently around sleep. The quiet here is complete, but never empty. It holds you the way the hills hold the building, the way the blankets hold your resting weight. Nothing is waiting to begin, nothing is unfinished. The night has fully arrived in this room and settled in place, breath moving slowly, body heavy and warm, held in the still center of a quiet countryside guest room.
Tonight, there's a part of you that doesn't want another strategy or another tip. It just wants to be somewhere small and simple, as if you could open a door and step straight into a quiet cottage. by the river, where the night is already taken care of for you. A place where you are the one being held, instead of the one holding everything together. Maybe your actual evening didn't feel like that at all. Maybe it was full of decisions, messages, noise, or just that low, steady hum of responsibility that never really switches off. Even if nothing dramatic happened, there can still be that sense of carrying the whole day on your shoulders, right here into the dark. You reached for this because some quiet part of you is tired of managing the night, tired of having to think about how to rest, how to sleep, how to unwind, as if even relaxation were another task on the list. That quiet part is the one I'm talking to now. Just by pressing play, you've already done the only hard part. You chose something gentle. You chose a voice and a story instead of one more scroll, one more article, one more loop of thoughts. That's not nothing. That's you taking your own side, even if it doesn't feel like much. From here, there is nothing to get right. You don't have to listen carefully. You don't have to follow along with every image, every word. If your mind drifts away and comes back, that's fine. If you fall asleep halfway through a sentence, that's more than fine. Think of this as a soft room you can sit in with the lights low. The story and the sounds of the night are like a river flowing beside you. You can pay attention when you want to, and when you don't, it will just keep moving quietly without needing anything from you. There's no goal you have to reach, no moment where you have to decide, now I'm relaxed. Your only job right now is to lie here, however you are, and let the night be what it is. Rest might come as sleep, or it might come as a little more space inside your chest. Both count. So for a moment, stay very close to the simple fact that you are in a body, in a bed, in this room. Nothing else needs to be sorted out right now. The outside world can be as complicated as it wants to be. It's on the other side of the walls. Notice the weight of your body meeting whatever is beneath you. The way the mattress, or the sofa, or the blankets rise up to meet your shape. You don't have to sink on purpose. Just notice the contact points. The back of your head, your shoulders, your hips, your legs, your feet. Feel the fabric that touches your skin, the texture of your pillowcase against your cheek, the way the blanket lies over you, light or heavy, close or a little loose. All of these small details are proof that you are here and that, for now, you are done moving. Let your attention drift to the air on your face. Is it cool or warm or somewhere in between? Maybe there's a spot of cooler air near your nose or along the side of your neck. Maybe the air is still, or maybe there's the faintest hint of movement, like a breeze that barely remembers the day. You don't have to change your breathing, just notice that it's happening, all on its own. The way the air arrives, fills and leaves again, the tiny pause, if there is one, between in and out. This quiet rhythm has been with you all day, and it's still here, steady even now. If thoughts are still moving around, that's completely okay. They can be like people at the edge of the river, walking along the bank while you sit on the porch of that small cottage, watching the water. You don't have to invite every thought inside. You can let some of them just pass by. Imagine, very gently, that there is a wooden floor beneath you, instead of whatever is actually there. Old, smooth boards that remember many quiet nights, the kind that creak a little during the day, but now are still, holding the room in place around you. The walls are close, but not too close. They hold their shape, solid and familiar, as if they've been standing by this river for a long, long time. There might be a small window, with its frame slightly cool to the touch, and beyond it, the dark outline of trees and the soft suggestion of water moving. Somewhere outside, the river keeps its own slow conversation with the night. You don't have to see it clearly. You only need the sense of it, a gentle, steady sound, like someone whispering kindly in a language you don't have to understand. It's just there, flowing past, unhurried. Inside this cottage, the air is softer, quieter. There might be the faint smell of wood or clean linen, or the ghost of a distant rain that fell earlier in the evening. Nothing strong, just a hint of something simple and familiar, like a memory of a place you've always wanted to visit. Your bed in this room is already turned down, the pillow already shaped, as if it's been waiting for the exact weight of your head. No one is asking you questions here. No one needs an answer, a plan, or a decision. The night has been prepared for you instead of the other way around. As your real body rests where it is, you can let this riverside cottage be a kind of soft overlay. You don't have to force the picture into focus. It can be a blur at the edges, a feeling more than a scene, just the sense of being somewhere smaller than your day, and much, much kinder. If your shoulders are still holding a little of the day, that's all right. They can soften slowly, or not yet. Even tension is allowed in this space. You don't have to push anything away. The cottage can hold you exactly as you are, thoughts, feelings, and all. Notice again the way your body is supported, the way the bed takes your weight without complaint. In the same way, imagine the quiet of this little house taking the weight of your thoughts. It doesn't argue with them. It just makes a little more room around them, like opening a window. Outside, the river keeps moving, whether you're paying attention to it or not. Inside, the night is unhurried. There is nothing you're late for here. No next thing. Only this slow slide into a quieter kind of being. One breath, and then the next. You can stay close to the sound and feel of your breathing, or you can drift toward the soft picture of the room by the water. You can move between them as often as you like. There is no wrong way to be here. As this night unfolds, the cottage will keep standing by the river, holding its quiet shape around you. The water will keep flowing past in the dark, patient and steady. And you can simply lie here with nothing to manage, letting the gentle hush of this place begin to gather around you. The room holds its quiet as the light begins to soften. What was bright enough to greet your arrival now eases down, like a voice lowering to a whisper at the end of a long, gentle conversation. A lamp on the table glows with a warm, steady amber. Its light touches the wood, the fabric, the familiar shapes nearby, and then slowly pulls back from the edges, as if the cottage itself is closing its eyes. The air has its own calm weight now. Not heavy, just settled. Cooler near the window, warmer near the lamp. A soft gradient that brushes across your skin in slow, quiet bands. Somewhere beneath you, The floor receives your weight without question. Whether you are sitting or already lying down, the surface below shapes itself around you. The boards do their small work of holding steady, the way they have done for many nights before this one. The cottage lights respond to the deepening evening outside. Shadows lengthen along the walls, but they are gentle shadows, rounded at the edges. They do not hide anything. They simply soften the corners, turning hard lines into something easy and forgiving. The glow from the lamp reaches your hands. It paints a faint golden warmth across your skin, like sunlight remembered from earlier in the year. Knuckles, fingers, the backs of your hands, all quietly outlined, then slowly relaxing back into dimness. Fabric meets your body with patient softness. The cushion under you, the blanket over you, the clothes against your skin, each layer has its own texture. There is the smoothness of worn cotton, the faint weave of a throw, the deeper give of padding beneath. Everything holds its place, so you do not have to. The river's sound is still there, but the cottage walls have thickened it into a muffled, steady hush. It slips in around the window frame, a distant murmur that never quite asks for attention. Just a background presence, like another slow breath in the room. The lamp's light dims another shade, as though someone has turned it down with an easy, practiced hand. Not dark, not yet, but softened enough that the colors in the room have grown quieter. Wood becomes deeper brown, fabric turns from cream to honey, from honey to amber, from amber to a calm, almost shadow. Your shoulders notice this change before your mind does. They sink a little lower. The muscles across your upper back loosen, as though the light itself has stopped holding them up. There is less to carry in dimness, less to track, less to watch. The cottage holds a faint scent of warm dust and old wood, stirred by the day and now settling again. There might be a hint of something clean and simple, like soap dried on a folded towel nearby. Each breath takes in a small piece of this quiet mixture, familiar and grounding. The weight of your body has its own story here. Heels pressing into the mattress or floor, calves resting, no longer ready to move, hips supported, the surface below rising up to meet them, so they do not need to do any work at all. As the light lowers, edges blur. The frame of a chair becomes just a soft outline. A book on the table is only a shape now, not a set of words. Objects lose their names and become simple, gentle forms resting in the half-dark. The cottage seems to narrow its focus to just a few things: your breath, your weight, the slow rhythm of the night outside. Everything else steps quietly into the background, content to wait. The lamp's glow gathers closer, pooling in a small circle instead of filling the whole room. Within that circle, details still show themselves. The grain of the wood table, the curve of a mug, the thread of a blanket edge. Outside that circle, the room becomes a soft, protective dusk. The list waits. Outside this room, tasks, plans, the small arrangements of tomorrow, they belong to another space, another light. Here, the only work is the simple act of resting where you are. Your breathing has changed with the room. Inhales arrive more slowly, as though they are taking their time to notice the air. Exhales stretch out, longer and smoother, like a quiet line drawn across a page and then left alone. The river's murmur blends with that rhythm, a low, ongoing sound that never stops but never presses forward either. It is content to move at its own pace, just as your breath is content to move at yours. The dimness brings a gentle privacy to everything. Your hands feel heavier, but in a comforting way, as though gravity has become a soft blanket of its own. Fingers uncurl, palms relax. There is no need to hold on to anything. The light across your face is faint now, more suggestion than glow. It brushes your cheekbones, then slips away. Your eyelids, whether open or closed, sense the shift. The cottage is telling them that night has truly arrived, inside as well as out. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the river beyond the walls. Words and images may pass through, but they do not need to change the way your body rests here in this dim, warm space. The mattress or cushion beneath you remembers other nights, other bodies, other quiet hours. It has learned how to cradle weight without arguing. There is a slight dip where you rest, a small valley shaped exactly to your form. The edges rise gently around you, holding you in place. The lamp is almost at its lowest now. The room is not dark, but the light has become a whisper. It shows just enough for comfort. The outline of the door, the line of the window, the pale shape of a curtain hanging still. Your jaw loosens, the tongue rests easily in your mouth. There is no need to form words, no need to answer anything. Silence fills that space instead, soft and easy. The fabric against your legs feels a little warmer now, heated slowly by your own body. Where the blanket touches your ankles, there is a gentle, steady pressure, like a hand placed there and left in peace. Where it folds at your knees, the weight is slightly thicker, a small anchor that keeps you from drifting anywhere, but deeper into rest. The cottage lights, such as they are, seem to breathe with you. On each inhale, The world feels a fraction clearer. On each exhale, it softens again, as though the room is exhaling too, relaxing with you. Nothing needs to be fixed or arranged. The furniture is already where it belongs. The door is already closed. The window already holds the night on the other side of the glass. The sense of being indoors wraps around your body like a second skin. Walls on either side, roof above, floor beneath. All of it steady, unmoving, keeping the cool air outside where it belongs and holding the warm air close to your skin. Your spine settles into its own comfortable curve. There is no requirement to sit straight or stand tall here. Vertebra by vertebra, the back eases down, finding its natural shape, supported at every point. In the dimness, small sounds become clearer. A faint creak as the wood adjusts to the night temperature. The soft rustle of fabric when you shift just a little. Perhaps the quietest sigh from the building itself, as though the cottage is resting along with you. The light has reached a gentle still point now, not bright enough to wake anything, not dark enough to hide, just a calm, dusky glow that keeps watch without effort. Your limbs feel heavier, as though they have slowly filled with warm sand. Arms resting at your sides or across your body, they no longer prepare to move. They simply exist where they are placed, content and quiet. The night outside deepens, but inside the cottage, time feels slow and wide. Each moment stretches out, giving your body all the room it needs to sink further into comfort. Here in this soft, dim light, the day has no more claims on you. The cottage has drawn its curtains against the world, gathered its glow close, and made a small, steady circle of warmth just for this rest. The lamp holds its final, low shimmer. The river hums beyond the walls. The bed, the floor, the cushions, the blankets, everything beneath and around you agrees on the same simple thing. This is the hour for quiet, for stillness, for the body to grow heavy and the room to grow gentle. In this riverside cottage, with the lights dimmed and the night wrapped close, the only movement that matters is the slow, easy rise and fall of your own breathing, carrying you deeper into the softness of the dark. The glass in front of you has grown a little darker now. The window no longer shines with daylight. Instead, it has become a quiet frame, holding a soft evening picture just beyond your reach. The room around you feels steady. Walls stand close, but not too close. They simply hold their place, like calm shoulders on either side of you. The ceiling rests overhead, low enough to feel near, high enough to give your breath room. The air has changed since you first stepped inside. It is cooler near the window, where the last of the outside air lingers. farther into the room, a gentle warmth has settled. Held in by wood and fabric and time, your skin notices the difference, the way one side of you feels the faint chill of the glass, while the rest of you rests in the softer, indoor air. The window is a small, steady presence in front of you. Its frame is worn in places, the paint smoothed by years of hands, pulling it open, closing it again. Along the sill, tiny marks and faint scratches catch the dim light. Small stories of other evenings, other quiet nights. Outside, the river still moves, but the window has made it distant and gentle. The glass softens the sound, turns it into a faint, even hush. What once felt like open space now feels like a picture on the wall, safely contained behind this thin, cool barrier. Your hand might rest on the sill now. The wood is firm and familiar, with a slight grain under your fingertips. It holds a mild chill from the glass, but underneath there is a deeper, stored warmth, the kind that comes from many days of sun and many nights of rest. The window stands between two worlds. On one side, the open air, the darkening water, the slow drift of night along the riverbank. On the other, this small room, with its floor that does not move, its walls that do not change, its quiet that belongs only to you. The cottage feels like an indoor sanctuary now. Light from a small lamp reaches only part of the room, leaving the corners soft and dim. Fabric hangs in gentle folds at the edges of the window, a curtain drawn back just enough to give you this view, this one calm rectangle of the outside world. Your body begins to notice the support around it. The floor under your feet is firm, reliable, taking your weight without effort. If you lean a little against the window frame, it meets you without shifting. A vertical anchor for your shoulders, your spine. In this stillness, the window becomes a kind of quiet guardian. It stands watch where the room meets the night. Outside, the world continues in its own slow way. Inside, the glass and frame keep that world at a soft, comfortable distance. The river's reflections are dim now, just a faint movement of shadow and deeper shadow. From this side of the glass, the water no longer feels like something to cross or reach. It is simply something to look at, held safely in that framed space, like a painting that slowly changes as the light fades. The air near the window carries the slightest hint of the outside, a trace of cool dampness from the river, a whisper of leaves moving somewhere beyond the glass, all of it softened, filtered, turned gentle by the barrier between. Behind you, the room holds its own quiet warmth. Furniture waits in patient shapes. A chair with a cushion that has learned the weight of many evenings. A low table, its surface smooth under a resting palm. Somewhere in the room, a blanket lies folded, its fabric dense and ready. It is the kind of blanket that remembers bodies, that takes on the curve of shoulders and hips and knees. Even before it touches you, just knowing it is there adds a kind of softness to the air. Your breath moves slowly in this sheltered space. Each inhale gathers the coolness near the window and the warmer air of the room into one gentle mix. Each exhale leaves your body with a little more ease, a little more weight, as though the air itself is helping you settle. The window holds its quiet post. It does not ask for attention, but it is always there, a steady rectangle of darker blue and faint shapes, a small constant presence marking the place where the outside world ends and this sanctuary begins. The tasks have stepped back. They stay beyond the walls now, beyond the glass, somewhere on the far side of the river. This room is not a place for lists or plans. It is a place for weight and warmth and the gentle fact of being held by 4 simple walls. Your shoulders sense that truth first. They drop a little farther from your ears, no longer bracing against anything. The muscles across your upper back ease, as though they have been leaning into an unseen wind all day and have finally stepped inside, out of it. The window feels like a quiet guard at the door of your attention. Outside, small movements continue. A shifting branch, a passing insect, the slow glide of water. Inside, those movements arrive only as softened impressions, distant and dim, never loud enough to disturb. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faint blur of the river beyond the glass. Thoughts move, but they do not pull. They are simply there on the far side of this calm indoor space. The weight of your body becomes more noticeable in a comforting way, heels against the floor or against the surface beneath you. The gentle pressure of fabric at your back, at your legs, at your sides. Every point of contact is another quiet anchor, another reminder that the room is holding you up. Near the window, a small draft may brush against your skin, a cool line along your wrist or forearm. It is not sharp, only enough to remind you that the glass is there, that beyond it lies open air. Just inside that line, the warmth of the room gathers around you like a soft, invisible blanket. The cottage seems to breathe with you. When you inhale, the room feels a little wider, as though the walls lean back a fraction of an inch. When you exhale, everything draws a little closer again, not pressing, just resting with you in this slow rhythm. Somewhere nearby, a piece of fabric stirs faintly. Perhaps a curtain shifts with a tiny movement of air, brushing the window frame with a sound like a slow whisper. Even that small sound feels gentle, part of the room's quiet language. The window's glass reflects just a hint of the room now. If your eyes soften, you might notice the faint outline of your own shape mixed with the darkness outside. It is as though the guardian beyond the window is showing you both worlds at once, the calm interior and the softened, distant river night. The bed, or the place where you will soon lie down, waits within this sanctuary. Its surface is steady, its lines familiar. Sheets hold a mild coolness at first touch, then slowly warm, taking on the temperature of your skin. The mattress yields just enough, cradling the heavier parts of you, supporting the lighter ones. As you move farther from the window, the cool edge of the air fades. Warmth gathers more fully around your arms, your chest, your legs. The sounds from outside grow softer still, turned into a faint, distant hush by the walls and the closed door. The guardian at the window remains in its place behind you now. It continues to watch the meeting point between inside and out, so you do not have to. The river, the trees, the darkening sky all stay on their side of the glass, like a story being told in another room. Fabric meets skin as you settle more deeply into the room. The texture of the blanket, the smoothness of the sheet, the slight weight of covers across your body. Each layer adds another quiet barrier between you and the outside night, another sign that this is a place made for rest. The walls hold their quiet. The ceiling keeps its patient, unmoving watch above you. The floor stays exactly where it is, strong and still, no matter how much weight you give it. Behind closed eyes, the memory of the window may linger, a rectangle of deeper blue, a faint shine where the river once reflected the last of the day. Now even that image softens, like a light slowly dimmed, until it is only a gentle glow in the background. The room has gathered itself around you. Wood, fabric, air, and quiet, all working together to make a small, sheltered world. Outside, the river night continues. Inside, the guardian beyond, the window keeps watch. So your body is free to grow heavier, quieter, more deeply at rest. The last boards of the bridge rest behind you now, and the ground under your feet feels steady and cool. Ahead, the river keeps its quiet company, moving at its own unhurried pace beside the cottage and into the dark. The water is not loud here. It is a gentle presence, a low, steady sound that wraps around the night like a soft scarf. It glides past stones and roots, smooth and patient, as though it has all the time in the world. Your breath has begun to match that easy pace. Inhale, a slow drawing in, like the river gathering itself around a bend. Exhale, a gentle release, like water slipping past the bank, leaving it softer than before. The river is close enough now that its coolness touches your skin. Not a chill, just a soft, fresh layer of air that brushes your face and hands. It feels like standing beside something that has always known how to move and how to rest at the same time. Somewhere deep inside, there is a quiet stream of breath that has been flowing all day. Now, attention drifts toward it, the way eyes might drift toward the shimmer of water in the dark. Inhale, the chest widens a little. Exhale, the ribs ease and settle back, like banks softening after a passing current. The river beside you is steady, but not still. Its surface holds small, slow swirls where the water turns over itself, then smooths again. Inside the body, the same thing happens. A small tension rises, curls once, then unwinds as the breath moves through. Notice the weight of your feet where they meet the earth near the water's edge. They press down gently, like smooth stones resting in a shallow stream. The ground receives that weight without effort, the way the riverbed receives the water above it. There is no strain in this, just contact, just support. The muscles in your legs follow the same quiet pattern. Calves, shins, knees, each one loosening in its own time, like pebbles settling deeper into the river's bed. Nothing sharp, nothing sudden, just the slow rearranging that happens when movement calms and gravity does the simple work of holding. The river keeps its calm conversation with the night, a soft, constant murmur, as though it is speaking to the roots of the trees, to the stones, to the underside of the bridge. The body listens without trying. Somewhere beneath the surface of awareness, the rhythm of that sound begins to echo in your breathing. Inhale, the air enters cool and quiet, like water slipping into a shaded pool. There is a slight lift through the spine, a gentle widening across the back. Exhale, and that lift melts downward, the shoulders easing, the neck softening, as though a small inner current has moved on. Along the riverbank, the grasses lean toward the water. They do not rush. They simply bow a little in the faint movement of air that rides above the surface. In the same way, the muscles along the sides of your body begin to yield. The small lines of effort that held you upright all day now bend toward rest, as naturally as grass following a breeze. The river does not ask the stones to move. It just flows around them, over them, between them, smoothing their edges over time. Inside, the breath does the same with whatever remains tight. It moves gently around each knot of effort, not forcing, just passing by again and again until the edges soften. Notice the space behind your closed eyes. It is like a still pool just off the main current, a quiet inlet of darkness, where the water hardly seems to move. Thoughts may drift somewhere beyond that space, like distant ripples you only half see. Here in this inner pool, there is only the cool, calm sense of depth. The river's sound continues, a soft, repeating hush. It is almost like hearing your own breath from outside the body, stretched out along the bank, flowing on and on. With each inhale, the chest fills as though the river has widened for a moment. With each exhale, it narrows again, gliding forward, sure of its path, even when you cannot see where it leads. The back of your head rests, heavy and supported, as though it has found its own smooth stone to lie upon beside the water. Neck muscles release their small, constant work, like tiny streams turning back to join the main river. Across the scalp, down behind the ears, tension loosens in little waves, each one smaller than the last. The jaw has its own current. All day it held words, held silence, held effort. Now the hinges soften, the tongue resting more loosely, the lips closing without any need to press. It feels like a narrow channel finally opening, so that water can flow through without catching on the sides. Listen for a moment to the river outside and the river inside. One is made of water and stone and night. The other is made of breath and muscle and quiet. Yet they move in the same direction, forward, gently, without hurry. The chest rises again. Notice how the ribs spread, not just in front, but to the sides and even toward the back, like a river quietly widening against both banks at once. Then, as the air leaves, the whole cage settles, the way water settles after a small boat has passed, leaving only faint rings that fade into smoothness. Across your shoulders, the current of release moves slowly. First, one shoulder drops a fraction, then the other follows, like two leaves finally deciding to rest on the surface instead of fighting the flow. The upper back broadens, supported by whatever holds it, as though it has become a flat, calm stretch of water catching the reflection of the dark sky. Arms grow heavier, as if they have been placed gently on the riverbed. From shoulders to elbows to wrists, each segment feels more settled, more grounded. Even the fingers know how to be still now, curved in their own natural shape, like small shells resting where the current is slowest. All the while, the river's quiet company remains. It does not grow bored, it does not wander away, it just continues, a faithful line of movement beside the cottage, beside your resting body, beside the drifting edges of your awareness. There is a part of you that follows that line downstream, not with effort, not with intention, but the way a leaf follows the surface. It drifts with the sound, with the breath, with the gentle pull of gravity and night. Every exhale is another small stretch of water past, another bend rounded in the dark. What needed doing has paused. The tasks and questions belong to other hours, to other banks along this same long river. Here, only this short, quiet reach matters. The one where the water slows, where the air cools, where the body remembers how to rest. Even the small muscles around the eyes soften, like tiny inlets filling with still water. The forehead smooths, the brows release their hold. Behind them, the mind itself feels a little farther away, as though it has stepped back from the main current and is watching from a shaded shore. The river keeps moving, but there is no sense of being left behind. Instead, it feels as though the water is carrying time away for you, taking the weight of minutes and hours downstream, leaving only this gentle, unmeasured now. Inhale, the body receives. Exhale, the body yields, over and over, like water touching the same stone again and again, until both are shaped to one another in quiet agreement. Here, beside this calm, steady flow, the whole of you begins to feel like part of the river's bed, solid, supported, unmoving, while something soft and constant passes through and around. Breath, like water, continues its slow, faithful work, washing through muscles, through thoughts, through the small, hidden corners of the body. The night deepens. The river whispers on, and the inner current of breath keeps matching it. One gentle rise, one gentle fall at a time, as rest settles in like silt at the bottom of a quiet stream. The room holds its quiet. The walls stand around you, steady and sure, like an old path that knows the shape of every footstep it has ever carried. Your breath moves in its own slow rhythm, in a gentle filling. Out, a soft, easing release. Each breath is like a step taken in darkness, unhurried, confident, feeling the way by touch instead of sight. Behind your closed eyes, the cottage changes. It is no longer just a room. It becomes a simple, enclosed walkway, a soft rectangle of space traced by the inside of the walls, a quiet loop waiting for the soundless pattern of night footsteps. Imagine the floor beneath you as a path that follows the line of the walls, straight along one side, turning the corner, moving along the next. A slow circuit, always returning to where it began. Your awareness starts to walk that path, step by step, without needing your body to move at all. Begin at one corner of the room, as if your attention stands there, facing along the wall. Your inhale is the lifting of a foot. Your exhale is the gentle placing of it down. In, the foot rises, light and easy. Out, the foot settles, the weight spreads, the floor receives it without a sound. The path is smooth, The boards are worn by many quiet evenings. Each imagined step is soft, like the padded touch of a sock against polished wood. Nothing scrapes, nothing startles, just the faintest sense of pressure, then release. Your breath keeps time. Inhale, a small, weightless pause. Exhale, a quiet, certain contact. The whole body begins to follow this rhythm, as if every muscle has become part of a slow, careful walk around the inside of the walls. Feel the weight of your feet wherever they rest. Heels, arches, toes. They are like the first stones laid at the start of a path, anchoring everything that comes after. Notice how the contact points feel heavier on the exhale, lighter on the inhale. The path begins here, at the ground, where your body meets the floor. Now your awareness takes its first turn along the wall. Inhale. The attention lifts from your feet, sliding gently up through your ankles. Exhale. It settles into your lower legs, like a foot coming down in soft darkness. Sure of where it is landing, the muscles there loosen, as though they have reached a resting place after a long day of standing. Another breath. Inhale. The quiet inner foot rises again, traveling up through your calves, behind the knees. Exhale. It comes down, placing its weight into your thighs. The large muscles there spread and soften, like a traveler lowering a pack to the ground, feeling the relief move through bone and fiber. The path continues along the wall. Your breath keeps walking. Inhale, attention lifting along the back of the legs, into the hips. Exhale, settling into the bowl of the pelvis, where everything can rest a little deeper. The joints there feel as if they have reached a gentle corner in the path, a place where the turning is slow and easy. Notice the way the body rests against what supports it. The chair, the cushion, the floor. Each surface is part of this inner walkway, holding the imprint of your weight, the way a well-used path holds the faint memory of each step. No effort in that memory, just a soft, familiar knowing. Now the path turns again, following the next wall. Inhale. The inner foot rises from the hips, traveling up along the spine. Each vertebra is like a small stone set carefully along the edge of the path. Exhale. The weight of your awareness rests into the back, from the lower spine up into the middle. The muscles there give a little, like earth settling after a gentle rain. Another slow step. Inhale. The breath climbs between the shoulder blades, light as a lifted heel. Exhale. It settles across the shoulders, spreading out to the sides. The shoulders respond as though they have been carrying a lantern all day. And now, at last, they set it down. The grip loosens on its own. Around the walls the night is quiet. The door is closed. The air is still. Inside this circle, your breath keeps tracing its soft perimeter, step by step, never hurried, never lost. Now the path reaches the next corner. Inhale. The attention rises into the base of the neck, the place where so much holding gathers. Exhale. It pours gently down through the throat, into the chest. The front of the body feels like the long, straight stretch of wall where the steps grow even slower. Feel the chest as a quiet hallway of breath. Inhale. The ribs widen, like walls easing apart, just enough for the traveler to pass. Exhale. They draw closer again, not tight, just settled. As the foot comes down and pauses, the heart rests in the middle of this hallway, steady and calm, like a soft light that does not need to shine for anyone but itself. The path moves on. Inhale. Awareness lifts through the chest into the collarbones. Exhale. It settles into the upper arms, down into the elbows. These joints are like small, rounded turns in the walkway, easy to follow, asking for no effort at all. Another breath. Inhale. The inner foot rises again, traveling down the forearms. Exhale. It rests into the hands. Notice the weight of each hand, the way it lies where it has chosen to lie. Palms, fingers, knuckles. They are like quiet footprints left in soft dust along the edge of the wall, clear enough to see, gentle enough to be brushed away by the next slow breeze of breath. The circuit nears its final side. Inhale. Attention glides back up the arms, returning to the neck, then higher into the jaw. Exhale. The jaw loosens as though it has stepped out of a tight doorway into open space. The tongue rests low and easy. The lips meet softly without needing to hold any shape or word. Your breath reaches the space of the face, the last stretch along this inner wall. Inhale. The awareness rises into the cheeks, the temples, the skin around the eyes. Exhale. Everything there softens, like a path that has finally reached its quietest point, where even footsteps become almost imaginary. The muscles around the eyes release their tiny, constant work. The forehead smooths, as if the wind has passed gently over it, erasing every small line of effort. Now the path comes to the final corner. High at the crown of the head, inhale. The breath touches that place, light as the lift of a bare foot, just before it comes down. Exhale. The awareness flows down the back of the skull, through the neck, returning to the chest, to the belly, to the place where the whole circuit began. You have walked once around the inside of the walls. The body has followed that walk in its own way, softening where the steps passed, loosening where the corners turned. What needed doing has paused. The night asks nothing more from you than this gentle rhythm. Now the path repeats itself, but it no longer needs to be guided. The breath knows it. Inhale, the inner foot lifts somewhere in the body. Exhale, it finds the next quiet place to rest. The circuit continues on its own, like someone pacing a familiar hallway in the dark, not to go anywhere, just to feel the comfort of the root beneath their feet. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint echo far down the corridor, while the main sound here is the hush of these soft, invisible steps. Feel how each exhale makes the body a little heavier along the path. The feet sink more fully into their resting place. The legs give more of their weight to what holds them. The back leans more completely into support. The head rests more deeply, as if the pillow were the final, welcoming wall at the end of the walk. Around the edges of your awareness, the cottage holds steady. Thick walls, quiet air, a simple rectangle of space, traced again and again by the slow footsteps of your breathing. No urgency in those steps, no destination. There is only this gentle circling around the room, through the body, in the breath. Inhale, a lifting, a tiny weightless pause. Exhale, a settling, a soft, certain arrival. The path around the walls grows softer each time it is walked. The body grows heavier each time it is met by that quiet, returning step. Soon, even the walker grows drowsy. The footsteps blur into stillness, and the walls, the path, the breath, and the resting body all become one continuous, peaceful place to stay. The warmth of the room lingers around you as the night deepens outside. Somewhere above, beyond the ceiling and the roof, the sky has opened into its wide, quiet darkness. It is there, whether the eyes are open or closed, a great dark canopy stretching in every direction. For now, it is enough to feel that vastness as an echo inside the body. Breath moves in and breath moves out. Each inhale is like looking up into that open sky, gently aware of its endless space. Each exhale is like settling back onto the solid roof of the cottage, steady and sure beneath that space. The rhythm is simple and slow, a soft rise, a soft fall. Imagine the roof above as a calm, still platform resting under the stars. Wood and tile and beam lie quiet, holding their shape in the cool night air. Above that, the sky stretches outward, deep and dark, scattered with distant points of light. Inside, the chest rises and falls, mirroring that steady, spacious calm. The body has its own sky, within. The curve of the ribs forms a gentle dome, like a small roof sheltering a quiet interior. Under that dome, breath moves like a slow, wandering breeze, touching every hidden corner. With each inhale, space opens. With each exhale, everything settles a little lower. Notice the weight of the head resting as if on the highest point of that inner roof. Neck muscles soften as though they have been leaning back to watch the stars for a long, easy while. The small muscles at the base of the skull loosen, like knots in old wood easing in the night air. The face grows still, like a rooftop left undisturbed under a gentle, endless sky. Behind the closed eyes, there is a wide, dark space. It is not empty, just quiet, like the sky when the clouds have drifted away. Somewhere in that inner darkness, tiny glimmers of thought may flicker like far-off stars. They are distant and light, easy to see, easy to leave where they are. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint constellation, far from the center of your gaze. The main feeling is the space itself, broad and unhurried, stretching behind the forehead and deep into the mind. Breath moves through that space as though opening a window in the roof, letting in cool, steady air. High above the cottage, the night sky holds its quiet. It does not strain or reach, it simply extends, without edge, without effort. Inside, the lungs follow that example, expanding just as much as they need, then softening again. There is no rush in this movement, only the slow turning of an inner universe. The shoulders are like low eaves at the edge of a roof. They have carried the weight of many days, many seasons of weather. Now they sink down, sliding away from the ears, as though the roof has found its perfect angle at last. Muscles along the tops of the shoulders spread and flatten, like tiles settling into place. Across the upper back, imagine a broad, steady surface, warm and still. Each breath passes beneath it, like a quiet current of air under a sheltering roof. With every exhale, that surface grows heavier, more supported, as if anchored to the beams of the cottage. The spine rests like a strong central beam, no longer holding anything up, simply being held. Arms lie along the sides, like long, quiet rafters extending out under the night. From shoulders to elbows to wrists, the weight increases in gentle steps. The joints loosen as if old hinges have been oiled by the dark and the stillness. Hands rest at the ends, easy and open, like small forgotten attics filled only with quiet air. Fingers have their own small gravity now. Each one rests where it is, curved or straight, without needing to decide. The skin over the knuckles feels soft, as though the night has smoothed away any sharpness. Even the spaces between the fingers feel calm, like narrow beams of starlight slipping through the gaps in a roof. The chest rises again, then falls. Think of it as a rooftop, gently breathing under the stars, lifting a little with the night air, then settling back. The heart beats somewhere within, steady and sure, like a quiet clock kept in an upstairs room. Its rhythm is soft, dependable, moving at the pace of the dark sky outside. Down through the middle of the body, warmth spreads slowly, like stored heat in old roof tiles after a long day. The belly softens, no longer pulled in or held tight. With each exhale, it drops a little, like a low roof relaxing into its true shape. Muscles that once guarded this place now stand back, making room for easy breath. Hips and pelvis form a wide, stable base, like the solid frame that holds the whole roof steady. They sink into the surface beneath, heavy and sure, as though they have found the exact place they belong. Any small tension here loosens, like ropes untied from beams after the work is done. The lower back eases, following the lead of the hips, supported from below and above. Thighs extend outward, like long slopes of roof reaching toward the eaves. They feel broad and substantial, carrying no weight but their own. The fabric beneath responds, shaping itself around their heaviness, just as the cottage shapes itself around the night. Each breath sends a faint, gentle wave of softness through these large muscles, smoothing them from within. Knees rest like quiet joints in the structure, no longer bending, no longer asked to move. They are simply there, part of the whole, held in place by everything around them. Lower legs stretch away, calm and still, like beams that have finally stopped creaking in the wind. Even the shins and calves grow quiet, wrapped in their own layer of night. Ankles and feet are the far edges of this inner roof, where the structure meets open air. They too grow heavy, yet somehow light at the same time, as if they are both grounded and floating under the stars. Heels press into what supports them. A small, precise pressure, steady as a rooftop stone. The arches rest like gentle curves, and the toes soften, no longer gripping the day. All through the body, from the crown of the head to the tips of the toes, there is a sense of being both sheltered and open. Sheltered, like lying beneath a strong, familiar roof. Open, like resting under an endless night sky that needs no walls at all. The two meet somewhere in the middle, in the quiet space of the chest and the slow rhythm of breath. The tasks have stepped back, The night itself seems to lean over the cottage, a great, calm presence that asks for nothing. Above the roof, stars hold their places, patient and unhurried. Inside the body, every muscle begins to follow that patience. Imagine now that the whole body is like a small rooftop terrace under the stars. The surface is still, the air is cool and gentle. The sky is wide. Breath moves across this terrace like a light breeze, brushing over, then moving on. Each exhale leaves the space a little quieter than before. There may be distant sounds in the world beyond these walls, like faint noises from streets far below. They stay outside, like echoes at the edge of a wide, high roof. Here at this level, in this quiet height, only the slow pulse of the body and the soft tide of breath remain. The rest of the world has stepped down a few floors, leaving this upper space undisturbed. Somewhere above, a single star might be imagined, steady and bright, fixed in the sky above the cottage. Inside, a matching still point exists, perhaps in the center of the chest, or between the eyebrows, or deep behind the throat. It does not move with the breath. It simply shines quietly, a point of calm in the middle of everything. Around that point, inhalations and exhalations circle like slow, silent constellations. Nothing needs to be changed. The body is exactly as it is, like a roof that has weathered many nights and simply rests under this one. The sky is exactly as it is, dark and spacious and kind in its distance. Between them, in that space of rest, the whole system begins to drift toward deeper ease. Breath grows a little slower now, a little longer on the way out. Each exhale feels like releasing a small, unseen bundle of weight from the rafters. The inner roof of ribs and muscles grows lighter, even as the body feels heavier where it lies. The contrast is gentle and pleasant, like watching stars grow brighter as the ground grows dim. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. The way a village slowly dims its lights under the night. One by one, small windows of thought close, leaving only a few distant glows. The main feeling is darkness and softness, and the steady presence of breath. Here in this private rooftop of the body, the night is kind and unhurried. The roof holds, the sky stretches, breath moves in slow arcs between them, like a lantern carried back and forth across a quiet, starlit space. With every passing moment, muscles grow heavier and awareness grows lighter. The structure of the body feels clear and simple, like the lines of a roof drawn against the sky. Inside that outline, everything softens into shadow. Outside it, The vast, gentle darkness of the night waits, patient and welcoming. There is nowhere else to reach for now. The stars are high, the roof is steady, the body is resting in its own quiet height. Breath continues, easy and unforced, rising and falling like a slow, silent gaze across the sky. And in that steady rise and fall, the whole being settles, as if the night itself were tucking it under a wide, peaceful canopy of stars. The river's voice lingers in the room, soft, steady, like music that has already begun to fade, yet still hums in the background of everything. The edges of each sound feel rounder now, as though the night has placed gentle hands over the ears, not to block, but to soften. The water outside is still playing its quiet song, yet inside it feels more distant, more like an echo remembered than a note being struck. Breath follows that same pattern of fading. Each inhale rises, clear and simple. Each exhale drifts away, thinning at the edges, dissolving into the room, as though the breath itself is a piece of music, slowly moving toward silence. Inside the body, a quieter listening begins, not to words, not even to the river, but to the small, subtle sounds of resting. There is the slow, rhythmic sound of air moving through the nose, the soft whisper of fabric as the chest rises and falls, the gentle creak of whatever holds your weight, adjusting by a fraction, then growing still again, all of it part of a private nighttime song. Imagine the whole body as a simple instrument, resting after a long day of playing. Strings that once vibrated with effort now hang loose and calm. Drums that once beat quickly now grow slower, softer, more spacious. The music is not gone. It is simply becoming more and more quiet. The muscles across the forehead are the first notes to fade. They have worked hard to express, to focus, to react. Now they smooth, like a hand passing gently over the surface of still water. The skin there settles, as though the last bright note has finally resolved. Around the eyes, tiny muscles unwind in all directions. The lids rest heavier against the eyes beneath. Behind them, a soft darkness spreads, like the dimming of a stage after the final chord. That darkness is not empty. It is full of rest. The jaw loosens in its own time. Teeth separate just enough. The tongue lies broader, quieter, at the floor of the mouth. The whole lower face feels as if a long, sustained note has finally been allowed to trail off into silence. The neck follows, one small area at a time. The front of the throat, where words and swallowing and speaking have moved all day, grows still. The sides of the neck, where tendons once stood out with effort soften back. The back of the neck lengthens as if the spine is listening for a deeper, slower rhythm. Each breath now is like a gentle hand turning down a volume knob. On the in-breath, awareness brightens just a little. On the out-breath, everything grows quieter again. The overall sound of being alive is softening step by step. Across the shoulders, a familiar weight begins to slide away. They no longer need to hold themselves in any particular shape. They sink toward the surface beneath them like a final chord sinking into the floor of a concert hall. Nothing needs to be held up. Arms grow heavier along their length, from the roundness of the shoulders, down through the upper arms, through elbows that no longer brace. Forearms rest, simple and still. Hands lie where they have chosen to lie, fingers curving with their own quiet gravity. There is a tiny, nearly silent music in the fingertips. A faint hum of blood moving, nerves resting. It is so subtle that it feels almost like a memory of sound, more than sound itself. Even that begins to fade into comfort. Across the chest, breath plays its slow, repeating phrase. Up a little, down a little. A small expansion, a gentle release, like the softest part of a melody, played over and over until it becomes background. Deep inside the ribs, the heart keeps its own rhythm, steady, patient, unhurried. Its beat is the quiet drum beneath everything, guiding the rest of the body toward deeper stillness. There is no need to change it. It knows exactly how to slow on its own. The middle of the body feels like the center of a quiet room. Belly softens, no longer pulled in, no longer braced. With each breath, it rises and falls in a small, simple arc, as though it is listening to the faintest echo of the river's flow and answering with its own slow movement. Lower in the body, hips grow heavier. They settle into their place, no longer shifting, no longer searching. The muscles around them release in layers, like the last gentle notes of a song, drifting upward and disappearing. Pelvis, lower back, and belly all share the same widening silence. Thighs lengthen and rest. They have carried weight, climbed steps, moved through the day. Now they lie still, full and quiet, like instruments laid carefully back in their cases. Calm, unused, yet completely at ease. Knees so often bending and straightening grow simple again. Just joints resting in place. No effort, no decision, just stillness. The body knows how to pause here. Below the knees, calves soften and spread. Any small tension wrapped around them begins to loosen. The skin, the muscles, the deeper tissues all agree to grow quieter together, as if an unseen conductor has gently lowered their hands. Ankles rest, no longer balancing, no longer adjusting to each step. Feet grow warm or cool in their own way, held by fabric, by air, by mattress or cushion. Heels pressed down with a steady, unchanging weight. The surface beneath receives that weight without complaint, like a quiet audience that never needs to leave. Even the toes have their own small silence. They may curl slightly, or lengthen, or simply lie as they are. Each toe is its own tiny note, no longer bright and separate, but part of a single, soft chord of rest. The whole body is playing one sound now: stillness. The river outside continues its gentle song, yet inside that sound has become more of a feeling than a noise, a sense of continuous movement somewhere beyond the walls, a reminder that the world carries on so that this room does not need to. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Thoughts, if they arise, are like faint music from another room, recognizable yet far away. They do not disturb the quiet center that is forming here. In that center, behind the closed eyes, there is a wide, dark space. Not heavy, not crowded, just a soft, velvety kind of quiet, like the silence after a favorite song has ended. The body rests inside that silence, as if wrapped in it. Breath is the only clear sound that truly matters now. In, a gentle arrival. Out, a gentle departure. Each cycle a small familiar phrase repeated, softer each time. The tasks have stepped back. The list waits outside this room. This hour has no demands, no performances, no need to respond. The night asks nothing. Somewhere, the river's music is slowly blending with the music of sleep. The bright edges of awareness blur, like notes fading into a long, quiet echo. The body has become an instrument at rest, strings slack, drum skin loose, keys untouched. Silence is not empty here. It is full of comfort. Breath continues, steady and kind. The heart keeps its gentle beat. The river outside flows on, a soft, distant lullaby. And inside, the last traces of the day's sound drift away, leaving only this deep, tender quiet, listening to itself. The room holds its quiet. The closed door keeps the night soft around the walls. Somewhere outside, the river goes on, moving in its own slow way. But in here, everything has grown very still. The body rests where it is. The bed, or the couch, or the simple place beneath the blankets, has learned the exact shape of this weight. Fabric gives a little under shoulders, under hips, under heels, as though the surface has its own gentle memory of how to hold. Breath moves in and out, unhurried. Each exhale settles a little more of the day. What needed doing has paused. This hour belongs only to quiet. After a while, the edges of the body begin to blur. The line where skin meets air is not so sharp now. It is as though the night has drawn closer, not as a chill, but as a soft, invisible layer of warmth that fills the small spaces around arms and legs and spine. There is a sense of being gently suspended, not lifted high, not carried away, just not pulled down so firmly anymore. The mattress still holds, but its grip feels lighter, as if gravity itself has relaxed its hand. Notice the way the back rests. There might be one small point that feels heavier, one place that presses a little more deeply into what lies beneath. Even that weight seems to loosen, spreading out, thinning, like a shadow that grows softer at the edges. The room becomes a quiet sky. Not the sky outside the window, but a wide, invisible space that opens in every direction around this resting body. In that sky, there is no rush, no need to move. There is simply a gentle, steady drifting. Arms feel a little less solid. They rest where they are, but they also seem to hover, as though a thin cushion of air has slipped between skin and fabric. Fingers grow vague, no longer counted one by one, just a soft presence at the ends of the hands. The legs follow. From the hips down, there is less sense of shape and more of simple warmth, simple heaviness turning to lightness. Knees, calves, ankles, their names matter less. They are part of one quiet field of sensation, floating just above the surface that holds them. In this gentle suspension, the body feels both supported and weightless, as though it has become a small cloud, resting very low, just above the ground, close enough to feel the earth's calm, far enough to drift a little with each slow breath. The air around the face is cool and still. With every inhale, that coolness brushes the inside of the nose, the back of the throat, then disappears into the chest. With every exhale, warmth spreads out, then fades, like a faint mist dissolving into the room. The features soften, the brow smooths without effort. The tiny muscles around the eyes loosen, so that even the idea of frowning feels distant, almost forgotten. Lips rest gently together or slightly parted, without needing to hold any expression at all. Somewhere inside, there is a quiet sense of floating upward. Not in a rush, not in a straight line, but in a slow, almost imperceptible rise, as if the body is a leaf in very still air, lifted by currents, too soft to feel directly. The bed remains steady beneath, yet the awareness of contact grows lighter, thinner, like a sheet of paper slowly turning translucent against the light. There is support, and there is space, both present at the same time. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint hum in another room. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond this floating space, far enough away that their shapes are hard to see. Here, in this wide, quiet sky of the room, time loosens. Minutes no longer stand in a row. They spread out like tiny specks of dust hanging in a beam of moonlight, hardly moving at all. The sense of where begins to soften too. It matters less which wall is to the left, which window is to the right. The body rests in the center of a gentle, formless space, with no corners to bump against, no edges to reach. Breath becomes the simplest of anchors. In, a slight rise, as though the whole body lifts a fraction of an inch. Out, a tiny settling, as though that cloud has drifted just a little lower, still held, still buoyant. At times, it may feel as though the body has grown larger. The warmth in the chest might seem to spread beyond the ribs, into the air just above. The soft heaviness in the legs might feel wider than their actual shape, like a quiet glow extending past skin. At other moments, the body feels smaller, just a point of comfort, a single gentle weight in a vast, dark, peaceful room. Both feelings are welcome here, both part of the same slow drifting. The night holds this floating shape with an easy patience. There is no need to guide it, no need to steer. The drifting happens on its own, like a feather turning slowly in still air, changing position so gently that the movement is almost imagined. The tasks have stepped back. Tomorrow holds its own questions. Far down some hallway that does not open into this room. Here, there is only the soft rise and fall of breath, and the sense of hanging lightly in the quiet. Even the idea of up and down begins to lose its meaning. The weight that once pulled straight toward the mattress now feels spread in every direction at once, as though the body is resting at the center of a soft sphere of calm, held equally from all sides. The skin is less noticeable. What remains is a kind of gentle glow, not seen with eyes, but known from within. A warmth that does not stop at the outline of arms or legs, but continues into the space just beyond them. Thoughts, when they wander near, seem thin and far away, like distant lanterns hanging in a high, dark ceiling. They flicker once, twice, then drift off again, too remote to disturb the air around this floating body. Breath grows quieter still. Sometimes the pause between one exhale and the next inhale feels like a tiny, weightless moment, all its own. A small, suspended silence where nothing moves at all. In that pause, the whole body seems to hover, not falling, not rising, simply resting in a clear, open stillness. Then the next breath arrives, and the gentle drifting continues. The room's quiet deepens. Even familiar sounds, a faint creak in the walls, a distant murmur from outside, seem softened by distance, wrapped in layers of night. They pass through without catching, like faint currents sliding beneath a floating leaf. There is no need to hold on to any particular sensation. They come and go on their own, like tiny shifts in the air. Awareness itself feels lighter, more spacious, less tied to any single place in the body. The whole of this resting shape feels suspended in a cradle of darkness and soft air, supported yet free of weight, present yet already beginning to slip toward dreams. In this gentle, hovering space, the night moves quietly around and through. Breath continues its slow rhythm. The floating deepens, and everything grows very, very still. The lamp's glow rests on the walls, soft, unmoving, but not quite still. Light gathers in one place and then thins in another. Edges soften, corners blur. The room is the same, and yet it has changed a little, now that the cup is empty and the night has deepened. Shadows lean gently along the boards, stretching themselves out in long, quiet shapes. They follow the lines of the floor, climb the legs of the table, curl around the chair. Nothing sharp, nothing harsh, just the slow, patient drift of dark where the light grows tired. On the wall nearest the lamp, a pale circle glows. Inside it, the grain of the wood shows through, faint and delicate, like lines on a palm. Beyond that circle, the color deepens into dusk. The difference between light and shadow is small now, like the difference between waking and whatever waits beneath it. Your eyes move lazily across these shifting tones, from the brightest place out toward the dim edges, from the soft gold near the lamp to the gentle grey that gathers near the ceiling. Vision grows heavier but also wider, as if the whole wall is breathing in and out in slow, shallow waves. The steam above the cup has faded, but its memory lingers in the air. Near the lamp, the light is thicker, almost visible, as though it has weight. Farther away, it thins into a quiet, cool darkness. Between the two, the room is made of layers, bands of brightness and shadow, gently folding into one another. The walls no longer feel like hard borders. They are just places where light changes its mind. Here a soft glow, there a gentle shade. Beyond that, a darkness that is not empty, only resting. A small movement of your hand, the faintest shift of your arm, and something stirs along the wall. A shadow lifts, stretches, and settles again in a new shape. It is slow, like a yawn. The room responds to every little motion, with a quiet rearranging of light and dark. The river's murmur seeps through these walls, and for a moment it seems as if the sound itself has a shadow. Where the water is louder, the darkness feels deeper. Where the sound softens, the light seems to reach a little farther, as though the night is painting with sound as much as with shade. Your body rests in the middle of all this, somewhere between lamp and wall, between brightness and dim. Some parts of you are touched by the warm glow. Others are wrapped in a softer dark. The line between them is not clear anymore. It drifts like the edge of a cloud moving across a late evening sky. Fingers, once wrapped around the cup, hold a memory of its heat. On the backs of your hands, the light lies gently, tracing the curve of knuckles, the slope of each finger. On the underside, a cooler shadow gathers, cradling your palms. Warmth and coolness, light and shade, meeting quietly in the middle. As your eyes grow heavier, the walls seem to step back. Their details blur. The knot in the wood, the faint line where one board meets another, all of it softens. What remains is tone. A wash of pale gold near the lamp, fading slowly into a deep, velvety dusk. The ceiling above is a canvas for the smallest movements of light. The lamp's glow reaches up, but not all the way. Near its center, a gentle brightness. Toward the corners, a deepening shadow. It feels as though the room is holding a shallow bowl of light, and you are resting at the quiet bottom of it. Each breath adds its own rhythm to the shadows. On the inhale, the chest lifts, and a faint, wavering shape moves along the wall. On the exhale, it settles again, a little lower, a little softer. Even the light seems to be breathing with you, rising and falling in time with the quiet inside your ribs. Somewhere near your shoulder, a narrow strip of wall is half lit. Not bright, not dark, just in between. The color there is gentle, like the inside of a seashell, or the way the world looks through closed eyelids when a light is nearby. That is where the eye wants to rest, on the place that is neither one thing nor the other. The tasks have stepped back. The walls hold only the play of light now, not the weight of plans or lists. They are just surfaces for brightness to touch and shadow to gather upon, simple and untroubled. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint pattern in the paint, noticed once and then forgotten. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that soft band of half-light, where attention no longer follows. Here, in this small room, the night has become a slow conversation between glow and dimness. The lamp speaks in warm tones. The corners answer in quiet shade. Between them, the air holds a gentle hush, as if listening. Your outline feels less certain than it did before. Where your arm meets the air, the shadow does not draw a sharp line. It blurs at the edges, like charcoal gently smudged by a fingertip. The body is here, but its borders are soft, dissolving into the room's deeper quiet. When the eyes close, the light does not disappear, it simply turns inward. Behind the lids, there is a faint glow, a memory of the lamp's circle on the wall. Around it, a comfortable darkness gathers, not pressing in, just resting nearby. In that inner space, shapes appear and fade the way shadows did on the boards, hints of movement, gentle shifts of brightness and dark. None of them ask to be named. They pass through like the slow turning of evening across a familiar room. The mind traces, for a moment, the path of light it remembers. From lamp to table, from table to chair, from chair to wall, from wall up to the ceiling, and then down again into the corners where the night is thickest. Then even that small tracing grows hazy, as if the line of thought itself has stepped into shadow. Breath in, and the inner glow brightens just a little. Breath out, and the darkness softens around it. Like ink spreading gently in water, there is no need to choose between them. They are part of the same quiet picture. The walls, once so solid, feel far away now. What is close is the gentle flicker behind the eyes, the slow weight of limbs, the subtle warmth where the lamp once touched the skin. Everything else has moved to the edges, like furniture fading into dusk. Light and shadow continue their patient, unhurried dance around you. They slide along wood and fabric, across your resting form, across the still surface of the empty cup. Each small shift is a lullaby without words, a story told only in brightness and shade. Nothing to fix, nothing to hold up. The room knows how to keep its own balance of dark and light. The body knows how to follow. Somewhere at the very edge of awareness, the lamp's glow thins just a little. Shadows grow a touch deeper, like a long, slow blink. And in that deepening, the last clear lines soften, blurring into one gentle, quiet tone. As the night draws you further into its calm, where even walls become a whisper of light and dark, drifting together and then drifting on. The room grows quieter still. The bed holds steady beneath you, a calm, patient presence. Somewhere beyond the walls, The river keeps its slow, secret rhythm, but here the center of the night has gathered around this small space. The house has finished its settling. The last tiny creaks have faded. The air has cooled and evened out. A gentle, constant temperature that brushes lightly over skin and blanket. Everything that needed watching in the day has already been watched. In this soft dimness, the night itself feels like a watcher. Not a figure, not a face, just a quiet awareness that fills the corners of the room, leaning gently over the bed, keeping company without asking for anything in return. The walls hold their silence. The ceiling above is only a darker shade of shadow, resting there like a closed eyelid. The window is a calm, dark pane, not pressing in, not calling out, just standing guard between the room and the wide, sleeping world. The night keeps watch alone now. It has taken over every small duty, listening to the faint rustle of leaves, noticing the distant murmur of the river, following the slow rise and fall of your breathing, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. The bed feels more and more like a still platform in the middle of this quiet watching, firm where it needs to be, soft everywhere else, a steady surface that does not shift, does not argue, simply receives the weight that has been placed upon it. The blankets lie over you like a second, gentler night. They dim the last traces of the day that might still cling to the skin. They soften the border between air and body, between room and warmth, until everything blends into one calm layer. The watcher that is the night has no urgency. Time for it is wide and slow. It is in no hurry for morning, no hurry for dreams, no hurry for anything at all. It is simply here, keeping its quiet, patient vigil while the body rests. Breath moves in and out, almost unnoticed. The chest rises a little, then falls. The belly softens under the blankets, following along. Each exhale seems to ease the body a fraction deeper into the mattress, as if the night is gently tucking you into place. The edges of the body start to blur. Where the arm meets the sheet is less clear. Where the back meets the mattress is less distinct. The points of contact spread and soften, like ink slowly soaking into thick paper. Hands grow heavier, but also less defined. A palm is just warmth now, and weight and stillness. Fingers are no longer separate things that need to move or hold. They rest as one quiet shape, known and gently observed by the night that keeps watch. Around the head, the pillow cradles every curve. The back of the skull, the line of the neck, the small hollows behind the ears. All of it is held in a soft, steady embrace, as if the pillow has taken on the task of supporting every thought, every memory, every feeling, so the mind does not need to carry them. The night is thorough in its watching. It notices the slow unwinding of muscles at the base of the skull. It follows the release across the shoulders, down the spine, through the hips, into the legs. It attends to each part of the body with the same quiet, unhurried care. Outside the window, the darkness is deep but gentle. It presses lightly against the glass, not to enter, only to lean close. The trees stand as still shapes in that darkness, part of the same wide, patient watch that the night is keeping. Inside, the air is still. No draft, no sudden change, only a soft, even presence that wraps around bed and body alike. In this stillness, the sense of where the body ends and the room begins grows hazy, as though everything is resting under the same shared blanket. The night has taken over the work of noticing. The list waits outside this room. What needed doing has paused, set down gently on the other side of the door, where it will remain untouched until morning chooses to arrive. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint murmur in a far-off room that the watcher has already accounted for. Stray ideas, bits of memory, little flashes of the day drift by, and the night simply nods to them and lets them move on. There is no need to follow them, no need to hold them in place. The night is already holding everything that matters, quietly, steadily, without effort. The body grows heavier and lighter at the same time. Heavier where it meets the bed, where gravity has its gentle say. Lighter in the places that float just a little above the mattress, the spaces under the knees, the curve of the lower back, the hollow of the neck. In those small spaces, the sense of floating begins. Not a big dramatic lift, just a subtle feeling that certain parts of you are suspended in the night's careful attention, as though the darkness itself were a soft, invisible cushion. The watcher does not sleep, but it is not awake in the way a person is awake. It simply exists, present and quiet, through every slow breath, every tiny shift, every deepening of rest. It holds the room, the bed, the body, all within its easy awareness. Somewhere very far away, time continues. Clocks move, the world turns. But here, under the night's watch, minutes lose their edges, stretching out into one long, gentle moment. The river goes on with its slow, steady movement in the distance, yet even that seems to belong to the same stillness. The sound is folded into the night's keeping, part of its long, unbroken attention. It is all one listening, one quiet presence, one calm, steady watch. The body responds to this by softening even more. Jaw loose, forehead smooth, eyes heavy, lids resting like small curtains drawn halfway, then all the way, without effort. Breath slips into a rhythm that does not need to be guided. In, out. The watcher notices but does not interfere. It simply keeps its place, steady and kind, while the body drifts. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space, like faint shapes, passing across the very edge of vision. They do not disturb the bed. They do not stir the blankets. They are only part of the vast, quiet landscape the night is holding. Nothing to solve, nothing to answer. The questions that belong to daylight have already been given back to the day. The night has taken up only one task now, to keep watch while rest deepens. In this gentle vigil, the sense of me and bed and room begins to thin. There is just warmth, just weight, just breath moving in the middle of a wide, soft darkness that knows exactly how to hold it. The watcher does not ask for gratitude. It does not need to be seen. It simply remains, a calm, invisible presence, while the body sinks past words, past images, into a quieter place. Here, the night keeps watch alone. It will stay as long as it is needed, listening to the hush of breath, feeling the stillness deepen, guarding this small riverside room until sleep has done all its quiet work. And beyond, the cottage holds its quiet shape around you. Walls, roof, floor, all settled into their places for the night. The bed carries your weight without question. The mattress remembers the curve of your body and answers with its own steady softness. The blanket rests over you like a calm, even sky, not heavy, not light, just enough. It smooths out along your sides, tucks itself into the small spaces, and stays. The room has grown dim and simple. Shadows have stopped moving. Furniture has turned into gentle outlines. No edges asking for attention, just familiar forms resting in the dark. The door is closed. The windows are closed. The night leans quietly against the outer walls, content to stay there, watching over its own sounds and motions. Inside, the air is still and soft. It touches your skin in a quiet, even way, cool where it meets what is uncovered, warm where the blanket holds in your heat. The pillow cradles the weight of your head. It does not hurry you. It simply rises to meet the shape that is there and keeps holding it, patient and unmoving. Here in this small, steady room, time has loosened its grip. What needed doing has paused. Tomorrow holds its own questions, waiting somewhere far beyond these walls. The night outside is on its own gentle watch. The river keeps its low murmur. The trees keep their quiet breathing in the dark. The cottage just receives those distant sounds and softens them before they reach you. Inside, the only movements are slow and close, The rise and fall of the chest, the faint shift of fabric when a muscle unwinds, the deepening weight where your body meets the bed. The floor beneath the bed is solid and sure. Wood resting on its beams, beams resting on the earth, all of it holding you without effort, as though it has been waiting all day for this simple task. There is nothing to manage here. The room knows how to stay a room. The night knows how to stay night. Breath knows how to move in and out, even when you are barely noticing. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint echo in another room of the cottage, doors gently closed between. The night has taken the watch outside. It listens to the river. It listens to the leaves. It pays attention so that you do not have to. Inside, the bed takes all the weight you offer it. The shoulders sink a little deeper. The back finds its own easy line. The hands rest wherever they have fallen, fingers soft without plans. The walls stand quiet around this. They do not lean in. They do not press. They simply keep the night where it belongs, just beyond, kind and distant. The ceiling is only a darker shade above you. Nothing hidden there, nothing waiting. Just a still surface that holds the last traces of the day's light, then lets even those fade. Breath moves slowly like a small tide inside the cottage of the body, barely rising, barely falling. Each exhale seems to stay a little longer, as though it too wants to rest here. The night outside continues its quiet rounds. The river flows past. The leaves answer the smallest touch of air. A far-off bird may speak once and then fall silent again. None of this asks anything of you. The list waits outside this room. The world beyond, the cottage door, goes on turning softly without your help. Here, the only work is already being done. Muscles untying themselves, thoughts growing lighter, like pages that have already been read and set gently aside. The bed does not mind how long this takes. It holds the weight of your heels, the quiet curve of your calves, the long, slow settling of your spine, as though these were the most natural things in the world. The cottage breathes with you now, in its own slow way. On each in-breath, the room feels just a touch fuller. On each out-breath, everything softens, again sinking back toward stillness. The night keeps watch outside. The cottage keeps its quiet shape around you. The bed keeps its gentle hold beneath you. And the part of you that used to watch over everything loosens its grip, grows dim and drowsy, and rests too, while the dark, kind night goes on keeping watch. All around the little cottage, by the river keeps moving in the dark, slow, steady, almost soundless now. Inside the cottage, everything has settled. The walls have taken on the quiet of the night. The floor holds the weight of the furniture. The air is still and gentle, like a room that has been resting for hours. The bed holds you the same way, soft fabric against your skin, pillows shaped around your head, blankets with their quiet, familiar warmth. Outside, the river glides past the shore. The tide of the day has long since gone. What is left is this smooth, simple flow beside the cottage. There is nothing to meet now. No door to open, no path to walk. You arrived here earlier when the light was soft and golden. You crossed the threshold. You let the door close behind you. That moment did its work. The day stayed outside. The night welcomed you in. Now the cottage feels like it has always known you. The faint scent of wood, the gentle weight of the roof above, the quiet shapes of chair and table resting in the dark. The river's murmur seeps through the walls in a low, even line. It has become part of the silence, not separate, not asking for attention, just there like breath. Your own breathing moves in that same easy way. In, out, unforced. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is only a soft background now, like the river beyond the window. Muscles lie heavy and kind, jaw loose, eyes easy in their sockets. Forehead smooth, the cottage seems to lean in around the bed, not closing in, only holding. A small, steady shelter at the edge of the water. Out by the bank, the shore is still. Stones cooled by night air. Roots resting in the damp earth. The same roots and stones that felt the river's touch all through the day. Now the tide of sound and light has gone out. The busy world has drawn back from this small bend in the water. What remains is a quiet shore, left in peace until morning finds the river again. Inside, your body is that shore. The rush of the day has pulled away. The last small waves of thought have thinned. What is left is simple and calm. Weight, warmth, breath. Nothing needs tending. Nothing waits to be fixed before sleep arrives. The river knows how to move through the dark without you watching. The cottage knows how to stand guard without you thinking about it. Your body knows how to sink toward rest without being told how. It happens in tiny steps. A little more heaviness in the limbs, a little more distance from the room, a little more softness in the middle of each breath. The lamp that once glowed in the corner has long since dimmed in your mind. The chair by the window is only a shadow now. Even the window itself is more feeling than shape. What remains clear is this: a small cottage by a river. Night wrapped around it, you lying here already part of its quiet. Outside, the water slips past, carrying leaves and twigs and pieces of the day away downstream. It will be there when light returns. It will greet the first pale colors of morning on its surface. For now it moves in darkness, beside a sleeping house, breath in the warm room, water in the cool night, two steady currents, side by side. Rest is here. It has settled into the floorboards, into the blankets, into your bones. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. The way the river softens around each bend. No need to follow where it goes. No need to rise with the morning before it comes. This is a whole night, all its own, complete and quiet, in this riverside cottage. Let the body stay heavy. Let the room stay dim. Let the river keep its slow watch outside, until morning finds the river and light touches the water, the cottage, and your resting face.
The day is over, but your mind is still standing at a workbench somewhere. Not a real one, maybe, but an imagined table scattered with pages, threads, and tools that won't quite put themselves away. You came here because the idea of a quiet bookbinder's workshop feels steadier than the inside of your head right now. Maybe you're tired of being in front of glowing screens and loud thoughts, and you want something slower, more human, more tangible. The thought of careful hands, folded paper, and soft, patient work feels like a place you could rest beside, even if you don't quite know how to rest yet. You chose this because the calm rhythm of a craft, the small, repeated motions of making something, sounds more comforting than another night of wrestling with sleep. You've already done something important just by reaching for this. Instead of scrolling through one more thing, instead of replaying the day again, you chose a different texture for your night. You chose glue and linen and quiet shelves over noise and brightness and worry. That choice is enough. There is nothing to perform here, no skill to master. You don't have to follow every detail or picture every tool. You can drift in and out of the words like someone sitting in the corner of a workshop, half watching, half dozing, while someone else keeps their hands moving. If your eyes close, that's welcome. If they stay open in the dark and you simply feel a little less crowded inside, that's welcome too. You're not here to get it right. You're here to be gently surrounded by a slow, careful world until your own system remembers how to soften. Think of this as settling into a chair in the corner of a small, lamplit room. The workbench is there, the materials are there, but you don't have to lift a finger. Your only job is to lie where you are. Listen as much or as little as you like, and let the steady pace of this place keep you company. So begin right where you are. Notice the surface holding you up, the way the bed or couch or mattress meets the back of your body. Feel the weight of you, the simple heaviness that says, I am here, and gravity is doing the work. Your shoulders might still be holding something from the day. You don't have to change that. Just notice how they rest against the bed, or how they hang if you're on your side. Notice the curve of your spine, the way your hips sink a little deeper into the mattress. The air has a temperature, cool or warm, or somewhere in between. Feel it on the skin of your face, around your neck, along your hands where they rest. There is a difference between the air and the fabric that touches you, and your body can tell. Pay a little attention to the covers over you, the weight of a blanket on your legs, the way a sheet brushes your ankles, the familiar shape of your pillow under your head. These are the quiet tools of your own nighttime, as simple and reliable as a bookbinder's bone folder or brush. Your breath is already moving. You don't have to take a special kind of breath. Just notice the way it comes and goes, without being asked. The slight lift of your chest, or the gentle movement of your ribs, the faint feeling of air at the tip of your nose or at the back of your throat. As you feel your own body, you might also begin to sense the room around you. The walls are holding their shape. The door is where it always is. Any faint sounds outside are at a distance, like noises from the street outside a workshop at night, muffled by thick walls and closed windows. Here, in this quiet, you can imagine another kind of room joining yours, not replacing it, just sitting alongside it in your mind. A narrow space with wooden floors and tall shelves, spines of old books lined up in rows, cloth and leather and paper in soft, muted colors. In the center of that room, a sturdy table waits. On it, a stack of loose pages, a coil of linen thread, a small pot of glue beginning to cool. There are tools laid out in a neat, familiar order. A metal ruler, a bone folder, a soft brush, a tiny awl with a smooth wooden handle. The light in this workshop is gentle, not bright, not harsh. A single lamp above the table casts a warm circle, leaving the corners of the room in a comfortable dimness. Dust motes hang in the air, barely moving, like tiny specks of thought that have finally decided to settle. You are not the one who has to do the work here. Think of yourself as the quiet guest, sitting just close enough to see the motions, far enough that no one expects anything of you. Someone else is at the bench, hands steady, movements unhurried, taking care of each page as if there is all the time in the world. As you listen, the rhythm of that careful work will unfold around you, the soft slide of paper being stacked and aligned, the gentle press of a palm smoothing a cover, the almost silent pull of thread drawing signatures together, all of it slow, repetitive and kind. Your own body can take on some of that rhythm without you doing anything on purpose. The steady pace of the craft can sit beside the steady pace of your breathing. The way each page finds its place can echo in the way each muscle, one by one, remembers how to rest a little more heavily where it lies. For now, there is nowhere else you need to be. The day has already happened. Tomorrow has not arrived. There is only this moment, you lying where you are, and this small, devoted world of paper and thread beginning to unfold in the background of your thoughts. If your attention wanders, that's all right. Let it wander through the shelves, or over the grain of the wooden table, or along the quiet floorboards. Let it drift in circles, like a hand trailing over the same familiar tools again and again. Soon, we'll move deeper into this workshop, into the gentle press and fold and stitch of the night's work. For now, stay just where you are, feeling the weight of your body, the softness of your breath, and the first hints of that peaceful, book-filled room beginning to gather around you. Feel the surface beneath you as the workbench of this night, broad, steady, and able to hold your whole weight. Notice where your body meets that surface, the way your shoulders, back, and legs settle like pages stacked together, their edges slowly lining up. With each slower breath, imagine the workshop lights dimming to a soft, golden glow, tools resting in their places, and a wooden press standing open, waiting calmly for your day's pages to arrive and be laid gently inside, so they can finally be pressed flat and left in peace. Feel the surface beneath you, broad and steady, like a workbench made for long, quiet evenings. The weight of your body rests on it, spreading out in all directions. The fabric, or mattress, or cushion under you has its own gentle firmness. It receives the heaviness of your frame, the way a thick wooden table receives the weight of tools and pages at the end of the day. Notice where your body meets that surface. The back of the head, the curve of the shoulders, the length of the spine. Hips, thighs, calves, heels. Each point of contact is like a place where paper meets wood, laid down carefully, one sheet at a time. The shoulders settle first, like two broad pages being placed on the bench. They spread and widen, no longer held up, no longer required to carry anything. The surface takes their weight without question, without effort. There is a quiet, steadying pressure where bone, muscle, and fabric meet. Along your back, the muscles soften in slow, small steps. Imagine each section of your back as a loose page, once slightly curled from the day. Now those pages are being stacked together on the workbench. Their edges begin to line up, corners finding their place. One gentle breath at a time. The spine rests along this imagined table, like the central fold of a book being prepared. Not forced straight, not bent, just naturally finding its own line. The surface underneath rises to meet it, supporting every curve. There is nowhere that needs to hold itself up alone. Feel the weight of your arms. Upper arms heavy, forearms heavier still. Hands like small tools set down after use. Fingers loosen their curl, as though a brush or a bone folder has just been placed aside. They lie where they are, no longer in motion, no longer shaping or smoothing anything. Your legs have their own slow gravity. Thighs sink toward the surface, broad and solid, like large sheets of paper laid flat to rest. Knees, shins, ankles follow, each part finding its own stillness. Heels press down, creating small, quiet impressions in whatever supports them, like the faint marks left on a wooden bench by years of gentle work. Above you, imagine the workshop lights dimming. The bright, focused lamp that once shone on tiny details now softens. Its glow becomes low and golden, spreading like warm varnish over the edges of the table. Shadows lengthen, but they stay soft, kind, and familiar. The tools on this night's workbench are resting. Scissors lie closed, their metal cool and quiet. The bone folder waits, smooth and pale, its handle no longer warm from touch. Spools of thread stand still, no longer unwinding, no longer pulled through paper. Somewhere nearby, a wooden press stands open. Its heavy top is lifted, its jaws relaxed. It waits calmly, like a deep, patient breath, held at the softest part of the inhale. There is no strain in it, only readiness and rest. Imagine your day's pages gathered near that press. All the small moments, the tasks, the thoughts, the tiny frayed edges of effort. They have been stacked loosely for now, not yet aligned, not yet pressed. They are simply present nearby, knowing their time for settling is coming. Your breath moves slowly through this quiet workshop. Inhale, and the chest rises a little, like a cover lifting. Exhale, and the chest lowers, like that cover closing again with a soft, padded sound. Each breath is part of the gentle work of the night, unhurried and precise without trying to be. Feel the front of your body, the way it relaxes toward the back. The ribs expand and soften. The belly loosens, no longer holding itself in. It spills outward slightly, like a stack of pages that has finally stopped being held tight and now spreads just enough to show it is at ease. The air around you has its own texture. Perhaps it is cool against your cheeks, like the faint chill of a workshop at night, when the door has long been closed. Perhaps it is warmer, like the air just above a lamp-warmed table. Either way, it moves gently over skin, like a soft cloth brushed once along a finished spine. Notice the back of your head, the way it rests. The surface beneath supports the curve of your skull, like a padded cradle built into the bench for delicate work. Neck muscles release their grip in tiny increments, almost too small to feel. The jaw loosens, teeth parting slightly, as though a small wedge had been slipped between them to keep them from clenching. Around you, the workshop of this night is very quiet. Perhaps there is the faintest creak, like wood settling into its own joints. Maybe an imagined whisper of paper shifting as a stack adjusts under its own weight. Each small sound is part of the stillness, not against it. The lamp over the workbench glows in a smaller circle now. Its light falls on the press, on the stack of waiting pages, on the broad surface where everything rests. Beyond that circle, the room fades into gentle shadow. Shelves, tools, and finished books become soft outlines, present but not demanding attention. The surface under your body is this night's workbench. It is broad enough to hold every part of you. It does not ask you to be lighter or different. It simply bears your full weight, the way a sturdy table bears the weight of a heavy press, hour after hour, without complaint. Imagine the day's pages being brought to the press. Not rushed, not shuffled, just guided slowly, stack by stack. Edges are tapped and nudged until they line up, like your muscles quietly aligning with rest. The uneven corners of the day draw closer to one another, smoothing out. Your breath helps with this gentle aligning. With each inhale, awareness spreads over the body, noticing what is still holding on. With each exhale, another page of tension slides a little flatter against the stack. The pile grows more even, more settled, more ready to be pressed. The wooden press stands open, its frame solid and reassuring. Its surface is padded just enough to protect what it holds. The lower bed waits for the day's pages, steady and unmoving. There is no urgency in it, only a quiet promise of even pressure, of calm, steady weight. Now imagine those pages, your day's efforts, your movements, your conversations, being laid gently inside. They are not sorted or judged. They are simply placed one on top of another in the order they arrive. The press does not need to understand their contents to hold them. Feel how your body responds to this image. The chest may ease a little more. The shoulders may sink deeper into the surface, as though they too have been set inside that press to be held and flattened by rest. Even the small muscles around the eyes may soften, lids a fraction heavier. The upper half of the press begins to lower in your mind, slowly, steadily, guided by invisible hands that know this motion well. It descends without force, without haste, until it meets the stack of pages. There is a moment of contact, gentle and complete, like a soft blanket of weight settling over your whole day. This imagined pressure is not tight or restrictive. It is even and kind, the same at the center as at the edges. It holds everything in place so nothing needs to curl or strain. Under that calm weight, the pages begin to relax into their own flatness. Sense a similar feeling over your body. A blanket, or the air itself, rests on you like the top of that press. Not heavy, just present, just enough to say, stay, soften, be here. Muscles that were ready to move now understand they are being held still, supported from above and below. The tasks have stepped back. Tomorrow holds its own questions, but they belong to another stack of pages, another time at the bench. This night is devoted to pressing what has already been done, not starting anything new. The work now is quiet, invisible, happening beneath the surface. The mind may still murmur, like faint rustling from a pile of offcuts in the corner. Those scraps of thought shift a little, then settle, then shift again. They are not part of the main stack being pressed. They are just nearby, harmless, waiting to be swept away another day. The press continues its still, steady holding regardless. Feel the back of your rib cage against the surface, the way it widens on each inhale. Then notice how it gently returns, like a cover closing over pages that have been carefully aligned. The breath is the only movement needed now, slow and regular, a metronome for rest. Everything else is as motionless as tools laid out and left for the night. Around this imagined workbench, the room is dim and calm. The grain of the wood under your body, whether real or imagined, runs in long, quiet lines. It has carried years of pressure, of cutting and folding and pressing, and it remains solid. Tonight, it carries you with the same patience. Nothing needs fixing in this moment. No edge must be trimmed, no cover must be measured. All of that belongs to another time, another stretch of lamplight. Now is for lying flat, like pages that have finally stopped resisting their own smoothness. The surface beneath you holds every contour, every curve. The broad workbench of this night is large enough for your whole weight and more. It will not shift away, it will not tire. It is content to stay exactly where it is, exactly as long as you need. As the lamp's glow softens even further in your mind, the workshop feels wrapped in a deeper hush. The press remains closed, its gentle pressure constant and sure. Your body mirrors that stillness, resting between the support below and the quiet weight above. Pressed, held and slowly, steadily, being left in peace. The room holds its quiet. Walls rise around you like steady, patient hands, not closing in, just resting where they have always been. They keep the evening outside and keep this small world of paper and cloth and light gathered close. The air in here is warmer than the air beyond the door. It has a softness to it, a gentle stillness, as though it has been sitting for a long time among shelves and bindings, learning how to be calm. Light from the single lamp settles over everything. It does not glare. It spreads itself slowly across the work table, across the nearby chair, across the floorboards that run beneath your feet. Shadows gather in the corners, quiet and undisturbed, like folded fabric waiting on a shelf. The floor is solid under you, wood that has carried years of footsteps, and now carries only yours. There is a slight give beneath each point of contact, a subtle spring in the boards, just enough to remind your body that it is supported from below, all the way down. Somewhere in the room, a thin draft curls along the base of the wall. It brushes past your ankles, cool and faint, then disappears again into the stillness. Above that thin line of movement, the rest of the air is steady, holding its gentle warmth close to your skin. The workshop is an indoor sanctuary, a small enclosed world that exists inside its own quiet. The ceiling sits low enough to feel near, high enough to let the air breathe. Beams cross overhead, their edges softened by years of dust and lamplight, like dark lines drawn gently across a pale page. Around you, shelves rise from the floor like sturdy, familiar walls within the wall. Their wooden sides are smooth where hands have brushed past, rougher in the untouched places. They frame rows of books and stacks of paper, but for now they simply stand, holding their shapes, holding their silence. The chair near the work table waits with an easy patience. Its back curves in a way that invites your spine to follow. The seat has a faint hollow worn into it, shaped by the weight of many evenings, many quiet hours spent in this same circle of light. When you sit, the chair accepts your weight without question. Wood gives a soft, tiny creak, then settles. The seat presses gently upward, meeting you exactly where you are, matching your shape, holding it steady. Fabric under you responds in its own way. Clothing folds and smooths itself against your skin. Where it touches, there is a small, even pressure, a reminder of edges and seams, and the simple comfort of being wrapped, covered, contained. Hands come to rest wherever they choose, on your lap, on the arms of the chair, folded loosely together. Wherever they land, the surface beneath them meets them fully, taking the weight, sharing it with the room. The lamplight gathers on your skin. It is not hot, only warm enough to tint everything in a soft, golden tone. The back of one hand may feel it more than the other, or the side of your face that turns toward the glow. The other side rests in a cooler, quieter shadow, where the air feels just a touch more still. Breath moves in this sheltered space as though it belongs to the room as much as to the body. Each inhale draws in the dry, comforting scent of paper and cloth. Each exhale drifts out into the lamplight, invisible, spreading, then fading into the larger pool of warmth. The tasks have stepped back. The bench holds no demands. The tools rest where they are, edges turned away, handles lying quiet against the wood. On the work table, a few loose pages wait in a neat, patient stack. Their edges line up almost perfectly, with only the slightest unevenness, like a soft, wavering horizon. They are not asking for anything. They are simply here, part of the room's gentle order. One page rests on top, separate from the others. Its surface catches the lamp, a pale rectangle of light in the middle of the darker wood. Fibers in the paper give it a subtle texture, not completely smooth, not rough, just something the fingertips would notice if they drifted across. The room feels like a collection of such small surfaces and contacts. Wood under fabric, fabric on skin, skin against air. Each layer supports the next, a quiet stack of comforts, like pages gathered into a careful pile. Along one wall, a tall shelf stands like a watchful, friendly presence. Its sides frame a grid of compartments, each one holding its own little world of objects. Spools of thread, folded cloth, bundles of paper tied with thin strips of leather. They all rest within the wooden frame, gathered safely inside these enclosing walls. The door behind you stays closed, its solid weight leaning gently into the frame. There might be the faintest line of cooler air along its edge, but beyond that, nothing presses through. Outside sounds have become no more than a soft idea, somewhere far beyond the plaster and beams. Here, in this indoor sanctuary, time feels like it has settled onto a shelf as well. It is not rushing past. It is not pulling you forward. It simply sits with you like another quiet object in the room. The weight of your body grows clearer in this stillness. The pull of gravity becomes something friendly, something steady. Heels sink into the floor or the fabric beneath them. Calves find their place. Thighs spread their weight across the chair, broad and supported. The spine rests against the back of the chair, or finds its own gentle curve if you are lying down. Each point where bone meets wood or cushion becomes a small anchor, a place where the body says, "Here, this is where I am held." The shoulders respond to this message. They soften. They drop by a fraction, maybe more. Muscles that have been holding themselves up all day discover they are now carried by the room, by the chair, by the bed, by the floor. The jaw loosens without needing to be told. The tongue settles comfortably in the mouth. The skin across the forehead smooths, as though someone has gently brushed a thumb across it, once, then left it to rest. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faint hum of the lamp or the distant creak of wood. Thoughts may move through, but the walls hold steady. The room remains quiet, and the body stays where it is, grounded and supported. Here, there is nothing to fix, nothing to solve. The workshop does not ask for decisions. It offers only surfaces to lean on, air to breathe, light to sit within. Somewhere near your feet, a small knot in the floorboard presses up just a little more firmly than the rest. It is not uncomfortable, just a tiny point of difference, a reminder that even in this stillness, the world has texture. That little rise of wood meets the sole of your foot or the weight of your heel, anchoring you even more clearly to this exact spot. On a nearby shelf, a strip of cloth hangs over the edge, one end drifting down toward the floor. Its fibers have absorbed the room's scent over time. If your fingers were to touch it, they would feel the softness of worn cotton or linen, the way it yields and folds, the way it remembers every crease. The room is full of these quiet waiting materials, paper stacked like gentle, flat stones, cloth folded into calm rectangles, leather bindings lined up shoulder to shoulder, their spines forming a soft, uneven skyline along the shelf. All of them are gathered inside these walls, just as you are, protected from wind, protected from rain, protected from the restless movement of the world beyond the door. Breath continues to move in and out, slower now, deeper without effort. The chest rises, then falls, rises, then falls. Each exhale seems to settle a little more weight into the chair, into the mattress, into the floor. Fingers may grow heavier, as though they have been dipped in the lamplight and left to dry there. They rest where they are, no longer reaching, no longer gripping. What was held during the day has been set down, and the hands understand this before anything else. The neck finds a more comfortable angle. The head tips slightly, or sinks a little deeper into the pillow or the back of the chair. Hair brushes against fabric or wood, a faint, whispering sound that disappears almost as soon as it happens. Around all of this, the room keeps its gentle watch. Walls stand where they have always stood. The ceiling shelters overhead, a broad, quiet palm cupped above the lamplight. The corners hold their shadows, soft and undemanding. The list waits outside this room. Tomorrow holds its own questions, but they belong to another time, another light, another doorway. Here, the only thing that matters is this small circle of warmth, this body resting inside it, this breath moving in and out of the same familiar air. In this indoor sanctuary, the night gathers itself like a stack of finished pages, aligned and calm. Each moment settles neatly on top of the last, edges touching, corners meeting, forming a gentle, steady weight. And within these protective walls, in this quiet, lamplit room, the body is free to grow heavier, slower, softer, as the evening folds itself around you, like a cover closing over a book that has reached the end of its day. The glow around the workbench holds steady, warm, quiet, unmoving. Inside that gentle circle, the mind begins to gather itself, the way small objects are gathered into a shallow tray, one by one, without rush, without judgment. Imagine that every question from the day has become a small, solid thing. Not a tangle, not a storm, just an object with edges and weight. Some are smooth, like rounded stones. Some are light, like folded slips of paper. Some feel a little heavier in the hand, like small tools made of metal. Each one is simple now, just shape and weight, nothing more. The breath moves in, and the chest rises a little. On the exhale, the shoulders soften, as though they have been carrying a tray that is finally being set down. The body feels this settling first, before the mind understands it. In this quiet pool of lamplight, imagine your lap, or the space just in front of you, as a wide, shallow drawer pulled open, lined with soft cloth, waiting, patient and still. One question rests there. It might have been sharp earlier, bright and insistent. Now it is simply a small, cool object in your palm. Feel the weight of it. Notice where its edges meet your skin. It does not press in. It does not demand. It just exists, with its own small gravity. The breath moves again, in, out. The chest expands like a slow, quiet bellows, then eases back, as though smoothing the cloth in that drawer. With the next gentle exhale, the fingers loosen. The small object of that question is placed down on the soft lining. It finds its own place, rolling once, then becoming still. Another inhale arrives. The ribs widen slightly, like the sides of a box opening just enough to allow more space inside. There is room here, more than enough room. Another question comes into awareness. Perhaps it is faint, like something half remembered. It takes the shape of a thin card between your fingers, flexible, almost weightless. Feel how lightly it rests there. Notice that the hand does not need to grip. The card lies across the pads of the fingers, supported by their quiet curve. As the breath flows out, the hand lowers. The card is set beside the first object. Their edges do not clash. They simply share the same soft surface, side by side, not touching anything beyond that cloth and this moment. The tasks have stepped back. Questions are not problems here. They are just pieces being sorted, laid out where they can rest. Another slow breath in. The air is cool at the tip of the nose, then warmer as it passes the back of the throat. The chest rises, and with it, the upper back lifts just a little from where it lies. A small, gentle motion, like a drawer being eased open a fraction more. With that movement, another question appears as an object. This one feels heavier, solid, like a small book with firm covers. Both hands may be holding it now, thumbs along the spine, fingers cradling the underside. Notice how the weight spreads across the palms, how the wrists respond, steady and sure. The object is not too heavy. It is simply present, making itself known by the way it presses down. The breath goes out in a slow, even stream. As it does, the elbows relax. The book-shaped question is lowered into the drawer of your lap, or the space before you. It meets the cloth with a soft, muted contact, then stays where it is, its edges no longer needing to be held. The drawer now holds several shapes: round, flat, solid, light. Each one a question that once floated and spun, now given form and a resting place. Inside the body, something similar is happening. Muscles that once braced around those questions begin to release. Around the eyes, across the forehead, along the jaw. Notice the space behind the closed eyes. It is like the inside of a box after everything has been carefully arranged. Dimension, quiet, orderly, without effort. Breath moves through that inner space, as though a soft current of air is passing over shelves where these small objects rest. Inhale, and the shelves feel a little wider. Exhale, and everything on them settles a fraction deeper. The tongue rests against the roof of the mouth, then drops slightly, as though it too has been holding something up and now lays it down. The throat opens in response, easy and unforced. Each swallow is slow and smooth, like sliding a final object into its place. Another question might drift into awareness. It is noticed, and at once it becomes a shape, perhaps a narrow strip of leather coiled loosely in your hand. Fingers feel its texture, soft in some places, firmer in others. Edges smooth from being handled many times before. There is no need to untie it or straighten it. On the next exhale, the hand simply lowers, and that soft coil is placed among the others. It shifts once, then comes to rest, its gentle curve filling a small gap in the drawer. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Each breath out is like closing the drawer a tiny bit further, not to shut anything away, but to allow the contents to grow still. Notice the weight of your hands now. Where they touch fabric or skin or wood, they feel heavier, as though each object placed down has taken a little effort with it. The fingers no longer search. They simply rest, curved and calm. The shoulders respond to this. They sink a little closer to the surface beneath them, like lids settling gently over boxes that are already in order. There is no strain in that movement, just gravity doing its quiet work. Inhale. The chest lifts, but not as high as before. The body has found a lower, easier place to breathe from. Exhale. The ribs ease in, and the back spreads a little wider, as though making more room for stillness. Inside, questions are no longer circling. They are arranged, each in its place, each with its own clear edge and its own soft bed. They are not solved, and they do not need to be. They are simply not moving. The space behind the eyes feels deeper now, like looking into a long, low drawer, where everything lies in gentle rows. Nothing jostles, nothing leans. Each object rests in its own small pool of quiet. Breath continues to pass through this inner room, in, out. A slow, regular motion, like the faint movement of air when a door is almost, but not quite, closed. Somewhere in that space, there is one last question that had tried to stay close. It might be very small, like a loose button. Hardly any weight at all. It sits at the edge of awareness, near the rim of the drawer. The fingers reach for it without hurry, pinching it gently between thumb and forefinger. Feel how tiny it is, how little space it actually takes, how quietly it waits. On the next exhale, that small button of a question is moved inward, placed among the others. It clicks softly against them, then finds a hollow between shapes and slips in. Once it settles, the whole collection feels more complete. Now the drawer of questions is full enough, not crowded, simply complete for tonight. The breath deepens on its own. The lower ribs begin to move more than the upper chest. The belly rises and falls in a slow, rounded rhythm, like a hand resting on the front of a closed box, feeling the faint echo of what lies inside. Around the edges of awareness, the workshop remains quiet. The lamplight holds its circle. Within that circle, within the body, everything that needed a place has found one. There is nothing to solve in this moment. Each question has shape. Each shape has a resting spot. The hands are empty now, and in their emptiness there is a deep, simple relief. Breath by breath, the inner drawer slides a little closer to closed. not shut away, just resting. The edges of each object grow softer in the dimness. The body follows that same softening, jaw loose, neck long, shoulders heavy, hands warm and still. In this quiet arrangement, with questions resting as small, harmless objects, the night stretches out, gentle and unhurried. The breath keeps its slow, steady work, and everything inside settles into the calm of being held and not needing to move. The room holds its quiet. Somewhere nearby, a small lantern burns with a steady, softened glow. Its light is gentle now, no longer bright, just a calm circle resting over the workbench and the shelves. The light feels almost like a living breath in the room. With each inhale, it seems to gather itself, a little brighter, a little clearer. With each exhale, it loosens and spreads, thinning at the edges, growing softer, more relaxed. Inside the body, breath moves in the same way. Air comes in, cool and quiet. Air moves out, warm and slow. The rhythm is simple, unhurried, like a lantern flame that leans and straightens in a very gentle breeze. Imagine that somewhere in this workshop, a careful hand has taken up a small brush and a pot of clear, slow-drying night glue. The glue catches the lantern light in a faint sheen, not bright, just a whisper of reflection along the bristles. As the brush lifts, the body feels its own weight. The back rests where it is. The shoulders sink a little more. Muscles along the spine begin to soften, as if that invisible brush is moving along them, laying down a thin, quiet line of stillness. The lantern's glow reaches outward, but its edges are not sharp. They blur gently into shadow, like breath fading at the end of an exhale. That same soft edge begins to appear inside, between wakefulness and the first layers of sleep. The brush of night glue moves first across the brow. It glides from one temple to the other, a slow, even stroke of invisible warmth. Where the bristles pass, tiny lines of effort smooth out. The muscles of the forehead loosen, as though the light itself has settled there and grown heavy. Around the eyes, the glow grows dimmer and more tender. Lids rest more fully against one another, as if the night glue has sealed their edges with comfort, holding them closed in the gentlest way. Behind them, the space is dark and quiet, a soft chamber where shadows sway like slow, distant lanterns. Breath flows in again, and the lantern brightens just a touch. Breath flows out, and the room falls deeper into hush. With each exhale, the invisible brush returns, now tracing a line down along the sides of the nose, around the cheeks, over the hinge of the jaw. The jaw has worked all day, speaking, chewing, holding. Now the bristles pass beneath the cheekbones, under the ears, along the curve where the jaw meets the neck. A thin film of night glue settles there, and the jaw no longer feels the need to hold itself up. It simply rests, slightly parted, heavy and unhurried. The lantern's light finds the hands next. They may lie at the sides, or across the body, or folded in some easy position. Wherever they are, the glow reaches them, soft as the last light at the edge of evening. In the mind's eye, the brush dips again into the clear glue. It lifts, glistening faintly, then comes down over the back of one hand. A slow stroke from the base of the fingers toward the wrist. The glue is cool for a moment, then warms to the skin, sealing in the quiet, sealing out the need to move. Each finger receives its own stroke. From knuckle to tip, the bristles slide along, brushing away the memory of keys, of pages, of tools. The fingers grow heavier, as though the night glue has gently fixed them in place. not trapped, just peacefully still. The same care moves to the other hand, across the back, around the knuckles, down each finger, even to the small curve of the thumb. Light and shadow mingle their tiny valleys and ridges of skin, catching the last of the lantern's glow. Then the glue settles, and the glow eases, and the hands belong wholly to rest. With the hands quieted, the arms begin to follow. The brush travels along the wrists, up the forearms, over the soft bend of the elbows. It lays a fine, invisible line of night glue along each muscle, across each place that once held tension. As it dries, the arms feel anchored, comfortably attached to the surface beneath them, as if the night itself is holding them in place. The lantern, too, seems to be held. Its base rests on the workbench, a small island of light in a wide sea of shadow. Around it, the darkness is not empty. It is full of quiet shapes, edges softened by the fading glow. Inside the chest, breath continues its simple work. Inhale, the light gathers. Exhale, the light spreads and thins. With each outward breath, a little more of the chest loosens, as though the brush has drawn a wide, gentle stroke across the ribs. Imagine that stroke beginning at one shoulder, moving slowly across the upper chest, then down along the sternum, and out across the other side. The night glue leaves behind a sense of being gently held together. No effort needed to keep anything in place. Deeper inside, around the heart and lungs, shadows and light trade places with every breath. On the inhale, there is a soft inner brightness. On the exhale, a dimming, a quieting, like a lantern wick turned down just a little more. The brush returns to the neck now, sliding along the sides over the small muscles that work to hold the head upright all day. A thin layer of glue smooths over them, and the neck no longer feels responsible for lifting or turning. The surface beneath the head takes that task, steady and unquestioning. At the base of the skull, where so many small muscles meet, the bristles move in tiny, careful strokes. Each pass leaves behind a soft heaviness, a sense that the head is gently joined to the pillow or cushion, as if the night glue has fixed it there in perfect alignment with rest. The lantern's flame dips slightly, then steadies again, smaller than before. Its light no longer reaches the far corners of the room. Only nearby surfaces still catch it. The curve of a spine on the shelf, the rounded edge of the workbench, the faint shine along the rim of the glue pot. In the lower body, shadows deepen. Hips settle with their own quiet weight. The brush glides across them in a broad, patient stroke, drawing a line of stillness from one side to the other. Any small clenching or bracing in that area loosens, as though the night glue has gently unfastened it. Down through the thighs, the bristles move in long, unbroken paths. From hip to knee, they smooth over the large muscles that carried the day. A fine, cooling film rests there now, and with it comes a sense that the legs are being softly pressed into the surface beneath, like pages pressed flat under a gentle weight. Knees receive their own circle of attention. The brush moves around each one, tracing the shape, front and sides. Where it passes, the last bits of restlessness ease. The joints feel cushioned, wrapped in a thin layer of quiet. Shins, calves, ankles. The brush continues its slow journey downward. Each stroke is deliberate, unhurried, as though the night has all the time it needs to seal every part of the body into stillness. At the feet, the lantern's light is faint, but it is enough to see the outline of toes, the curve of arches, the soft rise of heels. The bristles touch the tops of the feet first, then the sides, then the soles, painting on a final, delicate coat of night glue. Heels feel particularly heavy now, as if they have sunk a little deeper into the mattress or cushion, the fabric giving just enough to cradle that weight. Toes no longer curl or stretch. They rest like tiny, quiet shapes at the far edge of the body's light. Now the brush is set aside. The pot of night glue sits near the lantern, its surface catching a last dim flicker. Across the body, from crown to soles, an invisible network of gentle bonds holds everything in peaceful stillness. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like the faint outline of shelves at the edge of the lantern's reach. Closer in the circle of soft light, there is only breath moving and muscles resting. Inhale, a slight brightening. Exhale, a soft dimming. With each cycle, the lantern's flame settles lower, the room growing more and more like a place made of shadow and memory and quiet. There is nothing to solve in this light. What needed doing has paused. The glue of the night has done its work, sealing the body into a single, calm shape, joined gently to the surface that holds it. The edges between body and bed, between light and shadow, grow softer, less defined. It almost feels as though the night glue has brushed along those edges too, blurring them, blending them until resting and being held are the same thing. Breath moves on, steady and sure. The lantern burns low, faithful and small. Around it and within, the glow fades toward darkness in the sweetest possible way. A slow, quiet dimming that carries the whole body deeper into sleep. The room holds its quiet. The workbench holds its stillness. And somewhere inside this quiet, another kind of holding begins. Imagine, without needing to see it, that there is a container in this workshop. Not a fragile thing, and not a display. Something sturdy, something meant to hold weight. It might be a wooden box, the kind that has lived under the bench for years. Its corners are joined cleanly. The lid fits with a soft, certain slide. It is not fancy, but it is strong in the way that matters most. Or perhaps it is a simple cupboard built into the wall, a small room within the room. Its shelves are deep. Its door closes with a quiet, sure click that does not echo. It just settles. Whatever shape it takes for you, this container belongs here, made of the same wood as the bench, marked by the same years of use, steady in the same gentle light. Notice how the breath moves as this container comes into focus. Inhale, a little fullness. Exhale, a small softening. The ribs respond, like boards easing under a familiar weight. This container is empty right now, waiting, not demanding anything, just present, like the bench, like the shelves, like the quiet walls. Inside the body, there is a similar space, a box, a room, a vessel that does not show on the surface. It lives somewhere behind the sternum, or behind the navel, or a little lower in the pelvis. Wherever it feels right, that is where it is. The next breath in brushes against that inner container. The next breath out lets its edges become a little clearer. Not tight, not closed off. Just defined enough to hold what needs holding. The tasks have stepped back. What needed doing has paused. But the traces of the day may still hover in the muscles, in the chest, in the small spaces between thoughts. This is what the container is for. Picture the box under the bench being pulled out a little. The wood makes a soft, grainy sound against the floor. The lid is lifted, and the air inside is cool and still, like a place that has always been waiting. That same movement happens inside. The inner vessel opens, not wide, not with effort, just enough. As the shoulders rest, feel how they are like bundles being set down beside that box. The weight of the day in them loosens. The slight tension at the tops of the arms slides toward that waiting space. Nothing is forced. Gravity does the work. The breath moves again. In, out. And with each long exhale, small pieces of strain drift toward the container. A tightness behind the eyes. The small clench at the back of the jaw. The way the tongue might press a little too firmly against the teeth. All of this knows there is a place to go now. The inner vessel receives it, quietly, without comment, like the wooden box receiving offcuts of paper, stray threads, the small leftovers of careful work. This is not a place of sorting or fixing. The container does not ask what each thing is. It does not need to understand. Its only task is to hold. Notice the back against whatever supports it. The spine, like the upright edge of a cupboard. Each vertebra a small shelf. Each shelf strong enough to bear what rests on it. Between those shelves, that inner room grows a little more spacious. The breath flows into it, then out again. Cooler on the way in, warmer on the way out, like air moving through a quiet cabinet that has been closed all day. Any heaviness in the chest, any sense of fullness that has nowhere to go, can slide gently into that space. The inner container does not fill quickly. It seems to grow to match what it is asked to hold, like a box that always has 1 more inch of depth than expected. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint rustle in another room. The container is closer than that, closer than the thoughts, closer than the stories about the day. Bring attention to the hands, their small, intricate muscles, all the tiny efforts they have made. Imagine those efforts as scraps of thread, little curls of paper, tiny bits of dried glue. One by one, those scraps are brushed into the box, not thrown away, just gathered, placed where they will not catch on anything. As that happens, the fingers loosen. The palms rest with more weight. Even the spaces between the knuckles feel less busy, less alert. The hands know they are off the hook for now. The container holds what they carried. Lower down, the belly rises and falls with each breath. Sometimes it grips without being asked. Sometimes it braces, as if expecting impact. Now, it is as though a gentle hand inside the body opens a cupboard door there. The hinges do not squeak. They move with the ease of something used often and kindly. Any bracing in the belly steps into that cupboard. The knot of worry, the tight coil of readiness, the feeling of having to stay prepared. All of it moves a little closer to the shelves inside. One shelf takes the worry. Another takes the readiness. A third simply holds the leftover hum of the day, like a faint vibration in the air. The cupboard closes part way, not locked, just resting in its frame. What is inside will stay inside until morning. Around the heart, there may be a kind of buzzing, or a flutter, or a weight. It does not need to be named. It does not need to be solved. Imagine that the inner container here is lined with soft cloth, like the inside of a careful storage box. Anything tender, anything raw, is placed on that cloth. It does not scrape against hard edges. It does not have to balance. It simply lies there cushioned. The heart beats, steady enough. The breath moves, slow enough. And the container holds, more than strong enough. In this workshop, nothing rattles the shelves. The walls stand close and calm. The door stays shut with its own quiet promise. The box under the bench, the cupboard in the wall, and the inner vessel in the body all share the same steady purpose. They keep what is heavy from spilling. They keep what is unfinished from rolling back into the hands. They keep what is not needed for sleep tucked away for now. Notice the space behind the forehead, that dim private room behind closed eyes. It has its own small container too. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. Images of the day, sounds, half-phrases, plans. All of them can be folded like thin paper and slid into a shallow drawer there. The drawer does not slam. It does not even click. It simply eases shut, and the contents rest flat, waiting for a brighter hour. The breath knows this pattern now. Inhale, and it passes by each container, like a careful worker checking lids and doors. Exhale, and it adds one more small bundle of tension to be stored away. The jaw softens. The tongue rests on the floor of the mouth. The throat opens like a narrow cupboard door standing ajar, nothing pressing against it. Deep in the hips, where so much weight is carried, another box sits, broad, low, and very strong. Any last remnants of effort in the legs, any holding in the thighs or around the knees, flows downward into that box. The calves grow heavier. The ankles settle. The feet rest like tools placed side by side at the end of the bench, their work finished, their edges turned inward. All of these containers, inside and around, share one quiet rule. They do not judge what they hold. They do not rush it. They simply keep it for a while so that the rest of the space can stay clear. Inside this clear space, breath moves with almost no effort. In, out. A slow, reliable rhythm, like a lid lifting and settling over and over without strain. The body feels more like the workshop now, a structure that knows how to keep things, a place where what is delicate is protected and what is heavy has somewhere solid to rest. There is nothing to manage in this moment. The containers have taken that on. They are built for it. All that remains is the simple sensation of lying here. The pull of gravity, the support beneath, the quiet room around. The inner vessel stays open enough to receive anything else that wants to loosen. The outer containers stand watch in their own silent way. And in the middle of all that holding, the part of you that sleeps begins to drift closer, unhurried, unbothered, carried gently by this night that knows how to keep everything safe until morning. The workshop holds its quiet. The tired book rests in gentle hands. Around it, the tools on the bench have grown still. They lie where they were last placed, as if they have settled into sleep of their own. The small knife that once traced neat lines along paper now lies flat, its sharp edge turned inward, touching only the worn wood. Its handle remembers the shape of fingers, but there is no need for that memory to be used tonight. It simply rests, like a thought that has finished its sentence. Beside it, the bone folder lies on its side, smooth, pale, with a soft sheen from years of pressing and creasing. It has spent so many hours guiding pages into order, smoothing stubborn folds. Now it is still, its weight sinking gently into the bench, as if the wood is a soft, steady palm beneath it. Every tool on the bench has its own kind of alertness, its own readiness. Earlier, they might have seemed to watch, waiting for the next task. Now that watchfulness has loosened. The tools are like eyelids half closed, the work of the day slipping away. Breath moves in the chest with that same slow release. In, a quiet rise. Out, a soft settling, like a tool being set down carefully after use. Each exhale is a hand leaving the handle, a grip easing open. The awl, with its fine point and rounded wooden handle, lies near the edge of the bench. All day, it might have pierced small, precise holes, attentive, exact. Now its point faces away, angled harmlessly toward a folded cloth. The tiny readiness in it has gone quiet. like a small light dimmed. Muscles that once mirrored that same readiness begin to soften. Across the back, the long bands that held posture and shape through the day ease their hold. They spread out over bone and cushion, no longer braced, no longer waiting. The body understands the language of tools put down. Near the book, a pair of scissors rests with its blades just slightly open. Not in tension, not in use, just parted enough to show the space between them. The metal catches a faint line of light, but even that shine feels muted, gentle. The hinge at the center is quiet, the tiny joint no longer asked to move. Jaw and mouth follow that same pattern. The teeth do not need to press. The tongue finds a soft, natural place to lie. Lips meet without effort, like those resting blades, simply touching where they need to, and no more. On a square of cloth, a small brush lies on its bristles. All day, it might have lifted glue, spread it in thin, patient layers along spines and covers. Now the bristles curl slightly under their own weight, relaxed, no longer standing to attention. The handle stretches out behind, a simple line of wood, unburdened. Across the arms and hands, that same softening spreads. Forearms no longer need to hover or hold. Wrists are free of the tiny, constant adjustments of careful work. Fingers curl in their own way, not gripping, not shaping, just existing, like tools that have been placed down in their exact natural position. Some tools lie close together, touching lightly. The edge of a ruler rests against the side of a small tin of clips. A spool of thread leans against a jar of paste. Nothing in these touches is sharp or urgent. It is simply where they ended up when the work slowed and stopped. Inside the body, different parts lean against each other in the same quiet way. The weight of the head rests into the surface beneath it. The shoulders lean into what supports them, not holding themselves up alone. Even the small joints of the fingers and toes find their neighbors and settle, each bone taking just its share, no more. The watcher that has been on duty all day, that inner part that scans and checks and stays alert, begins to resemble those tools on the bench. It is as if that watcher has been set down too, placed gently in a familiar spot where it knows it will be found again when needed. For now, it lies still, like the knife, like the awl, like the scissors at rest. Breath moves in, and the ribs widen slightly, like a drawer opening just enough to see inside. Breath moves out, and the ribs glide back, the drawer closing again, quiet and complete. There is no searching, no sorting, only the simple mechanical kindness of air coming and going. The spine of the book in the hands feels warm now, held by skin that has stopped trying. Nearby, the metal ruler lies perfectly straight, but no one is asking it to measure. Straightness, alignment, precision, all of that belongs to another time. This hour belongs to weight, to warmth, to stillness. What needed doing has paused. The tasks of cutting, folding, gluing, pressing have stepped back into the shadows at the edge of the room. They wait there without impatience, knowing they will have their time again. Tonight, the tools and the one among them who watches are off duty. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a brush that still holds a trace of glue, even though it rests. The trace is there, but nothing is being spread, nothing is being fixed or improved. Thoughts may move, but the hand that would reach for them is lying open and still. Across the bench, tiny shadows gather under each object. The awl has its shadow, the scissors theirs, the spool of thread its small, round darkness. These shadows are like the soft impressions left in a cushion when something has just been lifted away. They show where effort once was and how completely it has been released. Inside, the body carries its own shadows of effort. Places where muscles held, where attention narrowed, where care was concentrated. Now those places begin to blur at the edges. The sharp lines of effort soften into wider, gentler shapes. The watcher that once stood like a tool upright in a jar now lies along the bench instead. Not gone, not broken, simply horizontal instead of vertical. Its job for now is only to rest, to feel the support beneath it and do nothing with that information at all. There is nothing to solve, no page to align, no edge to trim, no seam to check. The book in the hands is closed, and the tools that might open it further are quiet. The story of this night is about resting between chapters. Somewhere near the back of the bench, a small pile of unused thread waits, soft and loose. Not yet measured, not yet cut, it lies in a gentle tangle that bothers no one. Its curves and loops are simply the shape of ease. The mind, too, can hold its loose ends this way, without needing to pull them straight. Each inhale is like the soft lift of a tool being picked up in imagination only. Each exhale is the feeling of that same tool being put back down again, carefully, in exactly the right place. Over and over, without sound, without effort, this rising and settling continues. The rhythm becomes familiar, like the remembered pattern of hands moving through a well-practiced task. Only now the task is rest. The workshop stays very quiet. The tools on the bench do not stir. The book lies where it is held, its worn spine calm against warm skin. Around it, every object that once helped to shape and repair has entered its own deep, uncomplicated stillness. In that stillness, the inner watcher finally understands that it is part of the bench tonight, not part of the work. It is wood, not blade, surface, not edge. It stretches out along the length of the body, heavy, supported, peacefully unused. Breath continues, slow and steady. The chest rises like a tool being noticed. The chest falls like that tool being set down again, a little more gently each time. With every cycle, the whole system of watching, checking, preparing grows dimmer, quieter, more distant. The night holds all of this without asking for anything in return. The tools rest on the bench. The book rests in the hands, and the part inside that has been standing guard all day lies down among them. Finally, fully at rest, the room holds its quiet. The book rests where it is, pages still, covers calm. Around it, the air feels thicker with silence, as if sound itself has curled up to sleep. Somewhere in that stillness, the workshop begins to breathe. It is not loud. It is not clear. It is a soft, hidden rhythm, scattered through the space. Near the ceiling, a faint creak settles in the beams, then fades, wood adjusting to the cool of the night. A slow inhale, and then long, easy silence. In the corner, the old press keeps its heavy posture. Metal and wood, quiet and patient. Yet even there is a kind of breath, a tiny tick in the frame as it cools. A low, almost imaginary hum of weight resting into weight. Farther away, a strip of leather hanging from a peg sways the smallest amount. Not enough to see. Only enough to change the air around it. The movement makes a sound so soft it is almost not a sound at all, like the end of a sigh that never needed to finish. The last notes of the day's work linger only as memory. Scissors once clicked here. Thread once slipped through paper. Now those sounds have thinned and stretched, pulled out into a long, gentle hush. What needed doing has paused. The tools lie where they were set down, quiet and sure of their place. They remember their music, but they do not play it now. The silence in the workshop is not empty. It is full of endings. The last echo of a page turned, the last brush of a sleeve against the table, the last soft tap of a cover closing. Each of those sounds has left a trace in the air, like faint rings that spread and spread until they are too wide to notice. Those rings are still moving, very slowly, almost still, but not quite. Breath moves in the same way, a quiet rise that barely disturbs the air, a gentle fall that settles everything again. The workshop seems to join in. The shelves, lined with books, hold their own slow rhythm. The tiny gaps between the spines, the narrow shadows, gather silence the way lungs gather air. With each breath, the boundaries blur a little more. Where the body ends and the chair begins becomes less certain. The table under resting arms feels warmer, closer, almost part of the same shape. The last clear sounds of the night have already happened. What remains are traces, after sounds. A faint memory of rustle, a suggestion of movement. They hover at the edge of hearing, then drift away. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a far-off workshop in another town, closing its shutters one by one. It sounds too distant to disturb anything here. In this room, the main sound is the absence of sound, a quiet so gentle it feels like fabric laid over everything. Soft, light, and yet it mutes the sharpness of the world. Somewhere in the rafters, a tiny shift. A knot in the wood relaxes, making the smallest click. Then stillness again, deeper now, as though the building has settled one breath lower. Even the glue on the shelf, capped and resting, seems to be breathing slower. The faint, sweet scent has softened, no longer rising, just hovering in place. It is like the last note of a song hanging in the air long after the instrument has gone quiet. The workshop's breath is not a single sound. It is the way all the small sounds have stretched into quiet. The way the silence gathers in the corners, under the table, between the pages of the resting book. The body answers without needing to be asked. Muscles lengthen. Weight spreads. The line between inside and outside becomes hazy and kind. The edges of the room soften too. Walls feel farther away, as if the space has expanded just enough to give every breath more room. Shadows grow rounder, less defined, like shapes seen through half-closed eyes. In this softened place, time loses its sharp corners. Moments no longer click forward like gears. They slide, one into the next, like the last notes of a melody dissolving into silence. The final sounds of the day's work are still fading. A remembered thud of a book set down, a remembered brush of fingers over a spine. They are echoes now, far off, like words heard through a wall and already forgotten. The workshop breathes in its own slow way. The floor holds the weight of table and chair and resting body, then seems to sink a fraction deeper, as though exhaling. The air presses lightly against skin, then eases back again. Nothing to fix, nothing to improve. The night has taken the tools gently from your hands and set them aside. The list waits outside this room. The door between here and there is closed, not with force, but with quiet certainty, like a book that has reached its last line for the day. The breath in the chest and the breath of the workshop begin to match. In, the faintest sense of space widening. Out, a soft settling everywhere at once. Somewhere on the table, a loose thread curls into itself. Its tiny coil is a still spiral of rest. Once, it carried tension, pulling pages tight. Now it lies slack and easy, a quiet echo of effort already finished. The same ease spreads through the body. What was held begins to rest. What was upright and alert leans back into the support beneath it, like a tool returned to its fitted place in a drawer. Around the windows, the frames hold their silence. No rattle, no draft, just a steady, unmoving line. They feel like the pause between two breaths, stretched out and made comfortable. The workshop's breathing grows slower. Longer spaces between each small creak. Longer stretches of pure, unbroken quiet. In those stretches, the sense of here becomes wide and soft. The body is part of the room. The room is part of the night. All of it sharing the same unhurried rhythm. There is no need to follow it. The rhythm is already here, already holding everything. Breath moves, silence gathers, the workshop rests. Somewhere deep in the building, in the grain of the beams, in the fibers of the paper, in the threads that bind the books, there is a shared slow pulse. It does not call attention to itself. It is simply there, steady and kind, like a heart that has been beating for a very long time and knows exactly how to continue. The last notes of the day's sounds have faded. Only this soft breathing remains. The workshop inhales, almost imperceptibly. The workshop exhales, and the quiet deepens. Everything is already doing what it needs to do. Breath, silence, stillness, all moving together in one gentle, drifting wave that never needs to arrive anywhere at all. The stitched pages rest on the table. Quiet, gathered, complete enough for now. Around them, the room grows dimmer. Light slips away from the corners, softening edges, loosening outlines. The window panes hold a gentle, muted glow. Beyond the glass, night has settled fully. It feels close to the glass, like a dark, velvety cloth laid against it. The small workshop becomes a lantern in a wide, open dark. Inside, the air is warm and still. Outside, space stretches in every direction, calm and endless. The glass reflects a faint image of the room. The table, the resting pages, a blur where a face might be, already fading into shadow. Beyond that reflection, there is only the night, a deep, steady black that does not rush or move. It simply holds everything. Tiny points of light hang in that darkness, some sharp and clear, some softened by distance. They do not need to flicker or call attention. They just exist, scattered gently across the sky. The workshop walls feel thinner now, as if they are not a barrier, but a soft frame. The space around the windows reaches inward. The space inside the room reaches outward. Both meet at the glass and rest there together. Breath moves slowly in this shared quiet. Each exhale seems to widen the room a little. Each inhale draws in a hint of that cool, spacious night. The stitched pages lie still, like a small planet on the workbench. Their spine is a soft horizon. Their blank sheets are landscapes not yet drawn. All of it surrounded by the vast, dark sky pressing gently at the windows. The night outside has its own kind of gravity. Not a pull downward, but a spreading out in every direction. A feeling of being held from all sides at once. The stars are far, yet their presence is simple and reassuring. Each one a quiet point of certainty in the distance. They hang there without effort, without needing to be brighter or closer. Inside, the body begins to feel like one more object resting in this quiet universe, like the book on the table, like the table itself, settled, supported, not needing to hold itself up. The edges of the body start to blur a little. Where the skin ends and the air begins is less important now. The warmth of the room, the coolness near the window, they meet and mingle. Sensation spreads out, softer, more diffuse. It is as though the darkness outside is slowly seeping in through the glass. Not as a chill, but as a gentle, velvety quiet, filling the corners, filling the spaces between objects, filling the spaces between thoughts. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a distant star that no longer needs to be named. Just another small point in a sky that is mostly calm, open space. The window seems larger than before, a rectangle of night, framed in wood, looking out onto an endless, silent expanse. There is no sound out there, only the soft, imagined hush of distance. The glass cools slowly with the hour. If fingertips were placed there, they would meet a faint chill. But they are not. Hands rest where they are, heavy and quiet, as the night leans gently against the panes. Some stars appear brighter, as though they are closer. Others are so faint they are almost only a feeling, a suggestion of light. Together, they form a loose, scattered pattern that asks nothing to be understood. Time stretches thin in this darkness. Moments do not line up in a row anymore. They float like tiny sparks in a huge, calm void. Close enough to see, far enough not to matter. The stitched book on the table feels like a small, steady center. Around it, the room. Around the room, the night. Around the night, more space than the mind can picture. Somewhere far below those stars, the world is turning. The workshop turns with it, slowly, silently, through the dark. Yet inside, everything feels perfectly still. The night sky outside the windows is like a great soft blanket stretched over the world. Not heavy, not pressing down, just covering, just surrounding, wrapping even this little room in its quiet fold. The longer the gaze rests on that darkness, the more it seems to open. At first, just a flat black, then a depth. Layers of distance, one behind another, receding gently into forever. Thoughts that once felt close now seem far away, like faint constellations on the edge of vision. They are there, but they do not need to be followed. They hang in their own small corners of the sky and slowly drift out of focus. Inside the body, weight begins to feel different, heavier where it meets the surface beneath, lighter everywhere else, as though parts of it are already floating into the dark around the windows. Shoulders soften into this wide space. The back settles. The face releases its tiny, unnecessary efforts. Even the small muscles around the eyes grow quiet, as though they are gazing at the night from very far away. What needed doing has paused. The tasks and lists belong to another place, another time of day. Here, in this small workshop drifting through a starry dark, there is only this soft, suspended moment. The windows stand like gentle eyes in the wall, open to the sky. They do not strain to see. They simply receive whatever light arrives. A star, a distant planet, a faint, slow-moving glimmer that might be something passing, or might just be the mind imagining motion in the stillness. Inside, breath moves as steadily as the turning of the world beneath the night. In, out, each cycle like a tiny orbit, smooth and familiar. The book on the table waits, as though it too is listening to the night. Its pages closed, its spine quiet. held together by a thin line of thread that no one can see from the window. But the thread is there, certain, unbroken. In the same way, a thin, invisible line seems to run from the body out through the window and into the sky. Not a pull, not a tether, just a sense of connection, a knowing that this small room is part of something vast and calm. The night around the windows does not hurry. It will be here as long as it needs to be. Stars will glide slowly across the frame. Darkness will deepen, then soften again, in its own time. There is nothing to fix in this scene, nothing to arrange or improve. The room is as it is. The sky is as it is. The body is as it is, resting in the middle of it all. Somewhere far away, a star that shines in the window tonight began its journey long before this book was ever thought of. Its light has traveled all this distance just to touch the glass for a moment, then move on. That tiny glimmer is enough. Here, in this quiet workshop, surrounded by the soft, endless night, the sense of being a separate, solid shape begins to fade. The body becomes part of the room. The room becomes part of the darkness. The darkness becomes part of a sky that stretches without edge. Breath continues, steady and sure. The stitched pages rest. The windows hold their gentle view of stars, and everything drifts together, lightly, in the wide, waiting night. The book lies where the hands left it, flat, quiet, settling under its own gentle weight. Around it, the pool of lamplight feels soft and steady. Edges blur a little in the warm glow. The corners of the room seem farther away now, as though the light has thickened the air between here and there. Inside the covers, the glued spine is beginning to hold. Pages pressed together in thin, even layers. A single, solid shape. But within that shape, something lighter is starting to rise. Imagine the space between two pages. Not the paper itself, but the thin, invisible gap where air rests. That tiny, secret distance where words will one day sit. Right now, it is just emptiness, quiet and weightless. There are hundreds of those small spaces, stacked one upon another. A column of almost nothing running through the heart of the book, like a soft spine of air hidden inside the spine of cloth and glue. Lightness threaded through structure. The book looks solid on the table, firm edges, straight lines. But inside, those pressed, narrow spaces feel as if they could lift, just a little, away from gravity. The night around the workbench grows quieter. Even the stillness seems to soften. Breath moves in slow, gentle waves, and the body begins to feel less sharply outlined, as though its edges were like those page edges, pressed but not fixed. Awareness drifts toward the book again, toward that stack of pages, each one thin as a whisper. Between them, a hush that feels like floating. In that hush, time does not hurry. It stretches, like a thread drawn carefully through fabric, then left to rest. Moments lie one on top of another, the way the pages do. Close, but not quite touching in the mind. The cover holds everything in place, yet inside the pages feel almost buoyant, as if, under the weight of cloth and board, there were a soft, rising current of air, a lightness that never quite escapes, but never quite settles either. Imagine a single page lifting, not in the room, not with hands, just in the quiet space behind the eyes. The page loosens from the stack and rises a fraction, as though the air beneath it were exhaling. The movement is so small it barely exists. A slow, silent tilt. The paper hovers, then drifts back, resting again among its neighbors. Nothing disturbed, nothing changed on the surface. That same gentle lifting can move through the body, a sense that the back is resting, but somehow less heavy. The arms lying where they are, yet feeling as though they were pages themselves, supported by an unseen spine of air, held but almost rising. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now. Thoughts, like faint ink on uncut pages, stay soft and distant. They do not need to sharpen or arrange themselves. They simply rest in the margins. Inside the book, the glue is cooling, settling, growing steady. Around it, the air feels quiet and mild. The lamp hums softly, its glow like a gentle hand resting over the scene. Nothing presses for attention. Between two pages near the center, the air feels especially light, as though that narrow gap were a tiny room with no walls at all. Just a suggestion of space, a pause between one sheet and the next, a pause that never has to end. The body senses that pause. Breath moves in, and there is a slight widening inside the ribs. Breath moves out, and something stays open there, like that space between pages. Not empty, just unburdened. The book does not know its own weight. It simply lies where it has been placed. The table accepts it without effort. In that meeting, there is no strain, only contact. In the same way the mattress, or the chair, or the surface beneath accepts every part of the body. Heels, back, head. Each point of contact is like a page resting on another page. A gentle press, no urgency. Just the fact of being held. Somewhere deep in the stack of paper, the middle pages feel almost untouched by the world. They have never been opened. They have never been bent or marked. They lie in a quiet that is complete and effortless. That untouched quiet spreads through the chest, through the throat, through the space behind the eyes. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. What remains is like that unwritten page, still and light, with no demand upon it. No story it must carry yet. The tasks have stepped back. The tools on the bench are resting. Brush, pot, knife, ruler, all of them still, as though time has folded around them. Even the ticking of any distant clock feels less like counting and more like pages being turned in slow motion. One soft shift, then another, then nothing at all for a while. Inside the spine, the glue holds, but the air between pages feels free of holding. It does not cling to anything. It simply exists, thin and clear, like a breath that has forgotten to fall. The body may feel that way too, less like a solid shape, more like a stack of gentle impressions. Warmth here, softness there. Some places feel heavier, like the book's covers. Other places feel almost not there, like the middle of the page. Awareness moves lightly over these areas, the way a fingertip might hover above the paper without touching. Curious, but unhurried. There is a sense of drifting, but not through space. Drifting within the layers of stillness themselves, from surface to center, from the outer cover of the night to the inner, unwritten page of rest. Words will come to this book one day. Ink will meet paper. Stories will press themselves into these fibers. But tonight, the pages are only pages. Plain, quiet, weightless in their waiting. In that same way, the mind does not need to arrange anything now. No chapters to plan, no sentences to finish. Just this soft, blank presence. Between one breath and the next, there is a moment that feels like that hidden air in the spine. Barely noticed, almost not there. yet it holds everything together in its own gentle way. The edges of the book blur in the lamplight, corners soften. The straight line of the spine seems less strict, more like a suggestion than a command. The whole shape looks as though it could slowly rise from the table, not by lifting, but by forgetting to be heavy. The same soft forgetting moves through the limbs. Fingers grow quiet. Jaw loosens. Eyes rest in their sockets, like thin sheets of paper settling into place. What needed doing has paused. The workshop breathes in its slow wooden way. Shadows stretch and thin along the floor. The night wraps itself around the room without asking for anything in return. Inside the covers, the book dreams without images. Just a feeling of being bound and yet full of light spaces. Every gap between pages a small floating room. Every room a place where nothing has ever been heavy. Awareness drifts into those rooms, not choosing one, not leaving another, just moving as air moves wherever there is space, quietly, gently, without effort. The body, the book, the room, the night, all of them seem to share the same slow, suspended breath, as though the whole scene were held between two pages, pressed, and yet somehow lighter than before. There is no need to turn the page yet. This moment can stay just as it is, a single, unwritten leaf, floating in the soft, warm air between covers. Resting in the weightless space between one thought and the next, the press holds its quiet weight. Nothing moves. Inside, the book is settling, grain by grain, like fine sand easing down through clear, still layers. At first, the layers remember motion. They remember falling, shifting, turning. Then even that memory loosens, and everything begins to rest in place. Between the plates of the press, the book is its own small landscape. The cover is the topmost layer, smooth and calm. Beneath it, each page is a thin stratum, resting over the next. All the tiny fibers, all the threads, all the dry glue sinking into alignment. The pressure is steady now, not changing, not asking for attention. Just an even weight, spread out like a flat palm over quiet sand. Inside the spine, the smallest particles of the day's work drift down. Excess paste, invisible dust, the faint roughness of cut edges. All of it finds a lower place to rest. Nothing is left hanging in the air. The book grows denser in its stillness, not heavier to the hand, but heavier to itself, as though every part has remembered where it belongs and gone there. In the workshop, the silence settles in the same way. First, the obvious sounds fade, then the softer ones, until only a low, even hush remains, like the last grains of sand coming to rest. The press does not need watching. Its work is slow and sure and quiet. The screw holds its position. The wood absorbs the faintest creaks and keeps them. Somewhere inside the book, the fibers sigh into each other. Edges that once stood apart now lean together. Gaps narrow, seams soften, layers meet and stay. The body responds to this simple downward pull. Weight spreads out over the surface beneath. Like a jar of sand left untouched, everything inside starts to settle toward the bottom. The breath follows. Each exhale feels like a fine dust drifting down through still air. Each inhale is smaller, lighter, barely disturbing the layers that have already come to rest. There is no need to sift through anything now. No need to sort or stack or arrange. What needed doing has paused. Gravity and time are taking care of the rest. Thoughts, too, have their own way of settling. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Ideas that once felt sharp grow dull at the edges, then soft, then vague, like patterns fading under a slow fall of sand. The longer the press holds, the more the book forgets the space it once took up. Loose becomes close. Separate becomes joined. All the tiny distances fill in. In the same way, the spaces between moments blur. Seconds stretch, then melt into one another. It becomes hard to tell where one ends and the next begins. Just a smooth, continuous layer of time, lying flat around you. The boards of the book rest under the plate, accepting the weight without strain. Their task is simple now, to be still, to lend their strength to the quiet, even pressure. The surface beneath your body does the same. It meets every contour without complaint. Wherever there is a curve, it rises to support it. Wherever there is weight, it receives it and holds steady. Muscles sink, like sand that has stopped resisting the pull downward. First, the larger ones, then the smaller ones hiding underneath. Even the tiny muscles around the eyes and mouth drift down into ease. Some layers settle quickly. Others take longer, adjusting by a fraction at a time. The process is patient, indifferent to hurry. It knows exactly how long it needs. There is only this gentle descent now, from alert to drowsy, from drowsy to heavy, from heavy to quiet, all the way down. The press is a still horizon over the book. Beneath it, the inner landscape smooths itself out. Ridges soften, hollows fill, everything seeking the same level. Inside the workshop, even the shadows seem to sink. They pool at the base of the walls, under the bench, under the press. The light grows low and warm, like the last thin layer of sand settling on top of all the others. Nothing to fix. The book has entered a time that belongs only to resting. No eyes on it, no hands on it, just the slow, secret work of pressure and patience. The body understands this language. Without effort, it answers. The grip on the day loosens. What was once held up begins its easy descent. Somewhere deep inside, the heaviest part of you finds the very bottom of your resting place. It arrives there without a sound, without a mark, just a quiet, complete contact. Above, the press continues its silent holding. Below, the bench receives the weight. In between, the book is becoming itself, layer by layer, in the dark. Nothing asks anything of you now. The night has taken over the work. All that remains is this slow, downward drifting, like sand within sand, like pages within boards. Everything resting deeper and deeper under one calm, unchanging weight. The thinking part of you has gone very quiet now. The workshop has too. The room is almost completely dark. Only the faintest wash of night at the window. Shelves resting. Tools asleep in their places. The new book cooling on the bench. This is a small, steady world. Wood and paper. Cloth and thread. Breath moving in and out in the same slow rhythm as the room. Earlier, the door to this place opened onto lamplight. Now that light has been folded away. The narrow door is closed. The day is on the other side of it, like a book put back on its shelf. In here, the last traces of work have already softened. Glue has set. Thread has settled into its tiny paths along each spine. The book on the bench is finished enough for tonight. There is no need to check it, no need to turn it in the hands. It lies where it lies, whole and quiet, its pages pressed together in a calm, even weight. The body feels something like that, held together, supported from beneath, edges smoothed by stillness. Breath comes in, cool and easy. Breath goes out, warm and heavy. Each exhale like closing a cover with a soft, padded sound. Outside, the night continues its slow turning. Streets, windows, distant roofs, all far away from this small room. Tomorrow waits out there with them. It stays outside the closed door. Inside, only this simple order remains. Shelves leaning back into shadow. The bench a dark line in the dimness. The resting book, no longer asking for attention. Whatever surfaced today has been set down, like loose pages stacked and squared, corners aligned, left in a quiet pile. They will still be there in the morning. They do not need tending now. The mind may still murmur. It murmurs the way old paper settles on a shelf, soft and without urgency. Each thought thinner than the last. Each one drifting farther from the center of this calm room. The chest rises and falls, slow, predictable, as steady as the hidden clock in the wall. Muscles lie heavy, like tools laid out after use. Shoulders no longer lifting, hands no longer shaping or smoothing. Every part of the body has been put away for the night. There is nothing to fix, no seam to check, no edge to trim. This night does not ask for improvement. The workshop holds its own quiet. It has done this many times before. Even when no one is here, it knows how to rest like this. It knows how to keep watch without effort. That same quiet wraps around you, like the darkness wrapping around the stacked paper, like the air resting on the closed spines along the wall. The new book on the bench is not in a hurry to be read. It is content to exist, closed and silent, story folded inward. Sleep feels something like that. Awake on the outside at first, and then gently folded in. Breath by breath, the sense of being in the room softens. Details blur. The exact place of each tool and shelf matters less. Only the feeling of being held inside these walls remains. The door is shut. The lamp is dark. The workshop has given all it needed to give tonight. Now it rests. And the body resting here rests with it. Quiet shelves, quiet bench, quiet book. Night settled over this small room once before, when you stepped inside. Now it settles over you as well, like a cover drawn closed on a finished page. The workshop sleeps in its sea of darkened wood and paper. So does the book on the bench. So does the air in the rafters. And here, in the same deep stillness, the body lies, heavy and safe like a well-bound volume, come to rest on its own familiar shelf.
There's a part of you tonight that doesn't want a beach or a mountain or a grand adventure. It just wants a small, warm room, 4 solid walls, and a wood-fired stove humming quietly in the corner. A place where the only thing that needs tending is a slow, steady fire, and even that is already taken care of. Maybe your actual evening has been nothing like that. Maybe there were messages, decisions, dishes, other people's moods, your own thoughts looping in the background. Even if the day looked ordinary from the outside, you might feel as if you've been holding everything up with both hands, trying not to drop a single piece. Now you're here, lying down, and there's still a faint sense of being on duty, of scanning for what needs to be done next, even though the day is technically over. That quiet, stubborn wish for a simpler night is part of why you pressed play. Not for instructions or effort, but for the feeling of being in a small, cared-for space where the work is finished. You reached for this instead of another scroll, another episode, another hour of just staring into the dark. You chose something gentle, something that promises warmth and containment, and that choice matters more than you might think. It means some part of you is still looking out for your own rest, even if you feel worn thin. From here on, nothing has to be done correctly. You don't have to follow every word, or concentrate, or stay with the story from start to finish. If your attention drifts in and out, that's welcome. If you fall asleep halfway through a sentence, that's one of the best outcomes possible. This is simply going to be a slow evening beside an imagined stove. A voice, some quiet images, the suggestion of firelight and worn-in furniture. Your only job is to lie where you are, however you are, and let the sound move around you like a soft, familiar presence in the room. Start with what is real, right here. The surface beneath you, holding your weight without asking anything in return. Notice how much of you is being supported. The back of your head, your shoulders, your spine, your hips, your legs. You don't have to change your position unless you want to. Just feel how the bed, or the couch, or the mattress takes all of you in. There's fabric against your skin. Maybe it's smooth or worn and soft from many washes, or cool in some places and warmer in others. Your blanket has its own quiet heaviness, its own way of settling over the shape of your body. You might sense where it presses a little more firmly and where it barely touches. The air has a temperature too. Cooler on your face perhaps, or at the tip of your nose. Warmer where it's caught under the covers, around your chest and your legs. You don't need to label it as comfortable or uncomfortable. Just notice that the air is there, touching you in a gentle, constant way. Somewhere in the middle of all of this, your breathing is already happening. You don't have to deepen it or slow it down. Just feel the simple rise and fall that has been going on all day, through every conversation and every thought, the slight movement in your chest, or your ribs, or your belly, as air comes in and goes out. As you notice these small physical things, the world outside the room can start to fade a little. The emails, the errands, the conversations, the unfinished lists, they can wait on the other side of the walls. For this stretch of time, the room you are in is enough. The walls are holding their shape. The door is closed. The night can stay outside. Now in your mind, you can begin to feel the outline of another room taking shape. Not a perfect, polished place, but a lived-in one. Wooden floorboards that have been walked on for years. A chair that remembers the weight of people sitting down and finally relaxing. And in the corner, the quiet heart of the evening. A wood-fired stove already lit. You don't have to see it clearly. It's enough to sense that there is a small, steady glow in that corner. The kind of glow that doesn't rush or demand attention. It just exists, giving off a gentle warmth. You might imagine the faint orange light touching the nearby wall, softening the edges of the room. In this imagined cabin, the chores are finished. The wood has been stacked earlier, the kindling arranged, the fire already coaxed into life by hands that knew what they were doing. By the time you arrive, the hard part is over. All that's left is the quiet part, sitting, listening, feeling the warmth gradually soak into the space. There's a chair near the stove with a cushion that has flattened in the middle from years of use. A thick, soft blanket is folded over the arm, waiting for someone to pull it around their shoulders. You can picture yourself lowering into that chair, not carefully, not politely, but with the kind of full, unguarded weight that only happens when you know you're not about to be called away. As you lie where you are now, you might notice your own body responding to that image. Maybe your shoulders ease down a fraction, or your jaw loosens without you asking it to. Perhaps your hands, which have been slightly ready all day, curl into a softer shape against the sheets. The room you are actually in and the room with the stove can exist side by side for a while. Your real pillow under your head, your real blanket over you, and at the same time the sense of that other space, lit by firelight. You don't have to choose between them. You can rest here and let the story unfold there. As the sound of this voice continues, Think of it like the low, companionable murmur of someone sharing quiet stories by the fire. Nothing urgent, nothing you have to remember. Just the gentle rhythm of words, like logs settling in the stove, like embers shifting and glowing a little brighter, then softer again. In a moment, we'll settle more fully into that cabin, into that chair, into the first quiet glow of the evening. For now, it's enough to feel your body supported, your breath moving on its own, and the sense that, for this stretch of time, there is nowhere else you need to be. The night can take care of itself. You can stay right here, beside the warmth that's already waiting for you. The room holds its quiet as the evening settles more deeply around the stove. The light has changed almost without noticing, slipping from the pale tones of day into the softer, deeper colors of night. The stove is the small sun of this space now. Its glow reaches into the corners, not sharply, but in a slow, patient way, like someone moving through the room with a lantern held low. Around it, the evening gathers itself. The air near the walls is cooler, calm, and still. Closer to the stove, warmth moves in gentle waves, brushing across your skin, then easing back, like a slow, steady tide of heat. The surface beneath your body understands your weight. It dips a little where you rest, rising gently where you do not. Fabric folds and creases under you, creating small ridges and valleys that cradle each part that touches down. Notice the simple solid places where your body meets this evening. The back of the head, the curve of the neck, the line of the shoulders, the heaviness of your hips, the quiet pull of gravity in your legs, the soft pressure of heels or feet resting where they are. The glow from the stove paints everything it touches. Objects that were plain in daylight now wear a warm, amber skin. Edges blur slightly in this light, as if the room itself is exhaling, softening its outline, relaxing its grip on sharp corners. On your skin, the warmth feels like a slow, careful hand. Not pressing, just resting there. It lingers on the side of your face, turned toward the stove, along your chest, across your arms, wherever the light can reach. The parts of you turned away from the stove rest in cooler air. There the evening is quieter, almost still. Between the warm side and the cooler side, the body becomes a small horizon of temperature, a gentle border where the two meet and blend. Each breath moves through this landscape. In, a faint coolness at the nostrils, the back of the throat. Out, a softer warmth, leaving the body like a tiny sigh that no one needs to hear. The fire behind the glass keeps its own slow rhythm. A log shifts almost politely. A small spark steps forward, then settles back into the bed of embers. The sounds are small, but the room is listening, and the body hears them in its own way. Hands rest where they have chosen to rest. They might feel slightly warmer on the side turned toward the stove, the backs of the fingers touched by the glow. Palms feel the fabric beneath them, or the gentle weight of one hand holding the other, like two quiet guests sharing the same chair. The evening light gathers around your feet. Down there, near the floor, the warmth pulls in a different way. The soles of the feet, the curve of the ankles, the soft place behind the knees, all of them are held by the surface beneath, supported without question. In this small world of the room, the stove is the evening heart. Its light beats softly against the glass, pulsing with each tiny movement of flame. Every time the fire shifts, the shadows on the ceiling tilt and lean, then ease back into a new, comfortable shape. The walls keep their steady, quiet watch. They hold the night on the other side, letting only its calmness through. Any distant sounds from beyond them arrive softened, as though the air itself has wrapped them in thick fabric before they reach this place. The tasks have stepped back. Time here is measured in the slow dimming of the logs, the deepening colour of the embers, the gentle rise and fall of your own chest. The weight of your body is honest in this light. There is no need to hold anything up. Muscles that have been busy all day begin to loosen, like knots in a cord that has finally been set down. Across your back, the surface beneath you offers a quiet, steady pressure. It does not hurry you. It simply meets you wherever you sink, matching each curve, each angle, with its own gentle answer. Near the stove, perhaps, there is a small rug, its fibres warmed through. The idea of bare feet there feels easy, the softness of the fabric, the heat that has soaked into it like sunlight into stone. Even if your feet are covered, the thought of that warmth is part of the room now, part of the comfort that gathers around you. On a nearby table or shelf, objects sit in the low light. A cup, perhaps, or a book left half open earlier in the day. Their shapes are familiar, their presence quiet, like old friends who know how to share silence. The stove hums in its own language, not with noise, but with the steady presence of heat. It sends out slow waves that cross the room, touch your skin, and sink inward, easing muscles, softening joints, inviting the body to rest a little heavier. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint conversation in another room, doors mostly closed. The body is closer than that, nearer than any thought, speaking in the simple, clear language of weight and breath and warmth. Notice the way your jaw feels in this light, how it hangs a little looser, how the tongue rests more heavily in the mouth. The small muscles around the eyes soften, no longer squinting against bright light or busy scenes. The air in the room has its own texture, warmer near the stove, almost velvety as it brushes your cheeks and hands. Cooler in the spaces further away, where the evening gathers in gentle pockets of stillness. Your chest rises, and a thin layer of warm air moves with it. Your chest falls, and the body sinks just a fraction deeper into the surface beneath. This quiet motion continues, steady and kind, like a rocking chair moving so slowly it is almost still. The side of you turned toward the stove feels more awake to the light. The side turned away feels more drawn into the darkness, into the deeper rest that waits there. Together they balance each other, warmth and coolness, light and shadow, sharing the same body without conflict. Here the night asks nothing. There is no need to plan, no need to sort or arrange. The list waits outside this room, on the far side of the closed door where it belongs. If your eyes are open, they may rest on the slow dance of the flames. Colours shift from deep orange to pale gold, from quiet red to almost invisible blue at the base of the logs. The glass holds it all in place, a clear, gentle boundary between the living fire and the resting room. If your eyes are closed, the light still reaches you. It presses softly against the lids, turning the darkness there into a faint, warm glow, like the inside of a seashell held up to the sun. Behind that glow, the mind begins to drift, but the body stays simple and sure. The warmth from the stove seeps into fabric and filling, into cushion and mattress, into wood and wall. It moves slowly, patient as evening itself, turning this small space into a nest of tempered air and softened edges. Your shoulders no longer need to hold the day. They slide a little lower, the blades resting more fully against what supports them. Even the spaces between the ribs seem to widen, as if the body has remembered there is more room inside than it was using. Around your ankles and wrists, where skin meets air, there is a gentle border. On one side, the body, warm and living. On the other, the room, calm and steady. The two touch lightly without effort, without any need to change. The stove's light moves across your clothing, catching small textures that daylight overlooks. A loose thread, a soft fold, the faint pattern in the weave. In this glow, everything seems closer, more intimate, part of the same quiet story. There is nothing to figure out here. The evening is already arranged, the fire burns, the room holds, the body rests. Somewhere in the stove, a log gives a tiny sigh as it settles, sending up a brief shower of sparks that fade before they reach the top of the chamber. Their brief brightness is just another heartbeat of the room, another small reminder that the center of this space is warm and alive. Across your body, a gentle heaviness spreads, not dull, but comforting. It is the feeling of being fully here, fully supported, with no part of you left standing at the edge of the day. The glass of the stove reflects just a hint of the room, a faint outline of chair or couch, the soft suggestion of your own shape, wrapped in shadow and light. It is as though the evening itself is holding a quiet mirror, and in it, all it shows is rest. Here, beside this steady, glowing heart of the room, the night grows deeper and kinder. Breath by breath, the body settles into its place in the warm circle of light, while the fire keeps its gentle watch, burning low and calm, lighting the evening heart. The room receives you the way a soft chair receives a tired body, quietly, without questions, just a gentle, steady holding. The air near the stove is warmer, thicker, like a blanket that has been hanging close to the fire all evening. It reaches your skin in slow waves, touching the front of your body first. Face, chest, knees, then it wraps around your sides, your back, until the coolness from outside is only a faint memory at the edges. Light from the stove gathers on the floor, a low glowing pool that stretches partway across the room. Where it fades, the shadows grow deeper and softer, like cushions laid out for the dark. The walls drink in that glow and give it back in a muted, gentle way. Nothing here is bright. Everything is calm and dim and kind to tired eyes. Beneath your feet, the floor feels solid and sure. Each step has a quiet sound, a soft contact that settles through your legs. The boards hold their warmth unevenly, a little cooler near the edges, a little warmer where the stove has been breathing heat all evening. With every step, the body understands more clearly. This is inside. This is shelter. There is a chair not far from the stove waiting in that oval of firelight. Its shape is familiar, the kind of chair that has held long evenings and slow conversations. The seat dips just a little in the middle, worn in by the weight of many bodies resting there. A folded blanket rests across the back, its edge catching the glow so that the fibers look almost golden in places. Hands move toward the chair, maybe brushing the arm as you pass. The surface is smooth, the wood rounded by years of touch. There is no sharpness here, no corner that demands attention, only curves and softened edges, like the whole room has been gently sanded down by time. As you lower yourself into the chair, the cushion gives in a slow, patient way. The fabric is warm where the firelight has reached it and cooler in the places that have stayed in shadow. The seat holds your weight without resistance, molding itself around you, remembering how to support a tired body. For a moment, there is the small grounding sound of the chair adjusting, a faint creak that feels like the room's quiet answer to your arrival. The blanket slips easily into your hands. Its texture is thick and slightly rough at first touch, then softer as your fingers sink into it. Wool warmed by the stove has its own kind of comfort, dry and cozy, with a scent that is both clean and deeply homely. As the blanket settles over your legs, over your lap, warmth gathers there and stays. The front of your shins feel the heat from the stove most clearly. It is a steady, even warmth, not blazing, not urgent, just a constant, gentle presence, like a hand held near but not quite touching. Your knees, your thighs, your belly all begin to share that same slow spreading comfort. Behind you, the back of the chair supports the length of your spine. The contact is broad and sure, from the base of the hips all the way up to the shoulder blades. Every place where your body meets the chair is another reminder that you are held. The muscles along your back start to soften into that support, as if they have been waiting for this exact shape to lean into. Your feet find their place on the floor. Maybe they rest flat, soles fully in contact with the solid surface. Maybe the heels press down a little more, toes light, the way they do when the body is starting to settle. The floor accepts that small weight without changing, without complaint. In the quiet of the room, the stove's gentle sounds begin to stand out. A soft tick as the metal adjusts to the heat. A faint shift deep inside where a piece of wood settles and sighs. Every tiny sound is wrapped in the hush of the room, never sharp, never startling. The glow behind the stove's small window moves in slow, lazy motions. Not wild flames, just a rolling orange light, like embers turning over in their sleep. That glow paints the nearby wall in uneven patches, brighter in the center, dimmer toward the edges. It feels like watching the last light of evening settle across a familiar room. Your hands rest where they fall most easily. Maybe one lies on the arm of the chair, fingers slightly curled, palm warmed by the air. Maybe the other rests on your lap under the blanket, feeling the gentle weight of the fabric. The bones of the fingers, the small joints, the tendons that worked all day begin to soften in the quiet. Breath moves in and out at its own pace. The air that enters carries a faint hint of wood smoke and warm fabric. The air that leaves feels just a little warmer, like it has picked up some of the room's comfort and is giving it back. There is no need to change the breath. It already knows how to match this space. The list waits outside this room. The walls, the closed door, the steady stove all form a soft boundary between here and everything else. The world beyond still exists, but it has stepped back a few careful paces. Inside this small circle of firelight, time feels slower, thicker, more forgiving. The weight of your body in the chair becomes clearer. Hips sink a little deeper into the cushion. The shoulders find a natural lower place, no longer lifted by habit. Even the head, balanced at the top of the spine, seems to rest a little heavier, as though the neck has remembered it does not need to hold quite so much. The blanket over your legs traps the warmth, building a pocket of comfort there. Under the fabric, the air is still, held close to the skin. Calves and thighs grow warmer, then simply stay that way, no effort, no change. Above the blanket, the room's softer air strokes the skin of your hands, your face, your throat. Somewhere in the room, perhaps on a small table within reach, there is a solid object. A mug, maybe, or a book, or a simple wooden box. Its presence is quiet but reassuring, a reminder of ordinary, gentle things, the kind of thing that belongs in a room like this, in an evening like this. Your eyes may be open or closed. Either way, the light is kind. With eyes open, the edges of objects blur a little in the dimness, softened by the warm glow. With eyes closed, that glow still reaches you, a faint reddish warmth pressing gently through the lids. There is no harsh contrast, no glare, only an easy, even dimness. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond the circle of the stove's light, like voices in another room whose words you do not quite catch. They are there, but they do not lean in. The center of your attention stays here, in the simple contact of body and chair and warmth. The fabric beneath your hands has its own small landscape, a tiny ridge where a seam runs, a slightly smoother patch where fingers have brushed many times before. The weave of the blanket, the grain of the wood, the faint impression of your own touch, slowly warming each surface. The room itself feels settled, as if it has already been here for hours, waiting in quiet readiness. The stove has found its rhythm, not roaring, not fading, just holding steady. The air has reached that perfect balance where it no longer seems to change, only to exist around you. This is a room in the middle of its own long, peaceful breath. Across your chest, the rise and fall of breathing becomes a gentle rocking. Ribs expand, then release. Clothing shifts just a little with each movement, a soft brush against the skin. The heart beats underneath, steady and dependable, like a second, quieter stove tucked safely inside. There is only one small circle that matters now. The circle of the chair, the blanket, the body, the stove. Everything important fits within that space. Everything outside of it can wait. Warmth touches your cheeks, your nose, the curve of your jaw. It seems to smooth the expression there, easing away the tiny lines of concentration that gathered through the day. The jaw loosens, the tongue rests comfortably. The lips soften at the corners. The face no longer needs to hold any particular shape. It can simply rest. The night beyond the walls has its own life, its own quiet. But here, in this firelit room, the only weather that matters is the slow, gentle movement of warm air. It rises from the stove, curls around furniture, drifts past your skin, and then settles again. A small, private climate made just for rest. Nothing needs to be fixed or managed here. The stove knows how to burn. The chair knows how to hold. The room knows how to stay quiet. In this soft, steady shelter, the body understands that it has arrived, not on the way anywhere, not getting ready for the next thing. Just here, in this warm, low-lit room, settling a little deeper with every breath, the glow from the stove gathers itself, as if drawing the whole room a little closer. The air is warm, the light is low, and the quiet has a kind of gentle thickness to it now. In this soft dimness, imagine the whole evening as a small, steady flame inside the stove. Everything that happened today has become fuel for that flame. Every errand, every conversation, every decision, each one has turned into a simple piece of wood, stacked neatly in the firebox of this night. The body rests nearby like a sturdy hearth, solid, reliable, built to hold warmth, to hold light, to hold this private little fire of the day. Breath moves in and out like the slow opening and closing of a stove door. In, out, each inhale gathers what remains of the day's energy. Each exhale feeds it gently to the embers, a quiet offering to the glow. Notice how the chest rises just a little as air flows in. There is a faint stretch across the ribs, a widening like the small space that opens when a log is placed carefully on the coals. Then the chest eases back as air leaves, and with that easing, the warmth inside grows more concentrated, more settled. The muscles across the shoulders and upper back are like the iron frame around the stove. Strong, holding everything in place, they have carried weight and effort, just as the iron has held the heat. Now, with each slow breath out, that frame cools a little. The metal is still solid, still dependable, but the strain melts from it, as though a careful hand has turned down an invisible dial. Arms rest like sturdy firewood, stacked along the side of the hearth. No longer being moved, no longer being used, just lying there, quiet and still, warmed by the nearby glow. Feel the simple weight of them, the way gravity holds them in place, without argument, without effort. Hands are like small bundles of kindling that have already done their work. All the grasping, typing, holding, reaching of the day has burned through. Now the fingers curl softly, no longer sparked with urgency, only faintly warm, like twigs that have turned to gentle pale embers. The fabric beneath them gives a little, receiving their weight, cradling each knuckle, each palm. Inside the chest, behind the breastbone, imagine a quiet firebox. Not a roaring blaze, just a deep, steady bed of coals. The heart moves in its own rhythm, like the slow, patient breathing of those embers. In, out, drawing in fresh air, sending out warmth, again and again, without needing to be watched. The belly is the ash pan below, where what is finished comes to rest. Ash gathers there, soft and light, the remains of effort already completed. What needed doing has paused. The lower belly loosens, no longer pulled tight. Each exhale sifts the ash a little, letting it settle more evenly, more comfortably, into place. Around the spine, muscles that once held posture like upright logs now soften into a gentle curve, like wood that has yielded to the heat and found a more natural shape. The back sinks into whatever supports it. The support holds steady, like the solid wall behind the stove, taking the weight without question, without complaint. The throat is a small chimney, open and clear. Air travels through it without resistance. Cooler at the edges, warmer in the center, where the breath has already passed the glow inside. With each exhale, it is as though a faint, invisible smoke rises, carrying away the last flickers of effort that the day left behind. The jaw loosens as if a latch has been gently unhooked, teeth no longer pressed together. The tongue rests where it wishes, quiet, heavy, unhurried, like a stove door that has been closed for the night. There is nothing more it needs to say. No more messages to carry. No more sparks to send out into the room. Behind the eyes, there is a small private chamber, like the dark, quiet space just beyond the glass of the stove. The firelight reaches it only as a soft suggestion. Shadows here are calm, velvety, undisturbed. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. But in this inner chamber, there is only a gentle, pulsing warmth. The forehead smooths as though a warm hand has passed once across it and then gone still. Lines soften. The skin there feels a little heavier, like a lid settling over a pot, sealing in the heat, keeping the comfort inside. Breath continues its easy work. In, the ribs expand, making room for the glow. Out, the body surrenders a little more of the day to the embers. There is no rush. The flame knows how to use what it is given in its own unhurried time. Picture each inhale as a calm gathering of stray pieces of the day, a memory of a sound, a brief image, a small tension in a muscle. They are drawn in gently, collected without judgment like loose bits of bark and twig gathered into a careful hand. Then, as air leaves, those pieces are offered to the fire inside. They meet the warmth and soften, losing their sharp edges, their urgency. They blacken, crumble, and become part of the quiet, glowing bed of coals. Not lost, just transformed into something simpler, something that only gives back warmth. Around the hips, the larger muscles feel like thick, solid logs that have finally settled into a stable position. No more shifting, no more adjusting. They rest against the support beneath them, heavy and sure. The joints loosen like hinges that have been oiled by heat, moving from stiffness into ease. Thighs and calves lie like pieces of wood that have been stacked with care, each one finding its place. The warmth from the core of the body seeps outward into them, slow and steady, from the center of the stove to the outer bricks, from the center of the body to the edges of the legs. The feet are like small stones near the hearth, warmed gradually over time. Heels press down, toes relax, arches release their grip. The fabric or surface beneath them holds their shape, like ash holding the imprint of a coal long after the flame has passed. All through the body there is this same simple process. What is no longer needed becomes fuel. What has been fuel becomes warmth. What has been warmth settles into a deep, steady rest. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Like a stove ticking softly as it cools, those faint sounds belong to the natural settling of things. They do not disturb the glow, they are part of it. Here in this room, the stove is the only watcher. Its low light holds the space, like a gentle guardian of the night. The walls stand close and calm. The door stays closed. The world outside has stepped back. Inside, the body is its own small, trusted hearth. Breath is the bellows moving in a slow, steady rhythm. With every rise and fall, the inner flame grows more even, more quiet, more sure of itself. If the mind tries to stir the coals too quickly, the embers answer with patience. They glow in their own time. They dim in their own time. Nothing in this process is forced. There is nothing to fix, nothing to change, as the warmth moves through muscles and joints and bones. The fire of the day has found its container. The container is strong. The container is gentle. One more slow breath in, feeling the ribs widen like a stove, taking in a fresh, soft breath of air. One more long breath out as the body feeds the last bright fragments of the day into the coals. They flare for a moment, then settle, then glow. Now the fire of this evening burns low and steady, held safely behind its glass, inside its iron, within the quiet walls of this room, within the quiet walls of your own resting body. The warmth is here, the container is here. The night wraps itself around both, and everything inside is free to grow softer, quieter, deeply, peacefully warm. The room holds its quiet. The glow from the stove has settled into a softer, deeper color, and within that glow, the crackling has become a kind of gentle music. Not loud, not sharp, just small notes of sound, rising and fading in their own slow time. Each tiny crackle is like a single plucked string in a quiet song. A brief, bright tone that appears for an instant, then slips back into silence. The embers are the musicians, hidden behind the stove's dark frame, playing without hurry, without effort. Listen to how the sounds spread out. A light tick near the edge of a log, a soft crumble from deeper inside. A faint hiss where heat meets the last traces of sap. All these little sounds are like instruments in a sleepy orchestra, some high and quick, some low and drawn out. Each one knows exactly when to arrive and when to fade. Between those notes, there is a wide, open quiet. That quiet is part of the music too. It is the soft space that holds every sound, the gentle pause that lets the body breathe. Notice how the breath moves in that space. In and out. In and out. Each inhale is like the ear leaning in toward the fire's song. Each exhale is like the body leaning back, resting deeper into the chair, the bed, the pillow beneath it. The chest rises with the breath, then eases down again. As it does, the crackling seems to answer, tiny notes replying to each movement. A small pop as the lungs fill, a faint rustle as they soften and empty. This quiet music around the stove has its own slow rhythm. The logs shift now and then, like a drummer touching the drumhead with the lightest fingertip. A gentle tap, a soft roll of ash, a sigh of air moving through the narrow spaces between coals. The muscles along the back begin to hear this rhythm. They have worked all day, holding, lifting, reaching. Now they listen to the fire's slow, easy tempo, and they start to match it. One by one, they release their grip. Across the shoulders, a little more weight drops down. The surface beneath responds, steady and patient, taking that weight without question. The shoulder blades rest a bit heavier, as though they have found their own low, warm note in the music. In the arms, a similar softening begins. From the tops of the arms, down through the elbows, into the wrists and hands. Each finger has its own small heaviness, like quiet keys on an old instrument, no longer being pressed, simply resting in place. Somewhere inside the stove, a longer crackle stretches out, like a slow descending chord. It begins high, then travels down, lower and lower, until it disappears into the embers. As it fades, the breath in the body follows it down, sinking deeper into the belly. The air that enters is warm and easy. The air that leaves carries with it the last bits of tightness from the day. Each exhale feels a little like a low note being played and then allowed to trail off until it blends with the quiet around it. Behind the closed eyes, there is a kind of inner hush. A dim, gentle space where the fire's music arrives only as a soft impression. Not as sharp sound, but as a feeling of rhythm, of rise and fall, of tiny sparks of attention lighting up and then dimming again. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a distant, muted instrument that no longer leads the song. At the front of awareness, only the slow music of crackle and breath remains. The jaw loosens as though a tight string has finally been tuned down. The tongue rests heavier in the mouth. Even the small muscles around the lips soften, no longer holding any particular shape, simply resting in their natural place. Another light pop from the stove, quick and bright, like a tiny bell. Then stillness again. In that stillness, the body hears its own inner sounds more clearly. The faint thump of the heart, the quiet whisper of air moving through the nose. These two are part of the same gentle composition. The heart keeps its steady beat, like a soft drum far in the background. Not demanding attention, just marking time in a calm, unbroken way. The breath plays over it, higher and lighter, weaving in and out like a simple melody. Down in the hips, there is a sense of settling. The weight of the pelvis drops more fully into the surface beneath. Muscles in the lower back ease, as if they have been listening to a long, slow note and are finally ready to match its length, its softness. The thighs relax, heavy and warm. The knees let go of any tiny effort they were still holding. Even the calves, often forgotten, begin to melt into stillness, like the last sparks at the edge of a log, dimming into a steady glow. Near the feet, the fire's music feels quieter, more distant, but still present. The toes rest, no longer curled or braced. Heels sink into their place, pressing down just enough to be felt, like the gentle weight of a hand on a quiet drum. What needed doing has paused. The list waits outside this room. Inside there is only this slow, private concert of warmth and sound and breath. Every so often, a cluster of tiny crackles rises all at once. They sound like a handful of small beads rolling gently across a wooden table, then coming to a stop. As they fade, the silence that follows feels even softer, even more padded. The mind notices these waves of sound and quiet. It may follow one of them for a moment, tracing the beginning of a crackle, its middle, its end. Then attention drifts away again, back into the warmth behind the eyes, back into the feeling of the body resting, heavy and kind. Across the ribs, each inhale spreads like a gentle chord opening. Each exhale closes it again, slow and smooth, with no rush at all. The music of the stove seems to lean into this pattern, answering with its own small expansions and releases. The longer the fire plays its quiet song, the simpler everything becomes. No decisions, no choices, just this steady, unfolding rhythm. Crackle, pause, soft breath in, soft breath out. The night outside holds its distance. Here, in this small circle of warmth, the only world that matters is the one shaped by this gentle music. The stove hums in its own way, a low, constant presence beneath the finer notes of popping wood. Some parts of the body may still hold a little tension. A line across the forehead, a small knot near the neck. They are like strings tuned a bit too tight, still humming with the day. As the fire continues its slow, easy playing, those strings begin to relax as well. Not all at once, just a little with each breath. A tiny softening on the inhale. A deeper release on the exhale, as though each breath were a warm hand smoothing over them, quieting their sound. The longer crackles now feel fewer, more spaced out. The music is thinning, becoming simpler, like a lullaby nearing its end. Only the most essential notes remain. A soft tick here, a faint sigh of ash there. In this gentle fading, the body understands what to do. It follows the music downward, into slower rhythms, into quieter spaces. The breath grows shallow and easy. The muscles rest in their own natural positions, without effort, without pose. There is nothing to fix. No part of this needs to be improved or changed. The fire plays what it plays. The body answers in its own time. Soon the crackles are like distant chimes, barely heard, more felt than listened to. The warmth from the stove holds steady, a constant low note beneath everything. Above it, the softest music continues. The breath, the heart, the faint whisper of fabric as the body settles 1 degree deeper into stillness. In this quiet concert, every sound is gentle, every pause is generous. The whole room seems to be listening with you, walls and floor and air all tuned to the same slow, comforting key. And as the music of the crackling fire grows softer, more delicate, the inner world grows softer too. Edges blur, time stretches. The last notes of wakefulness drift upward and fade, leaving only the warm, steady hum of rest, playing on and on in the background. The warmth in the room gathers itself more closely around you now. It feels as though the air has thickened just a little with comfort. Heat from the stove moves slowly outward, like a quiet tide, and meets the softness of the blanket resting over you. Imagine this blanket as something more than fabric. Imagine it as a layer of fire-warmed comfort, heavy in the best possible way. It settles over your body the way a gentle, steady hand might rest over a heartbeat. Calm, sure, unhurried. Across your chest, the weight of the blanket feels like a shield of warmth. Not hard, not rigid, just a soft, steady barrier between you and the coolness of the world beyond this room. Beneath it, your ribs rise and fall in a slow, even rhythm, like embers breathing under a bank of ash. Each inhale lifts the blanket the smallest amount. Each exhale lets it sink back down, molding itself to your shape again. A warm, padded roof over the quiet house of your body. Under this layer of warmth, your muscles begin to behave differently. They no longer brace against the air. They rest into the gentle pressure that holds them, as if the blanket is doing the work of keeping everything together, so the body does not need to. Feel how your shoulders respond to this. The fabric crosses over them or rests just below them, and the warmth there is like a soft weight on a door that has been slightly ajar all day. With that weight in place, the door swings closed quietly, without effort. Across your upper arms, the blanket lies in smooth, heavy folds. The warmth seeps inward, slow and sure. It reaches the deeper layers of muscle, the ones that usually stay a little ready, a little tight. Now they ease, as though the heat has melted some invisible stiffness that had been hiding there. Your hands, wherever they have chosen to rest, feel the blanket in their own way. Maybe your fingers curl lightly around an edge, feeling the thickness of the fabric, the way it gives just a little when pressed. Maybe your palms lie flat, feeling the warmth rise up into them, as if the blanket were a low, steady fire beneath your skin. Notice how the weight of your hands presses the material down. In those small places, the blanket hugs your body more closely, like a second, softer skin. The warmth there grows denser, deeper, and the tiny muscles in your fingers and wrists respond by loosening, as though they have been told gently but firmly that their work is done. Across your stomach, the blanket is like a warm stone that has been resting by the fire all evening. It holds heat in a quiet, constant way. With every breath, your belly rises to meet that warmth, then settles back, as if nestling into it. The muscles there, often held without noticing, begin to soften under the steady, even pressure. Lower down, over your hips and thighs, the blanket feels heavier. It drapes and pools, gathers and folds, creating a deep, cushioned layer that pins the day in place. Beneath that weight, the large muscles of your legs release, one slow fiber at a time, like a bundle of cords slackening under a gentle hand. The warmth here is different from the warmth in the air. This is held warmth, stored warmth, like heat kept in thick walls after the fire has been burning for hours. It does not rush. It simply stays pressed close to you, soaking into your bones. Around your knees, the fabric bends and curves, forming soft hollows and rounded ridges. Those joints, which carry you through so many steps, no longer need to hold themselves ready. They rest in the gentle cradle formed by the blanket and whatever supports them beneath, wrapped in a quiet, fire-warmed embrace. Down along your shins, the blanket may lie more lightly or more snugly, depending on how it has fallen. Either way, the warmth follows the length of your bones like a slow, glowing line. It is as though someone traced the path of each leg with a brush dipped in heat, then left that warmth there to soak in. Around your ankles and feet, the blanket gathers again. Here, the folds may be thicker, layered over themselves, keeping the warmth close. Your feet, so often cool or busy or braced against the ground, now rest in their own small pocket of fire-warmed comfort, like logs drawn nearer to the heart of the stove. Inside that pocket, your toes loosen. They spread a little or simply stop holding. The skin on the tops of your feet feels the gentle press of fabric, while the soles feel the surface beneath. And between those two sensations, all the small muscles in your feet find a reason to grow quiet. All along your body, the blanket acts like a soft, heavy lid on a pot that has been simmering all day. Under that lid, everything inside settles. The surface stops stirring. Heat is kept in, not in a way that agitates, but in a way that calms and deepens. Your breath moves under this lid of warmth, in and out. The rise and fall is small, almost hidden, like the slow movement of coals when a faint breeze passes over them. Nothing dramatic, nothing forced, just a gentle, steady rhythm. With each exhale, the body seems to sink a fraction deeper into its support. The blanket follows that sinking, molding itself more closely to each curve and angle. It is as though the warmth is learning your exact shape and choosing to hold it with patient, unwavering care. Across your back, even where the blanket does not directly touch, the warmth still reaches. Heat from the stove, reflected by the air in the room, meets the comfort of the cushions behind you. Between the steady support of the chair and the soft weight above, your back rests in a pocket of quiet, like a page held gently between two warm hands. The muscles along your spine respond to this embrace. They no longer need to stand guard. They lengthen, spread, and settle into the shape the chair offers, while the warmth from the room seeps in from all sides, slow and certain. Here, wrapped in this fire-warmed comfort, the edges of your body feel softer. Not gone, just less sharp. The line between skin and blanket, between blanket and air, becomes a gentle gradient of warmth, as though the heat has blurred the boundaries in the kindest way. The tasks have stepped back. This small world of chair, blanket, and stove is all that matters for now. Every breath is part of this world. Every heartbeat moves quietly within it. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Thoughts, if they wander through, drift like faint shapes behind a curtain of warmth, noticed for a moment, and then softened by the heavy, comforting layer that covers you. There is nothing to manage in this warmth. The blanket stays where it is. The fire continues its slow, steady work. The room holds its gentle temperature without needing your attention. Here the body understands what to do. It rests. It settles under the weight that holds it, the way a book lies flat when a warm hand is placed over its cover. The story inside is still there, but for now the cover stays closed, and that is enough. Across your chest, across your belly, down your legs, the blanket keeps its quiet promise. To stay, to warm and to hold. If a small part of you listens closely, it might notice the tinier shifts in temperature. A slightly warmer place where your hand rests, a slightly cooler edge where the air touches the fabric. These tiny differences only deepen the sense that you are wrapped, enclosed, gently contained. In this wrapping, the breath continues to slow. Each inhale feels shorter, softer. Each exhale stretches a little longer, as though the body is pouring itself into the warmth, emptying pockets of tension into the soft, heavy folds. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a distant hum behind thick walls. Closer than that, more important than that, is the steady weight of the blanket, the calm rhythm of your breathing, the deep, fire-warmed comfort that holds you from throat to toes. Here in this quiet, wrapped place, the night moves gently around you. The warmth does not ask you to do anything at all. It simply stays pressed close like a faithful, heavy cloak that has taken on the heat of the fire and now gives it back to you, slowly, steadily, breath by breath. The room holds its quiet. Firelight moves gently in its corner, steady and calm. Under the blanket, warmth has settled around you, close and sure. Now the light begins its slow dance on the walls. Across from the stove, the nearest wall glows softly. Not bright, not sharp, just a wash of gentle colour, like a warm breath resting on smooth stone. In that glow, the first shadow stirs. It is your own outline stretched and softened. Not exact, not precise, but familiar in its shape. A taller, quieter version of you, leaning back against the wall. It seems to breathe when you breathe. As air moves in through your nose, the chest lifts beneath the blanket. The shadow rises too, just a little, as if it takes its own slow inhale. When the breath eases out, the dark shape settles, barely shifting, a calm echo of the rhythm moving through your body. The firelight flickers and the walls respond. Edges blur, then gather again. A hand becomes longer, then shorter. A shoulder drifts higher, then melts away into the glow. Each small movement inside the blanket creates a quiet ripple on the wall. The tilt of a head, the gentle slide of a shoulder, the soft release of a jaw no longer holding itself tight. Notice how slowly everything changes. Nothing jerks or snaps. The light leans, the shadows lean with it. A shared, unhurried sway. Behind closed eyes there is another wall, a softer one made only of darkness. On that inner surface, the same firelight seems to play, not as pictures, but as gentle impressions drifting across your awareness. When breath draws in, that inner wall brightens just a touch, a faint sense of space widening. When breath flows out, the space dims, cozy and close again. Light and dark, opening and settling over and over without effort. On the outer wall, the stove's glow throws longer shapes now. A chair leg stretches up, thin and tall, then shrinks again. The curve of the stovepipe bends across the plaster like a slow, dark river of metal. Every object in the room has a quiet twin, living in light and shadow. Your body too has its twin there. The curve of your head, the line of your shoulders, the gentle rise when knees lift the blanket. Feel how the blanket touches those places. The fabric at your shoulders, the soft weight over your chest, the way it drapes across your knees and settles into the hollow between them and the mattress or couch. As the blanket rests, the muscles beneath it answer. The back of the neck loosens as though the shadow of your neck has lengthened, making more room. The space between your shoulder blades widens, like a dark shape gently stretching across the wall. Inside, the body follows that same spreading ease. Each inhale is like a small lantern being raised inside your ribs, a warm, steady light filling the chest from the inside. Each exhale lowers the lantern again, tucking it deeper into the center of you. The shadows on the wall respond, rising and sinking with that inner glow. Somewhere near your feet, the fire throws a brighter patch of light. It reaches across the floor, then up the wall, like a slow, curious hand. When it touches the outline of your legs, the shadow sharpens for a moment, then softens again. Your calves, your ankles, your toes, all traced in quiet, shifting darkness. Inside the blanket, those same places are calm. The weight of your heels presses down, steady and uncomplaining. The tops of your feet feel the warm air gathered at the bottom of the blanket. Toes rest without needing to curl or hold. The room itself becomes a gentle lantern, walls catching the glow, then releasing it. Corners filling with a dusk-like softness. Every surface lit just enough to show its shape, then slipping back toward shadow. On the ceiling, the light flickers in slow, uneven waves. A patch brightens, then fades, like a slow breath across the upper air. In your chest, the same wave moves. Inhale, and the upper lungs fill. The ribs lift. Exhale, and everything settles down again, like light sinking back toward the stove. The mind may still murmur. Little thoughts crossing the inner wall like brief shadows. They move through and move on, as the firelight does, never staying in one shape for long. The body notices, then returns to the simple rhythm of breath. The stove gives a quiet pop, a tiny shift in the embers. On the wall, a shadow jumps, then returns to its slow sway. Inside, a small muscle might twitch, then soften again. Everything finds its way back to stillness. Imagine the wall directly across from you as a calm screen of pale color. Firelight paints on it in slow strokes, a darker band where your shoulder rests in its outline, a softer patch where the blanket's edge falls in a gentle curve. With each inhale, picture that band of shadow thickening just a little, as though it fills with warmth. With each exhale, see it blur at the edges, relaxing into the light around it. Inhale, the shape gathers. Exhale, the shape softens. Your ribs move under the blanket like a slow, steady bellows. Drawing in warmth, releasing it. The walls around you mirror that motion. Light expands, then eases back in quiet sympathy. Farther along the wall, the shadow of the stove itself stands solid and sure. A dark, steady block, hardly moving at all. Next to it, your own outline is softer, more fluid. The body is allowed to be the moving part in this still, gentle room. Notice how the softer your muscles become, the smoother the shadows grow. When shoulders sink deeper into the surface beneath, the outline there calms. When the jaw loosens, the profile on the wall loses any hint of tension. A peaceful silhouette resting in firelight. Behind your closed eyes, that inner wall of darkness grows more velvety. Breath moves across it like the faintest sweep of light. Inhale, and a subtle brightness passes through the center of your awareness. Exhale, and it fades into a deeper, richer dark. The list waits outside this room. Inside, only these small, changing shapes matter. Light, shadow, breath, the soft weight of the blanket, the quiet support beneath your body. Around your hips, the blanket's weight is steady and sure. The shadow there on the wall is solid, unbroken. The pelvis settles heavier into the cushion, like a stone finding its natural hollow in the earth. Lower back muscles ease, trusting that support. The line of your thighs under the blanket makes a long, gentle slope in shadow. On the wall, that slope lengthens and shortens with each flicker of the fire. Inside, the big muscles of the legs unwind, strand by strand. Quads soften, hamstrings release their quiet hold. At your hands, perhaps resting on your stomach or by your sides, the fingers have their own small shadows, each one a thin, soft mark on the wall, almost transparent. Inside the blanket, the fingers uncurl, knuckles loosen, the hands grow heavier, like warm stones at the bottom of a shallow pool of air. Breath moves lower now. The belly rises under the blanket, gentle and round. On the wall, the shadow of that rise is subtle, but it is there, a small hill lifting and falling. Inhale, the hill grows. Exhale, it sinks back into the flat, quiet ground of the wall. The firelight has its own slow heartbeat, a brief brightening, a soft dimming. Between those pulses, the room rests. Your body follows that same pulse. Every brighter moment of light seems to meet an inhale. Every softer moment meets an exhale. Not forced, not planned, just naturally in time. There is nothing to fix in this scene. The wall does not ask its shadows to be sharper. The fire does not hurry its glow. Your body does not need to arrange itself any differently than it already has. Around the room, the shadows have settled into their quiet places. The tall outline of a bookshelf, the gentle curve of a lamp, the softened shape of a door closed and still. All of them share the same slow-breathing light. All of them change together, yet remain themselves. In the same way, every part of you rests in one whole, easy body, different shapes, one gentle rhythm. As breath continues, longer now, smoother now, the shadows seem to lengthen with it. Each exhale stretches out across the wall, then fades into a deeper calm. Each inhale rises like a small, steady flame, then settles back down. Soon, even the movement of light begins to feel slower. The wall grows more even in its glow. Shadows blur into one soft pattern of dark and warm. Inside, muscles and thoughts do the same, blending into one quiet, resting presence. The fire keeps its watch. The walls hold their gentle colors. Your outline rests among the other shapes, easy and untroubled. Breath moves, light shifts, shadows soften, and in this room of firelit walls and quiet, drifting shapes, the body sinks deeper, as if it too were made of warm shadow, held in place by the soft glow, calm, unhurried, and deeply, deeply at rest. The glass of the window holds a faint reflection of the room. Beyond it, the outside has grown very quiet. The garden at twilight is more suggestion than scene now. Shapes have softened, edges have blurred, bushes, paths, and low stone borders rest together in the same gentle shade. A thin, silvery light still hangs in the sky, just enough to outline the taller plants. The bare branches or the dark leaves rise like quiet sketches against the dim. They do not ask to be seen clearly. They are content to fade into the evening. Closer to the house, the garden beds are a soft, dark patchwork. What was once colour and detail in the daylight has become texture and tone. A low hedge is only a darker band. A cluster of flowers is a small, velvety shadow near the ground. Here and there, something catches the last of the sky's glow. A smooth stone along the path holds a pale, cool glimmer. A metal gatepost shows a narrow line of grey light along its edge. These small traces are like whispers, gentle reminders that the day was here not long ago. The air outside looks cool and still. Even from inside, it has a feeling, a quiet freshness that seems to lean against the window pane. It carries the soft scent of earth resting after the day, soil that has given up the sun's warmth and now simply lies in the dark. Somewhere in that darkness, a leaf loosens and drops without sound. The garden has its own slow breathing. In the dimness, the beds and paths and shrubs feel like one wide, peaceful body. Nothing hurries there. Nothing leans forward into the next moment. Near the back of the garden, a tree stands as a calm, dark shape. Its branches reach out in every direction, but in this light they are not separate lines. They gather into a single gentle mass, like a soft cloud settled just above the ground. The spaces between the branches are filled with sky that is only a shade lighter than the leaves. The longer the eyes rest on that tree, the less clear its outline becomes. The top seems to blend into the sky. The sides blur into the shadows of the fence, the neighbouring plants, the open space beyond. It is hard to say exactly where the tree ends and the night begins. The whole garden feels that way now. Boundaries that were sharp in daylight have melted. Path and bed, wall and hedge, step and soil, all lean into each other. The garden is one soft shape resting just outside the glass. The window itself is like a gentle border between worlds. On one side, the warm glow of the room. On the other, the cool, velvety dark of the garden. Yet even this border feels thinner as the evening deepens. Your reflection hovers faintly on the glass, mixed with the dim view beyond. A curve of cheek, the shadow of a shoulder, the suggestion of eyes. They float there for a moment, then vanish when the gaze shifts, as though the garden has quietly absorbed them. It is as if some small part of you has stepped outside and joined the twilight. The garden seems to lean toward the house in return. The darker shapes near the window feel closer than they are, like gentle guests standing just beyond the door. They bring with them the hush of soil and leaves, the stillness of roots that have settled deep into the ground. Their quiet presence presses softly through the glass. Somewhere near the far corner, a low shrub holds a patch of deeper darkness. It is not threatening or strange, just a thicker place in the night. Looking at it is like looking into a pocket of sleep, a small private pool of rest tucked among the other shadows. It waits there, patient and untroubled. Every now and then, a faint movement passes through the garden. A branch stirs, though no wind is felt. A thin stem tilts, then returns. These tiny shifts are so slow, so gentle. They seem more like the garden changing its mind about where its edges lie. The longer the gaze lingers, the more the outside world feels weightless. Bushes are no longer solid things, only soft impressions in the dusk. The stone path is not hard underfoot here. It is only a pale ribbon of memory winding through the dark. Even the fence at the edge of the property is just a faint, broken line, easily lost if the eyes relax. Inside, the body rests, held by the room, yet some quieter part of awareness drifts out into the garden, moving easily among the dim shapes. It glides past the window frame, over the sill, and into the cool open air. There is no effort in this, only a sense of gently widening. The garden receives that drifting presence without comment. It offers its dark soil, its quiet leaves, its resting branches. There is no need to name the plants or remember what grows where. Everything is simply part of one wide, soft twilight. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint rustle of leaves far across the yard. Thoughts move among the garden paths and then thin out like mist dissolving as the night grows deeper. They are there and then they are not. In the center of one of the beds, perhaps, there is a small patch of bare earth. During the day, it might have been waiting for seeds or new growth. Now, in the twilight, it looks like a dark, quiet pool, perfectly still. Looking at it, the mind feels the same stillness, the same open, untroubled space. A single twig, caught in a bit of old spider silk, hangs between two stems. In the last of the light, the thread is almost invisible. The twig seems to float in the air, suspended on nothing at all. It hangs there without strain, without effort, gently swinging in a motion so small it is barely seen. The whole garden shares that floating quality now. Bushes seem to hover just above the ground. The tree's crown rests lightly against the sky. Even the stones along the path feel less like heavy objects and more like quiet pauses in the dark. Time in the garden has loosened its grip. There is no clear sense of how long the light has been fading. Moments stretch out like the long shadows of the branches, merging into one another until they are all the same soft shade. The night does not arrive all at once. It seeps in gently like cool air through a half-open window. From inside, the warmth of the room touches your skin. From outside, the cool of the garden brushes the edges of awareness. The two temperatures meet at the glass, blending into a single calm balance. In that meeting place, the sense of where the body ends begins to soften. Hands, arms, shoulders, all feel a little less solid, a little less defined. They are there, resting, supported, held, yet they also seem to spread outward, like the shadow of a plant stretching over the soil. The body is present, and at the same time, it is part of the larger quiet around it. The tasks have stepped back. The garden does not care what has been done today or what waits for tomorrow. It only knows this cool air, this soft dark, this slow settling of every living thing. Its calm seeps through the window, into the room, into the spaces between each breath. Somewhere near the ground, a small insect moves through the grass. Its tiny journey is hidden by the shadows, unseen and unimportant to the wider night. Still, the garden makes room for it, just as it makes room for the tall tree, the wide hedge, the empty patch of soil. Everything has a place, and no one part needs to stand out. The mind, too, is given that same gentle space. Ideas, images, half-remembered moments drift through like small shapes in the undergrowth. They do not need to be followed, they do not need to be held. Beyond the garden, the sky grows darker, but not harshly so. It is a soft, deepening blue-grey, like fabric laid over the world. A single early star might be there, or perhaps not yet. Either way, the feeling is the same. The world above is wide and quiet, and the garden rests beneath it like a child under a blanket. From the window, the scene outside is simple now. A few dark forms, a pale strip of sky. A sense that everything out there has settled into its own easy place. Inside, the warmth of the stove glows behind you. Outside, the cool garden breathes slowly in the dark. Between them you rest, gently held by both. Part of the room, part of the twilight. Drifting somewhere in the quiet space where they meet, the warmth around you hums softly, like a quiet glow behind closed eyes. Somewhere in the room, the gentle crackle continues, low and steady. The body knows this sound now. It folds around it like a blanket around a steady heartbeat. Above this warmth, imagine a night sky slowly opening. Not outside, not far away, just behind the forehead. behind the eyes. A dark, velvety space, wide and calm. At first it is only darkness, comfortable, unmoving, a simple, quiet black. Then here and there tiny points of light begin to show. Soft like embers at the edge of a fire. Not hot, not demanding, just small, patient sparks in a wide, dark field. Each point of light hangs in that inner sky, unhurried. They do not ask to be counted, they do not need names, they simply exist, like freckles scattered across an endless face. The breath moves in and out, slow and easy. With each exhale, the body feels a little heavier on the bed. With each inhale, that inner sky feels a little wider, as though the ribs open into space instead of air. One star there, another there, a tiny cluster like a handful of glowing dust someone tossed and forgot about. They shine just enough to be seen, not enough to wake anything up. The edges of the body begin to soften. Where shoulder becomes air, the line blurs. Where hip meets mattress, the border loosens, as though the skin is not an edge, just a gentle suggestion. In that inner sky, the stars do not stay still. They drift so slowly it is almost nothing at all. A faint sliding like ash rising in warm air, then hanging, then drifting again. Their movement is so quiet it feels like stillness, wearing a slow, secret smile. The room holds you, steady and warm. The night outside does its own work, far away. Here, the only night that matters is the one unfolding inside. A private cosmos, soft and close. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is just background now, like a faint radio in another room behind a closed door. The stars in this inner sky are not concerned with it. They glow whether there is thinking or not. Some of those little embers might be pieces of the day, cooling in the dark. A conversation, a doorway, a small task, half remembered, now just a dim spark among thousands. They lose their sharpness here. The details fall away, like ash drifting from a log that has already burned. What remains is only a tiny point of light, gentle, harmless, almost sleepy itself. The tasks have stepped back. Time has stepped back with them. Minutes and hours do not seem to apply in this sky. There is only before sleep, and the space between them growing softer. Notice how the body no longer feels like a solid shape. The hands may feel far away, or very close, or not quite anywhere at all. The face might feel wide, as if it too has become part of that dark, star-dusted space. The back, the legs, the feet, all slowly dissolving into a single field of warmth. Up in that field, a slow swirl begins. Not a storm, not a spin. Just the gentlest turning, like a handful of glowing dust stirred by a sigh. Stars slide past one another, trading places without hurry. One of those embers glows a little brighter for a moment. It might be a thought or a memory, or nothing in particular at all. It brightens, then softens, then drifts to the side. Its brightness was never important. Its fading is just as peaceful. The breath is steady. The chest rises, falls. Somewhere in the distance, the soft crackle answers, like a low constellation of sound. Fire below, stars above, and you resting in between. In this inner sky, there is no up or down, no left or right. Just a gentle floating, as though the whole body has become one of those embers. A warm point of light, held in a vast, dark quiet. The mattress takes your weight without question. It is as if gravity has done its job and then stepped aside. The body is heavy enough to stay, light enough to feel like it could drift. Suspended, supported, unbothered. Every so often, another tiny star appears at the edge of vision. A new glimmer, then another, as if the sky is still being made, even now. They do not crowd, they just expand the space, giving it more room to be calm. There might be constellations there that only you would recognize, little patterns that feel familiar, without needing a story. They are just arrangements of light stitched across the dark. Quiet diagrams of rest. The longer you rest here, the softer the lines become. Between one star and the next, between warm breath and the next, between being awake and being almost asleep. Some stars fade out altogether. They do not fall, they simply dim, and the darkness where they were feels just as gentle as the light had been. Absence here is not loss. It is just another way of resting. The warmth from the stove is like a low sun far beneath this inner sky. It does not reach up in heat. It reaches up as comfort, a steady base beneath the drifting stars. A quiet promise that the ground is still there, even when the sky feels endless. Some part of you might notice small details. The weight of a blanket along one leg more than the other. The way a finger curls or how the lips rest slightly parted. These details are like very small stars close to the horizon, soft and unimportant. Higher up, the stars are farther apart now. The space between them is wide and deep. That dark space feels almost velvety to the mind, thick and soothing. It invites everything to slow, then slower, then almost stop. In this wide quiet, there is nothing to figure out. No puzzle, no decision. Just this slow, starry drifting. Somewhere, a cluster of embers seems to breathe with you, expanding a little on the inhale, softly gathering on the exhale, as though the whole sky is following the rhythm of your resting body. The borders of the room are less clear now, walls, ceiling, floor. They step back into the dark. What remains is warmth below and space above. A gentle in-between, like a hammock, hung between two invisible trees of night. Thoughts drift somewhere beyond that space. They may pass, but they do not land. The stars hold their places quiet and steady. The darkness between them feels kind. Breath by breath, the embers grow smaller, like distant villages seen from very high above. Each one a tiny home of light, but far, far away. The body is the night around them now, not the traveller. Vast, still, patient. Here the grip loosens on its own. What was held during the day simply rests. There is no effort in this. Just the natural way of things when night has settled in. The inner sky stretches even wider, until it feels as though it reaches beyond the body, beyond the room, beyond any edge that could be named. And yet, it is all contained somehow within this single moment of lying here. A whole universe folded into the simple act of resting. Soft, dark, and full of tiny, sleepy stars. The fire has settled into a slow, steady glow. No rush in the flames now, just a deep, comfortable burn, like a long sigh that never quite ends. Heat gathers in the iron belly of the stove. It does its quiet work, hidden and sure. Inside, the logs sink inward, turning from bright orange to a deep, velvety red. The edges crumble softly into ash, pale and light. Each ember is its own small world, a tiny sun pulsing gently. Sometimes one brightens for a moment, as if remembering the tree it once was, then eases back into a dim, steady shine. Nothing dramatic, only this calm, ongoing warmth. The air near the stove is thick with heat. It rises in slow, invisible waves. Farther away, that warmth has thinned and spread, soft as a shawl laid over shoulders, over knees, over the quiet shape of the body resting here. The room breathes with it, warmer near the heart, cooler at the edges. Somewhere deep in the stove, a coal shifts, a faint, muffled clink, a tiny cascade of ash like a whispering sigh, then stillness again, with that soft, glowing center holding everything in an easy balance. The burn is different now from the bright rush of kindling. This is the long part, the part that lasts. Heat that no longer needs to prove itself, only to remain, to stay, to keep giving. The body understands this kind of warmth. It answers in its own way. Muscles that once held on without noticing begin to slacken. Weight settles more fully into the chair, as if drawn gently downward by the same quiet pull that draws wood into ember, ember into ash. Around the edges of the body, the borders blur. Where the warmth touches, it is not quite clear where skin ends and air begins. Heat seeps in, and the outline of each limb softens, like a shape seen through gentle smoke. Still there, but hazy, relaxed, unimportant. Breath moves through this warmth in an easy rhythm, in a mild expansion, like a coal brightening. Out, a soft release, like ash sinking a little deeper into itself. Nothing forced, just the simple, steady cycle of air and heat and rest. The fire no longer reaches upward in eager tongues. Instead, it glows inward, folding into itself, a slow descent from flame to ember, from ember to that quiet, silvery layer at the bottom, a downward journey that feels peaceful, inevitable, and kind. The mind follows that same direction. From bright, quick sparks of thought, to slower, heavier embers of feeling, to something softer still, like a bed of ash that remembers the fire, but no longer needs to burn so high. The room seems to lean gently toward the stove. Chairs, walls, the small things on the shelves, all turned a little in its direction, as if listening, as if everything in this space is drawn by that steady, glowing heart. The body joins that quiet turning, without effort, without plan. In the glass of the stove door, faint shapes move. Not sharp flames now, but low, rolling glows. They swell and ease like a chest breathing in the dark. A slow, shared rhythm between fire and body, between ember and pulse. The longer the burn continues, the less it needs to change. Heat evens out, spreads, settles. What once crackled and popped now hums in silence. The drama has gone, and what remains is simple, generous warmth. Thoughts, if they wander through, drift past like little sparks that rise from a log and vanish before they reach the chimney. Brief, harmless, already fading. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet. Attention sinks lower, like a coal dropping gently into the bed of embers beneath it. Down past the surface of the day, down past the stories and the plans, into that slow, glowing layer where everything is just warmth and weight and ease. The hands rest in their own small pockets of heat, maybe folded together, maybe open at the sides. The skin holds a memory of the day's movements, but that memory is soft now, like a trace of smoke that has already thinned into the air. Feet feel the warmth differently. Perhaps only a hint of it reaches that far, a faint reminder. Yet even that is enough. Toes grow heavy. Heels nestle into their place. as if they have found the exact hollow that was waiting for them. Inside the stove, the wood continues its slow descent, from solid to glowing, from glowing to powder. It is a gentle surrender with no struggle at all, a quiet agreement between heat and time and what once stood tall in the forest. This descent has its own comfort. Downward does not mean away. It means closer to the core, closer to the thickest, deepest warmth, where nothing flickers or flares. It only rests and glows. Around the edges of the room, shadows soften. The brighter shapes near the stove blur at their borders. Corners fade into a kind of friendly dimness, where details no longer ask to be named. The eye, even when closed, senses this melting of edges and quietly follows. In this softened light, time loosens its grip. Moments do not stand apart from one another as clearly now. They blend like coals that have rolled together, their separate shapes hidden under a single sheet of red. Only the feeling of warmth continues, steady and unbroken. The tasks have stepped back. They wait somewhere beyond the walls in cooler air, where the night still moves with its own small sounds. In here, there is only this slow burn, this gentle sinking into comfort that asks nothing in return. Somewhere deep inside, the body mirrors the stove. The center holds a steady heat. Around it, everything softens, slackens, releases. What was held up all day simply settles, like ash finding its final place at the bottom of the firebox. There is nothing to manage now. The burn manages itself. The breath moves on its own. The chair supports without needing instruction. The warmth knows exactly where to go. At times, a single ember may flare a little brighter, a small surge of colour in the bed of red. Then it eases again, folding back into the whole. In the same way, a stray thought or feeling may rise, glow for a moment, and then sink quietly into the background. The longer this goes on, the more the difference between inside and outside seems to fade. Not in the room, but in the sense of where the body ends and the warmth begins. Heat moves through fabric, through skin, through muscle, until it is all one slow shared glow. Even the bones feel a kind of heaviness that is not burden, but relief. Like logs that no longer need to stand, no longer need to hold branches and leaves against the sky. They lie down in the grate and give their strength to warmth instead. Somewhere, a tiny pop from the stove, a last pocket of resin, a small surrender. Then quiet again, as the burn returns to its deep, even hum. The sound fades quickly, but the comfort it confirms lingers. The night outside may still be moving, changing, turning. But here, the only change is this gentle descent from bright to dim, from edge to center, from holding to resting. The slow, comfortable burn continues. Heat moving inward, body moving downward, thoughts thinning like smoke. What remains is a simple, glowing presence, soft and steady, carrying everything toward a deeper, quieter dark. The stove keeps its quiet watch. Its glow has drawn small and close now, gathered deep behind the glass. Not a show anymore. Just a steady presence in the room, like a watcher who has settled into a comfortable chair, eyes half closed, still awake enough to notice, drowsy enough to disturb nothing at all. The coals rest in their hollow. They are not trying to be bright. They simply breathe their slow, hidden warmth into the air. The metal of the stove holds that warmth, patient and sure. It has stored the whole evening inside its dark frame. Every crackle, every flare, every soft collapse of wood. All of it lives now as a quiet heat that does not need to speak. The room leans into that heat, walls, floor, fabric, all remembering the earlier glow. They keep that memory the way skin keeps the feel of a gentle hand long after it has gone. The stove sits where it has always sat, solid, unmoving, like a calm figure at the edge of the room, keeping an easy watch. The glass is dim, but not empty. Behind the faint haze, embers pulse in their own slow rhythm. They brighten a little, they soften again, as though the watcher is breathing, long and unhurried. The chair nearby has its own kind of stillness. It has learned the shape of the body resting in it. It gives that shape back now, supporting every curve without asking for anything in return. Hands rest where they have chosen to rest, on a blanket, on an armrest, folded loosely. Their weight is small, but the chair accepts it completely. The stove notices none of this with effort. It simply exists, and in existing, it watches. The way a steady light in a window watches a dark street, not searching, just there. Outside the glass, a thin dust of ash has settled over the coals. It looks like a soft cover pulled up to the chin of a sleeper. Under that pale layer, the red still lives, quiet and sure. The watcher does not need to move to be present. The stove does not need bright flames to keep its gentle guard. It hums softly in metal and coal and air, saying nothing at all, and somehow saying, stay, rest, be. The tasks have stepped back. They wait somewhere beyond the edge of this warm circle. Tomorrow holds its own questions. They will be met when morning light finds the room again. Here, the only light is ember light. It touches the nearest floorboard, the nearest fold of blanket with a faint, steady glow. Everything beyond that glow is simply shadow and ease. Breath follows the same pattern as the coals. A small brightening, a small softening, over and over, without needing to be changed or guided. The stove hears every small sound of the room, a tiny shift of fabric, a deeper sigh, the nearly silent settling of weight as muscles loosen another fraction. It does not judge or measure. It only holds its warmth, the way a palm might cup a small bird without closing, without pressing, simply offering a place to rest. There is nothing to fix here, nothing to improve. The watcher has seen the whole evening unfold and is content with the quiet that remains. The mind may still murmur. It knows how to murmur itself quiet, like embers speaking softly under ash until even their whisper turns to stillness. The stove keeps watch so gently that it almost disappears. Its presence becomes part of the background, like the weight of the blanket, like the softness of the air. Not something to think about, just something that is. The glass fogs faintly at the edges, a thin blur where heat meets cooler room. That blur is where waking meets sleep, where awareness softens, loses its sharp outline, and drifts inward. The watcher does not follow. It stays at the threshold, calm and steady, guarding the border between this warm, quiet room and everything beyond it. The body knows this on some deep, wordless level. Shoulders sink a little more. The small muscles around the eyes smooth out. The tongue rests heavy and still. The stove remains, even as attention loosens and drifts away, even as thoughts thin to almost nothing, even as the room itself seems to fade to a feeling instead of a picture. Somewhere just at the edge of awareness, metal holds heat. Coals hold light. The watcher holds its place. It will be here whether eyes are open or closed, whether the mind is wandering or dreaming. Its quiet guard does not depend on being noticed. So the last bit of effort eases. The last bit of holding on slackens. What was awake all evening can rest now. the way the fire has rested. The stove keeps its soft, patient watch. The room breathes with it. And in that shared stillness, sleep steps in, gentle and sure, and takes the rest of the watching for the night. The stove has done its work for tonight. All that bright, busy burning has become this soft, steady warmth that still lingers in the room. The logs have given themselves over. The glass is dim. Behind it, the last embers rest in their quiet bed, glowing low and slow, almost not there at all. The room remembers the whole evening, the first sharp crackle of kindling, the deeper blaze, the long, slow settling into coals. Now it holds only the afterglow, a warmth that is not reaching anymore, just staying close. Gentle around the chair, gentle along the blanket, gentle against your skin. The day that followed you in through the door has gone very far away. Its weight has been turned into heat and light, and then into this calm, fire-warmed dark. The chair still fits around you. The blanket still lies with its kind, familiar weight. They do the holding. You simply rest inside what they offer. Breath moves in its own slow rhythm, in and out, easy, unforced. The body understands that the work is over. Shoulders loose, jaw soft, eyes heavy in the dimness. The thinking part of you can keep thinking. It is only background now, like the faint tick of cooling metal from the stove, far off at the edge of the room. Inside this small circle of warmth, nothing more is needed. No choosing, no reaching, no answering. The night presses gently against the windows and the walls. Outside can go on without you. Inside, time has stretched out into one long, quiet moment. The last heat from the stove has soaked into the room, into the floor beneath your feet, into the air around your face, into the fabric gathered at your sides. It is a simple kind of safety. A body in a warm, still room, the fire low, the house calm. The stove rests now, the way you are resting. Its bright attention has faded to a soft, steady presence. No flame to watch, no light to follow, only the sense of a small, glowing heart, hidden and sure. Here you are already where you meant to be when you first stepped in from the cold. Beside the wood-fired stove, held by its finished work, wrapped in the quiet it has left behind. Breath drifts slower. Thoughts grow lighter. The room feels deeper, as if it has drawn its own covers up around you. There is nowhere else to go tonight. Nowhere else to turn your face. This is the whole of it. Warmth near your body, soft dark around you, the faint memory of fire in the air. Sleep knows this place. It knows this chair, this blanket, this gentle cooling stove. It knows the way the evening has folded itself down to embers. Let the room keep watch. Let the stove grow quiet. Let the last of the warmth settle over you, like a low, unseen glow in the dark. The day has gone. The fire is resting. The night holds you in this small, safe room, beside a wood-fired stove whose embers lie still and content.